Practice and Power of Devotion. Bhakti in Early Hindu Scriptures by K. Shankaranarayanan. Published by Radha Soami Satsang Beas. Print copyright 2022 and audio recording copyright 2025. Radha Soami Satsang Beas. All rights reserved. To my amazing mentor, Maharaj Charan Singh Ji. Let us meditate upon the effulgent light of that One who is worthy of worship and who has created all the worlds. May He inspire our intellect to realize the truth. Gayatri Mantra, Rigved. Contents. Preface. Author's Note. Part 1. Background. Chapter 1. Who or what is God? Chapter 2. Soul and its relationship with God. Chapter 3. The soul's purpose. Liberation. Part 2. Doctrine of Bhakti. Chapter 4. What is Bhakti? Chapter 5. Forms of Bhakti. Chapter 6. Bhakti and related terms. Chapter 7. The Culture of Bhakti. Part 3. Practice and Power of Devotion. Chapter 8. Bhakti as the Means to Liberation. Chapter 9. Preparations for Divine Love. 1. Chapter 10. Preparations for Divine Love. 2. Food, Drink, and Drugs. Chapter 11. External Worship. Chapter 12. The Worship of Idols and Images. Chapter 13. Internal Worship. Chapter 14. The Guru. Preface. The practice of bhakti, or devotion to a superior force or being, is intrinsic to humanity. This book explores various forms of bhakti as practiced and discussed in the Hindu scriptures. The book is organized in 3 parts. Part 1 gives background information essential for the reader's appreciation of the discussion contained in the remaining 2 parts. Here, certain terms like Nirguna Brahman, God without any attributes, Saguna Brahman, God with attributes, Atman, the individual soul, and Paramatman, the supreme soul, are explained, as are the relationship of the soul with the supreme soul and the soul's ultimate goal. Part 2 deals with definitions and forms of bhakti, and also the culture of bhakti. The central theme of the book, namely bhakti as a means of liberation from the endless cycles of transmigration, is covered in Part 3. In this section, classical techniques like karma yoga and bhakti yoga are explored, along with 2 principal modes of worship, external and internal. The external mode includes the 9 forms of bhakti and idol worship. The discussion on internal modes of worship focuses on classical techniques like Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Nada Yoga. Since these practices are not enough in themselves, the need for an enlightened guru to guide the spiritual aspirant is emphasized and explained. In addition to the need for a guru, the necessity to observe discipline, the obligations for moral behavior, and abstinence from non-vegetarian food and alcoholic drinks are emphasized as being equally essential for the disciple's spiritual progress. The book makes it abundantly clear that for liberation from the cycle of birth and death forever, the spiritual aspirant has to practice an internal form of worship, such as Nada Yoga. At the same time, the book does not diminish the role of external forms of worship, nor does it deprecate idol worship. In fact, even those who engage solely in external forms of worship can experience remarkable, although limited, benefits, and bliss. Another advantage of external forms of worship is that they help build the intense concentration that is essential to the practice of internal forms of devotion, especially meditation. While discussing all these aspects, the book brings out that bhakti, which is the spontaneous love for God, is the substratum or foundation of all spiritual disciplines. Without the pull of bhakti within, no spiritual practice is possible. Bhakti is thus both a motivator and an enabler, though it should not be confused with or limited to bhakti yoga. To bring home the power of bhakti, the author narrates various stories from the Hindu scriptures. But it should be noted that his portrayals of some of the characters, for example Ravan and Hanuman, differ from the prevailing popular notions about them. The author has provided references to support his interpretations, as well as the authoritative stamp of the Hindu scriptures and scholars. The Radha Soami Satsang Beas publishes numerous books on spirituality. It is our pleasure to present this book as a welcome addition in the hope that readers will enjoy it and will be inspired to practice spirituality. D.K. Sikri, Secretary, Radha Swami Satsang Beas. Author's Note: Bhakti, or devotion to a higher power, informs and inspires the Hindu way of life. The Hindu scriptures suggest various practices, external and internal, for God realization. They include notably Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Nada Yoga. The term yoga is similar to religio, the Latin root of the word religion, which stands for joining or binding together. Hence, yoga and religion have the same goal, that is, union with God. Bhakti is the underlying foundation of all these practices. Many stories from the Hindu scriptures are narrated to bring out the power of bhakti, devotion. It may be mentioned here that while narrating the stories, I have not followed the usual school textbook or popular depiction of some characters. For example, Ravan is not described as a demon, but as one who was handsome and stately in appearance. His depiction with 10 heads is perhaps a metaphor for his erudition and prowess. No doubt he had great pride and vanity, and his behavior was generally diabolical, stemming from his power. But he held Sita in high esteem. He never attempted to violate her, even though she was his captive. Hanuman, a veritable epitome of bhakti, is not portrayed as a monkey, but as an evolved human being. He was noted for his courage, valor, strength, and devotion to Rama. The Vanaras are not depicted as monkeys, but members of a community of South Indian forest dwellers. They were physically very strong and formidable fighters. They spoke a human language and wore clothing. Surprisingly, some of them were of divine origin and had Sanskrit names. For example, Hanuman was a son of the wind god Vayu. His name means one having a prominent jaw. Sugriva was a son of the sun god Surya, and his name means one with a handsome neck. Again, Kali Yuga, the Iron Age, which is estimated to have begun on 18 February 3102 BCE, is usually described as an age of evil, sin, deception, discord, conflict, greed, anger, hatred, lust, pride, and so on. But I have pointed out in this book that Kali Yuga is a blessing also, though not unalloyed, as in this age, according to scriptures, one can get liberation from the cycle of birth and death by repeating the holy name or names of the Lord ceaselessly and remembering Him. In order to appreciate the discussion, it is necessary to have an understanding of certain terms such as Nirguna Brahman, Saguna Brahman, Atman, the individual soul, Paramatman, the universal soul, that is, the Supreme Being, and Bhakti. The relationship of Atman to Paramatman and the yearning of the soul for union with the Supreme Being are explained. The Vedic approach to bhakti requires certain disciplines to be observed relating to obligations and duties, moral behavior, food, and drinks, as they are the sine qua non of bhakti. They are discussed in detail in 2 chapters. In order to remove the cobweb of confusion regarding the relevance of idol worship to spiritual experience, this topic is dealt with in some detail. The discussion concludes that idol worship may be understood as the kindergarten stage of devotion, and that to realize the absolute, devotees have to move beyond this stage. As the Maitreya Upanishad advises, they have to practice devotion within, relinquishing all forms of external worship so that they may not be born again. As the Guru is of paramount importance for helping a spiritual aspirant to attain his objective of God realization, the subject is discussed in detail at the end of chapter 14. In this book, the terms bhakti and devotion are used interchangeably. As each chapter of the book is designed to be self-contained and independent, repetition of some concepts and doctrines is unavoidable. I am indebted to many authors from whose works I have quoted. I have acknowledged them at appropriate places. My translation of some Sanskrit verses is not literal, but it captures their sense. This is done deliberately for easy comprehension of their importance. For Sanskrit terms, I have adopted a simplified system by using diacritics only for the transliteration of the long a, e, and u. Since spiritual knowledge is the privilege of all human beings, both men and women, the pronouns he, his, and him appearing in the book are used by way of expedience, not with any gender bias. I hope this book will be of some help to spiritual seekers. K. Shankaranarayanan. Part 1. Background. Chapter 1. Who or what is God? Verily, the Supreme Being has 2 forms, the gross and the subtle, the mortal and the immortal, the moving and the unmoving, the perceptible and the imperceptible. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. When we seek to devote ourselves to God, the question arises, who or what is the God we are trying to offer our devotion to? In the Upanishads, the term used for the Supreme Being is Brahman. Brahman is one only, without a second, although it is described as being at 2 levels, Nirguna and Saguna. Brahman devoid of any attributes or qualifying characteristics and indicative marks is called Nirguna Brahman. Brahman endowed with attributes is called Saguna Brahman. Nirguna Brahman is the universal energy, source of all power. It is the light of lights. It is self-existent, eternal, and immortal. It is both immanent and transcendent, formless and without any name. Being devoid of a form or personality, Nirguna Brahman is not gender-specific. It is beyond any pairs of opposites. It is the absolute reality. Therefore, Nirguna Brahman can never be defined or described by finite words and expressions from our world of limitations. It is, in short, ineffable, beyond all concepts. The Nirguna Brahman is the impersonal God. It is also known as Parabrahman, Paramatman, or Satchidananda. While Nirguna Brahman, the Supreme Being, is a universal energy, Saguna Brahman, known as Ishvara, is its highest manifestation present in the universe. In the words of Swami Vivekananda, it is the highest possible reading of the Absolute, the Supreme Being, by the human mind. Saguna Brahman is immanent and limited by many forms and names, such as Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. In fact, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva represent the three functional aspects of the divinity which control the process of creation, preservation, and destruction respectively. They possess various attributes and glories and can assume any form or incarnation. For example, according to the traditional Hindu view, Krishna and Rama are the incarnations of Lord Vishnu in the phenomenal world. Footnote: Krishna, literally, one who attracts. Rama, literally, one who is delightful, pleasing, one who permeates or dwells in everyone. Immanence. End footnote. Saguna Brahman is also known as Apara Brahman. He is the personal god of many spiritual aspirants in contradistinction to Parabrahman, the impersonal god. The Upanishads generally designate Saguna Brahman by the masculine he, as it has a form and other attributes, and Nirguna Brahman by the neuter it, or that, as it is without any form or attribute. Hence the title of the chapter, Who or What is God? One can define only a finite object. Those who have realized God may give some descriptions in the form of hints and suggestions, but God is far different from these descriptions. The Upanishads and other scriptures and saints and sages have been describing God from time immemorial, resulting in different philosophical systems, which bear eloquent testimony to their spirit of inquiry and sincere attempts. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, "What God is cannot be described. He who could do so disappears. He cannot find his I anymore." For Shankaracharya, 788 through 820 CE, the chief advocate of Advaita Vedanta, God is primarily an abstract force. Any personal reference to God in the scriptures is to be taken either in a symbolic sense or as a statement of God's lesser nature. Shankaracharya extolled the Nirguna Brahman, the impersonal God, and relegated Saguna Brahman, the personal God, to a secondary stage. Other acharyas, preceptors like Ramanujacharya, 1017 through 1137 CE, Madhvacharya, 1199 through 1278 CE, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 1486 through 1533 CE, proponents of Vishishta Advaita, Dvaita, and the Achintya Bheda Abheda schools respectively, were not satisfied with the views advocated by Shankaracharya. For them, God is Saguna with a variety of attributes and glories. They therefore substituted a personal God in place of the abstract idea of Nirguna Brahman. For Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya, Vishnu is the supreme God, and for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna. Their views will be elaborated in subsequent chapters. The Maitreyi Upanishad says, Nirguna Brahman is incomprehensible, unlimited, beyond birth, beyond reasoning, and beyond thought. The Mundaka Upanishad declares that Brahman is invisible, ungraspable, without hands or feet, eternal, without qualities. It is the imperishable source of all things. According to the Taittiriya Upanishad, Nirguna Brahman is he whom speech cannot express and from whom the mind, unable to reach him, comes away baffled. The Kain Upanishad too affirms, the eye does not go there, nor speech, nor mind, as it cannot be delineated or portrayed or defined because it is devoid of any attributes form, or personality, it is described in negative terms as not this, not this. In the Avadhuta Gita, Dattatreya asks, how can I bow to him who is formless, undifferentiated, blissful and immutable, who has through himself and by himself and in himself filled everything? Would it be possible to visualize one's beloved without form and name, or a transcendental lover who is beyond time and space? How is one to gaze into her eyes or hold his hand? Human beings need an object for visualization and to be an anchor for prayer, entreaties, supplication, and worship. Nirguna Brahman, not this, of the sages and philosophers, cannot be the object of such purposes, for no relationship whatsoever can be established with it, as it has no form or attributes. Therefore, for the benefit of humankind, Nirguna Brahman, veiled by its own power, Maya, manifests in a form that one can comprehend and worship, known as Saguna Brahman or Ishvara in Hindu scriptures. Footnote: in Hindu scriptures, Maya stands for creative energy, also illusory appearance. Maya more often functions as an adventitious entity, which apparently influences something else to appear differently from what it really is. For example, a yellow flower kept near a colorless crystal makes it appear yellow. End footnote. The one light manifests itself in many forms. Sages in their hymns give many forms and names to Saguna Brahman, but he is the same as Nirguna Brahman, the one light. In the Rig Veda we read, they call him Indra, Mitra, Varuna, Agni, also the celestial fine-winged Garutman. To the one being, the sages give various names. Footnote: Garutman, the celestial bird, the sun. All these names, says the poet, are the names of one and the same divine being, the one supreme spirit under various manifestations. Ralph T. H. Griffith, translation, Sacred Writings, Hinduism, the Rig Veda. End footnote. In the Atharva Veda we read, he is the one alone. In him all deities become one alone. There is no real conflict between the two Brahmans. Nirguna Brahman and Saguna Brahman are not two different gods. The divinity is the same. They are not two different realities. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad declares clearly, there is in it no diversity whatsoever. To draw a parallel, Brahman is a clay out of which varieties of articles are fashioned. As clay, they are all one, but their forms differentiate them. Before the objects were made, they all existed potentially in the clay. But when the objects were made, they were all separate and different. They will remain so as long as the forms remain. To give another illustration, water can exist in three states: ice, liquid, and water vapor or steam. Steam or water vapor has no form, but ice has one, and liquid water can assume the shape of the vessel into which it is poured. In all these three states, the substance is the same, although the nomenclature and form are different. To give yet another example, if one works for his father, at work, the father is the boss, but at home, he's just the father. The father at work and the father at home are not different persons. Professor D.S. Sarma explains, Nirguna Brahman is not essentially different from Saguna Brahman, any more than the sun seen by the naked eye is different from the sun seen through a smoked glass. that which is an abstract principle in the nirguna aspect becomes a concrete being in the saguna aspect. To bring the point home, the example of an electric current may be given. An electrical generator does not exhibit its power of its own accord. It is nirguna. When an electric current from the generator is carried through wires and then to devices like lamps, ovens, or refrigerators, it manifests itself as light, heat, or cold. In the same way, through the mediating device of Maya, Nirguna Brahman is seen as Saguna Brahman, having taken on various qualities and forms. The concept of God that people often entertain is one with human form. But Saguna Brahman does not necessarily mean a being with a human body. It can manifest in any form. That is, in the form of sound, known in Hindu scriptures as Shabda, Nada, Vak, or Shabda Brahman, or in a bodily form, such as Vishnu in Hinduism and his incarnations Rama and Krishna, or as a Varaha, boar, and Narasimha, man-lion. In some Indian traditions, a true guru is considered as Shabad personified. Divine incarnations have been accepted by many, and some spiritual aspirants choose one of these forms as their Ishta Devata, favorite or chosen deity, for worship. As a mark of reverence and respect, they recall many of his attributes like compassion, valor, and so forth. Swami Adiswarananda writes, "The Ishta Devata, or chosen divine form, is that object of meditation which represents a deity to the worshipper, such as Shiva, Kali, or Vishnu. The Ishta Devata is, as it were, a form chiseled out of the infinite and all-pervading God. An incarnation of God is a unique manifestation of the conditioned Brahman. Vedanta maintains that God incarnates in human form to fulfill a cosmic need whenever and wherever such a need arises." In Hinduism, the personal God is worshipped in both male and female aspects. From the male aspect, the divinity is conceived as the Ishwar, Isha, Ishana, all meaning the Lord, and so on. From the female aspect, the divinity is called by names such as Shakti, Durga, and Kali. In all these descriptions, the divinity is brought into a closer relationship with the people and the world. In sum, there are two concepts of God in Hinduism. Nirguna Brahman is God without attributes, that is, without form, color, personality, etc., and he is nameless. The chief proponents of this concept were Shankaracharya and other Advaita philosophers, as also saints like Guru Nanak, Sant Kabir, Swami Seth Shiv Dayal Singh, Swamiji, Sant Ravidas, and Sant Paltu. Saguna Brahman is God with attributes, that is, with form and opulence, and he has names such as Vishnu, Krishna, Shiva, etc. This concept was supported by Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and other monotheistic schools of Vaishnavism and Shaivism, as also saints like Tulsidas and Surdas. Thus, while the scriptures talk about the Nirguna and Saguna forms of Brahman or God, in reality, both forms represent the same divinity. The three cardinal principles of Hinduism are the Supreme Being, the divinity of the soul, and the unity of existence. The divinity of the soul and its relation to God are discussed in detail in the next chapter. Chapter 2: Soul and its relationship with God. When the deceased reaches the door of the Lord of living beings, the question is asked, "Who are you?" If he answers by a personal or a family name, he is subject to the law of karma. If he responds, "Who I am is the light you are. As such have I come to you, the heavenly light," the Lord replies, "Who you are, that same am I. Who I am, that same are you. Come in." Jaiminiya Upanishad, Brahmana. Footnote: God's reply reminds one of an episode given in Book 1 of Jalaluddin Rumi's Matnavi 1. A certain man knocked at the door of a friend. The friend asked, "Who is there?" He answered, "It is I." The friend shouted, "Go away." After years suffering, the man returned and knocked again at the door. The friend asked, "Who is it?" The man replied, "It is you at the door, O charmer of hearts." The friend responded, "Now since you are I, come in, O myself. There is no room in the house for two eyes." Confer R.A. Nicholson, The Matnavi of Jalaluddin Rumi. End footnote. The above quote beautifully brings out the relationship between the soul and God. The Hindu scriptures often talk about Atman and Paramatman. Atman refers to self, the individual soul. As the soul is caged within the mortal body and chained by the mind and senses, it is also known as Jivatman. It is called Purusha in some schools of philosophy like Samkhya. The term Paramatman refers to the universal soul, the supreme being, and Brahman of the Upanishads. The supreme being is both transcendental and immanent. The soul is eternal and is of the nature of pure consciousness, ever free, ever illumined. Although we cannot directly perceive it, it is the soul that enlivens, galvanizes, and directs the body, mind, and intellect. A body without a soul is a mere corpse. It is the soul that enables the body to see and act, the mind to feel and think, and the intellect to discriminate and decide. The soul is the prime mover in a living being, like fuel in a vehicle. It is the soul that unifies all bodily activities, all sense perceptions, all mental operations, and all vital processes. Its radiance illuminates the psychophysical systems and endows the mind, organs, and body with a semblance of consciousness. In the Bhagavad Gita, we read, "As the sun illumines this whole universe, so does the soul illumine the entire body." It is, therefore, said that a human being is not just a psychophysical being, but a spiritual being undergoing a human experience. What is this soul? One of the early Upanishads demonstrates it through various examples. In the Chandogya Upanishad we read, Rishi Uddalak asks his son Shvetaketu to bring a fruit from a Nyagroda banyan tree and tells him to break the seeds. He then asks him what he sees, and Shvetaketu says, "Nothing at all." Uddalak then remarks, "That subtle essence, my dear, which you do not perceive there, from that very essence the mighty banyan tree arises. That which is the invisible and subtle essence, in that have all beings their existence. That is the reality. That is Atman, soul. That you are. Tat Tvam Asi, Shvetaketu." Further, in the Chandogya Upanishad, we read, Uddalak then asks his son to put salt in a glass of water and return in the morning with the glass. When Shvetaketu returns, he asks him to give him the salt. But Shvetaketu could not find the salt, for it had completely dissolved. However, when Shvetaketu took a sip of the water, it tasted salty. Shvetaketu said, "The salt was there all the time. Then his father remarked, "Dear boy, as you do not see what is present in the water, though indeed it exists therein, similarly Sat, Brahman, the highest being, exists indeed in this body which you do not perceive. That which is the invisible and subtle essence, in that have all beings their existence. That is the reality. That is Atman, soul. That you are, Shvetaketu." Tat, that, in Tattvam Asi, represents Brahman, the highest being, the absolute, the ultimate reality. The term Tvam, you, does not refer to Shvetaketu or to a person with a name and form. It refers to the Atman, the individualized and subjective aspect of Brahman, commonly known as the soul. That you are, in the above quotes, accordingly, means that the soul and the ultimate reality are the same. To elucidate further, Sat, the Supreme Being, the primary cause of the universe, is too subtle to be perceived, like the essence of the seed of the banyan tree from which the whole tree grows. That Sat pervades the entire creation, as the lump of salt permeates the water in the glass. It is within us, but we cannot see it. The Atman, or the soul, is in essence the same as the Supreme Being. The soul is present in all living beings, providing life to all it inhabits. When the soul leaves the body dies, but not the soul. The soul is free from sin and old age, death and birth, pain and pleasure, hunger and thirst. The soul does not change, although it continuously dwells in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, and also when it passes into another body at death. It is eternal. Lord Krishna elaborates in the Bhagavad Gita, "The soul is never born, nor does it ever die, nor having once come to be, will it again cease to be. It is unborn, eternal, everlasting, and primeval. It is not slain when the body is slain. As people cast off worn-out garments and put on new clothes, likewise, the soul casts off worn-out bodies and enters into new ones. That is the soul's true nature, and its realization is the goal of a person's spiritual pursuit." Regarding the relationship between soul and God, there are three main schools of thought in Hinduism: the Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, and Dvaita. Advaita. The Advaita, the non-dualistic school, of which Shankaracharya, 788 through 820 CE, is the distinguished proponent, declares that Brahman, the Supreme God, is the only reality, without any attributes, and that the soul is the same as Brahman. In his Brahma Jnana Valimala, he says, "Brahman alone is real. This universe is non-real. Atman is Brahman only, not different from it." According to this school of thought, it is Maya, or ignorance, which creates the distinction between soul and God. In modern parlance, the ignorance is metaphysical amnesia. If God is compared to an infinite ocean, then the soul is a wave in it. The ocean is not different from its waves, and the waves are not separate from the ocean. In other words, God and the soul are identical, just as the ocean and the waves are. There is no difference between them. For Advaitists, God is nirguna, without any attributes, or impersonal, without any form or shape, an abstract concept. It is the supreme power. It can be realized in one's present life itself by practicing the techniques of Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge. On the other hand, Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, is not emphasized by followers of Advaitist philosophy. Vishishta Advaita. The school of Vishishta Advaita, literally distinctive non-dualism or non-dualism with differentiation, is known as qualified non-dualism or attributive monism. Footnote: Monism, from the Greek word mono, meaning one. In monism, everything is ultimately one thing. Monists believe that soul is the same as God. In attributive monism, soul is not the same as God, but a part of God. End footnote. Its chief proponent, Ramanujacharya, 1017 to 1137 CE, says Brahman is the real, the unified whole, the ultimate cause, but he is Sagun, with attributes. Truth, knowledge, infinity, and bliss are his attributes. It is called the Vishishta Advaita school because it accepts only one reality, Brahman, but with attributes or modes, unlike the Brahman of Advaita without any attributes. This school believes that God is all-encompassing and omnipresent, and that the universe, the soul, and God are distinct, though not separate. Accordingly, God is the all-inclusive whole to whom the universe and the soul are organically related, as the body and limbs are to an organism. It emphasizes that the soul is not identical with God, but a part of God, and it is dependent upon God. The relationship between the soul and God is like that of the sun and its rays. In short, Brahman of Vishishta Advaita is both the absolute of philosophy and the God of religion at the same time. For Ramanujacharya, that God is Vishnu, Narayana, or Vasudeva. Footnote: Vishnu has more than 1,000 names. Sahasranama. End footnote. Out of his infinite mercy, he incarnates himself in moments of crisis and descends into the world in order to save humanity. He is the granter of all boons, including moksha, or liberation of the human soul from time, space, and matter. According to this school, one can get moksha or liberation only after death, not while living, as Advaitists believe. One can get it only through God's grace, and His grace can be earned only by the Bhakti Yoga practices. Karma Yoga and Jnana Yoga, the paths of action and knowledge, are only aids to Bhakti Yoga. Dvaita. Another Acharya, known as Madhvacharya, 1199 to 1278 CE, born approximately 6 decades after the death of Ramanujacharya, preached his doctrine of Dvaita, emphasizing that the universe is real and that God and soul are distinct, separate, eternal realities. It says that the soul is neither identical with God nor part of God, though it is entirely dependent on and subordinate to God. He took an uncompromising stand in maintaining that there is no similarity between God and the soul. This school is therefore known as the dualism, Dvaita school. The essential relationship between them is succinctly expressed in the term bimba pratibimba, image and reflection. God is a prototype, and all souls are like reflections, shadows. In short, Shankara denied the distinction between God and soul. Ramanuja recognized the distinction, and Madhava emphasized it. For Madhava, as for Ramanuja, the Supreme is not a God of serene abstraction while the hearts of the distressed cry out for help, but a God of compassion, benevolence, and love. experienced as such by the devotees. He too, like Ramanuja, believed in the personal God with attributes. Like Ramanuja, he believed that the supreme God, Brahman of the Upanishads, is Vishnu, and he can be realized only after death by practicing bhakti yoga. He bestows liberation to those who believe in him and adore him. Achintya Bhed Abhed. There are some other schools which try to harmonize the doctrines of these three schools. Amongst them, the most reputed one is the Achintya Bhed Abhed school, of which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 1486 through 1533, is the chief proponent. Footnote: Achintya Bhed Abhed, literally, inconceivable duality and non-duality. End footnote. The school says that the relationship between God and the individual soul is inconceivable, since both difference and non-difference are inherent in it. God has Achintya Shakti, power that cannot be comprehended. The individual soul, Jiva, is in essence the same as God, but at the same time, it is not God, and the nature of this relationship is inconceivable. As fire and sparks are neither identical nor different one from the other, so are the soul and God. In other words, God and the soul are identical in some respects and different in others, the very relationship being beyond our understanding. Hence the appellation Achintya Bhed Abhed school. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explains that the soul is one with God in quality, but not in quantity. A drop of water and an entire ocean, on chemical analysis, will be found to be the same, but one is small and the other is vast. While God is one, the souls are infinite in number and minuscule in size. The supreme God of this school is Krishna. Krishna is the source, support, and end of the world. All other deities, Vishnu, Shiva, and the rest, are manifestations of Krishna. Krishna is both transcendent and personal, a timeless, absolute being that still has personal qualities and characteristics. The school holds the view that bhakti, or faith and devotion to Krishna, is more efficacious than knowledge, meditation, charity, and virtue. According to this school, therefore, God can be realized only by love and devotion. Vishishta Advaita, Dvaita, and Achintya Bhed Abhed are the bhakti schools of Vedanta, as they advocate love and devotion as a means to attain liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Footnote: There are many other bhakti schools. Example, Dvait, Advait of Nimbarka, and Shuddha Advait of Vallabha. It is not considered necessary to explain the tenets of all such schools for the purpose of this book. End footnote. Karma and Jnana, action and knowledge, are the means to bhakti, and it is bhakti that leads to liberation. The goal of the devotee, according to the bhakti schools, is not the merging of the soul with God and losing one's individuality, as taught by the Advaitists, but companionship and communion with God through bhakti as a form of worship. That is, honoring God with praise, prayer, hymns, etc. The bhakti schools envision release from endless transmigration in order to always be in God's presence, not the extinction of the soul by merging with Him. If the soul were to become one with Him, the devotee would not be able to worship Him, be in His divine presence, and enjoy His direct vision and bliss. In summary, The core relationship between God and soul, as expounded upon by various schools, is as follows. According to Advaita, God and the soul are identical, as are the water in the ocean and the waves. Vishishta Advaita says that the soul is not identical with God, but a part of God. The relationship between the soul and God is like that of the sun and its rays. Followers of the Dvaita school believe that the soul is neither identical with God nor part of God, though it is entirely dependent upon and subordinate to God. The relationship between them is like that of bimba and pratibimba, image and reflection. According to Achintya Bhed Abhed, God and the soul are identical in some respects and different in others. The relationship being beyond human comprehension. The soul is one with God in quality, but not in quantity, just like a drop of water and an ocean. Though they are the same in quality, one is small and the other is vast. Ultimately, no matter which school of bhakti one believes in, the objective of the soul is moksha, or liberation, and we discuss this in detail in the next chapter. Chapter 3. The Soul's Purpose. Liberation. Having obtained the human form, an accomplishment difficult to achieve, the wise one should strive earnestly, before death overtakes him, for final emancipation. Srimad Bhagavatam, Uddhava Gita. The final emancipation or deliverance of the soul from the recurring transmigratory cycle of birth and death is generally termed moksha in Hindu philosophical and spiritual thought. Moksha is attained on God realization, that is, union with God or absorption in Him. Moksha is also known as mukti, nishreyasa, apavarga, and kaivalya. Footnotes. Nishreyasa, the Vaisheshika term for liberation. Apavarga, the Nyaya term for liberation. Kaivalya is a technical word used mostly by the Sankhya and Yoga schools for final emancipation or liberation. End footnotes. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, moksha can be attained only by human beings. This is because human beings are the unique creation of God, both physically and intellectually. The Srimad Bhagavatam says, having created through his innate energy the bodies of the different species of living beings, such as trees, reptiles, animals, birds, gadflies, fish, etc., the Lord was not satisfied. He rejoiced only when he created the human body endowed with reason and capable of realizing the supreme deity. The human beings are the crown of creation. It is very rare to be born as a human being, and that happens only through the grace of God. Humans alone are endowed with the power of discrimination or discernment, which is the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, good and bad. Human beings have the power to judge, rightly or wrongly, and have the power to execute this judgment, rightly or wrongly. This makes human beings responsible for their own karmas, and that is why human life is called karma yoni, the species in which new karmas can be created, or karma bhumi, the sphere of volitional action. In the body of a god, or in a subhuman body, one experiences only the fruits of one's past deeds. Neither gods nor animals reap the fruits of present deeds, good or bad. They are therefore termed as Bhoga Yoni or Bhoga Bhumi. Of all visible beings, only humans are capable of praying, performing spiritual practices, and gaining inner spiritual experiences. They have an innate urge to be liberated from the ceaseless cycle of transmigration. They alone can realize their unity with the divine. Neither gods nor animals can attain liberation until they are born again as human beings. No other being is bestowed with this power. For the above reason, the Srimad Bhagavatam says, the inhabitants of both heaven and hell desire human birth in the world, because human life facilitates the attainment of liberation. Accordingly, the human body is a priceless gift of God, and it should be put to use for achieving that which cannot be attained by any other being. Shankaracharya observes, a man is born not to desire enjoyments of the world of senses, but to realize the bliss of Jivan Mukti, liberation while living. Senses run after enjoyments, which leads to diseases, which cause pain. To get rid of them, it is necessary to exercise self-control. Vedanta says that if one wants perfection and everlasting bliss, one should exercise self-control and strive for moksha. In the Chandogya Upanishad we read, there is no bliss in anything that is finite. Only the infinite is bliss. One must desire to know the infinite. The bliss mentioned above refers to the transcendental joy which one experiences on getting liberation. There are three kinds of joy: Vishayananda, Bhajan Ananda, and Brahm Ananda. The joy one gets from sense enjoyment is Vishayananda. It is momentary and is invariably followed by misery. The joy one gets while doing bhajan, that is, reciting hymns or singing devotional songs, is Bhajan Ananda. This too is not permanent. To get the transcendental joy termed Brahmananda, the bliss of Brahman, one must turn inwards and do deep meditation. As discussed earlier, according to Shankaracharya's Advaita school, liberation can be achieved while one is still alive. This is known as Jivan Mukti. On the other hand, according to the Bhakti schools, like that of Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya, liberation is possible only after one's death. This is known as Videha Mukti, literally, deliverance through release from the body. The concept of moksha also differs. According to the Advaita school, moksha is the merging of the soul with the Supreme God, which results in loss of individuality. Whereas moksha, according to other schools, is not unity or oneness, but companionship with God. Example, Vishnu, which is a life of bliss and perfection in his eternal presence. But there are further distinctions in this concept of moksha. Moksha can be of four types. Salokya, abiding in the same place as God with his continuous vision. Samipya, residing close to God. Sarupya, acquiring an external form or bodily features similar to that of God. Sayujya, being closely yoked to or linked with God and enjoying full or partial bliss of God. Among the four, the first is the lowest form of moksha, and the last is the highest. Based on the spiritual progress of the devotee, his soul may attain any one of the 4 kinds of moksha. While Ramanuja says that liberated souls enjoy full bliss, Madhva says that even qualified souls that are eligible for the Sayujya form of liberation can enjoy only a partial bliss of God. While the various schools perceive liberation in different ways, there is a unanimous view that liberation involves a dissolution of name and form, the end of transmigratory existence. The Hindu scriptures stress the importance of striving for liberation while one still has the gift of human birth. Liberation requires a lifetime of effort. Plotinus, the 3rd century Greek philosopher, called it a lonely journey, a flight of the alone to the alone. The Hindu scriptures mention various paths for journeying towards liberation, the most important ones being Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Nada Yoga. However, Bhakti, at its most basic level, pervades all the yogas. In the absence of Bhakti or devotion, no yoga can be practiced and no goal of God realization achieved. What is Bhakti? This is discussed in the next chapter. A brief write-up on the other yogas is given in Chapter 8. Part 2. Doctrine of Bhakti. Chapter 4. What is Bhakti? When all the energies of the mind, including those of the organs of knowledge and of action, become concentrated as a unified mental mode directed to the Supreme Being, spontaneous like an instinct, and devoid of any extraneous motives, the resulting state of mind is called Bhakti. Like fire, it burns up the soul's sheath of ignorance. Srimad Bhagavatam. The term used for devotion in the Upanishads and the subsequent Hindu scriptures is Bhakti. It presupposes the existence of a superior power, divinity, or God. The term Bhakti comes from the root bhaj, to worship, to adore, to serve, implying love, reverence, and faith. Etymologically, it signifies such servitude of the Lord, consisting of total submission to Him in body, mind, and word. According to the Narada Bhakti Sutras, Bhakti is intense love for God. Footnotes. Narada Bhakti Sutras. The author of this work is Narada. It is not known who he was or precisely when he lived. Intense love. Call it devotion, adoration, or love. The 3 differ in name, not in form or essence. Swamiji, Sarbachan Poetry. End footnotes. Narada elaborates upon his definition by saying that bhakti consists of consecration of all of one's activities to the Supreme Lord, by complete surrender to Him and the feeling of extreme anguish if He is not remembered. It is characterized by elimination of ego, renunciation of attachment, uninterrupted loving service to God, hearing and singing about the glories of God even while engaged in the ordinary activities of life. Narada declares that bhakti, or divine love, in its intrinsic nature, is nothing less than the immortal bliss itself, which comes unsolicited by the grace of God. Its intrinsic nature defies exact and precise analysis, definition, or description. It is like the joy a mute person experiences when he tastes something sweet, and he is unable to express his joy in speech. In Shandilya Sutram, Saint Shandilya says that bhakti is the most perfect attachment to God, excluding all other kinds of love. Gopala Purva Tapini Upanishad asserts that bhakti is devotion to the Lord without any desire for gain, either in this life or the next. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, bhakti implies a state of perpetual dedication of mind, speech, action, riches, and life to God. In summary, at its simplest level, bhakti is the intense and unconditional love between the individual soul and the Supreme Soul, that is, God. This love is eternal. The source of bhakti in the early Vedas. The source of the great river of bhakti of Hindu mysticism can be traced to the Vedic hymns, which are invocations to various higher powers. They are replete with sentiments of respect, piety, adoration, love, and devotion. They mark the beginning of the expression of trust in divine bounty and forgiveness of the worshipper, which later developed into bhakti. The following are examples of Vedic hymns addressed to Indra, Agni, Varuna, and Ushas, Vedic deities. 1. Invocation to Indra. Bounteous One, you are our father and our mother. O Lord, you have been. So, we bow down to you and pray for your bliss. Truly, Lord, we are yours. We worshippers depend on you. Except you, O much invoked and mighty one, there is none to show us grace. Be you our Savior, looking after and showing mercy to the worshippers. Friend, kindest of fathers, giving to the loving worshipper vital strength and freedom. 2. Invocation to Agni. We worship with joyous hearts the cheerful Agni, dear to all, effulgent, holy, and purifying. Agni, break not our ancestral friendship. Sage as you are, being endowed with deep knowledge, old age, like gathering clouds, impairs the body. Before that evil comes near, protect me. 3. Invocation to Varuna. O Varuna, if we have sinned against the man who loves us, have ever wronged a brother, friend, or comrade, the neighbor who is always with us, or a stranger, release us from that sin. If we, as gamesters, gamblers, cheat at play, have cheated, done wrong unwittingly, or sinned of purpose, cast all these sins away like loosened fetters, and, O Varuna, let us be your own beloved. O Varuna, whatever the offense may be which we as men commit against the heavenly host, when through our want of thought we violate your laws, punish us not, O God, for that iniquity. O Varuna, our object of worship, cut asunder all our shackles, mental, physical, and terrestrial. O eternal being, when your commands are obeyed, we, freed from all sins, shall enjoy eternal bliss. 4. Invocation to Ushas. O you, Goddess, who, dawning, makes with your glory the earth visible and reveals the heaven for us to see. Of you, the distributor of wealth, we pray. May we be to you like sons to the mother. Bhakti in the Upanishads and subsequent scriptures. While the Vedic hymns are a precursor of the belief in and the efficacy of bhakti, the term first began to appear in the Upanishads, probably in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad. It says that matters discussed in the Upanishad become clear only to the high-souled ones who have supreme devotion to God and to the same degree to the spiritual teacher. According to R.G. Bhandarkar, 1837 to 1925, a well-known educator and scholar, although the term was not used in the earlier Upanishads, the Bhakti doctrine may be traced to the idea of upasana, or fervent meditation, which magnifies what is meditated upon and represents it in a glorious form in order to excite admiration and love. The bhakti alluded to in the Vedic hymns and partly developed in the Upanishads blossomed forth in the Mahabharata, notably in its episode of Bhagavad Gita, in the Ramayana, and in the Puranas, in the form of love and devotion to a personal God. Example, Vishnu, and his incarnations like Rama and Krishna, Shiva and Shakti, the consort of Shiva, the divine female energy. Footnote: her other names are Mahadevi, Durga, Kali, Uma, and so on according to her various manifestations. End footnote. These works are not satisfied with the concept of the impersonal God, Nirguna Brahman of the Upanishads, without form or attributes, as no notion can be formed about it and be visualized and adored. They therefore convert Nirguna Brahman into Saguna Brahman, with form and attributes, which in the Bhakti tradition is known as a personal God. The emphasis in the works mentioned above on adoration to a personal God marks the beginning of the final development of the Bhakti ideal, which now permeates all cults and traditions like Vaishnava, Shaiva, and Shakta. The worshippers of Vishnu and his incarnations are known as Vaishnavas or Vaishnavites. The worshippers of Shiva, Shaivas or Shaivites. And worshippers of Shakti, Shaktas. Footnote: Shaivites. In Tamil literature, the Vaishnavite composers of devotional verses are known as Alvars, and the Shaivite composers of devotional verses as Nayanars. End footnote. The worship of a personal God is widespread among spiritual aspirants in India, as it is easy to practice. For them, bhakti is a consummate passion of devotees to be in the presence of the divine, the means to emotionally connect them to the Lord. Bhakti has become their dogma, their creed. In the Nirguna Bhakti tradition, in order to obviate the difficulty of meditating on the Supreme God, which is without any form, one's guru is considered the perceptible form of the formless Supreme God. In Guru Gita we read, Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is God Maheshwara. Guru alone is the perceptible Supreme Brahman. We therefore offer reverence to the respected Guru. Footnotes: Brahma. The same verse mentions both Brahma and Brahman. Brahma is the creator God and Brahman is the supreme God. Maheshwara, another name for Lord Shiva. End footnotes. In Advaya Taraka Upanishad we read, the Guru alone is the transcendent Brahman. The Guru alone is the supreme way. The Guru alone is the transcendent wisdom. The Guru alone is the last resort. Because he is a teacher of that supreme reality, the Guru alone is the highest wealth. The Guru is greater than all else. Nirguna Bhaktas believe that love for the form of Guru will culminate in the love for the formless and in the final liberation. The root word bhaj also means to share, to partake, to participate, or to enjoy. Some scholars, therefore, think that bhakti does not mean only devotion to the Lord, but reciprocal participation of the worshipper and the Lord. The worshipper adores the Lord, and in turn, the Lord showers His grace on the devotee. The worshipper believes that love begets love and confers a reward. According to some other scholars, especially those belonging to Achintya Bheda Abheda school, the term bhakti is derived from bhanj, which refers to separation. It connotes dualism. One can only worship a divinity that is separate from the self, separate from us. If the self is fundamentally the same as God, as Advaita Vedanta's advocate, there is no opportunity to perform bhakti, because bhakti implies two entities, the devotee and the one to whom he or she is devoted. Some acharyas, preceptors, who advocate bhakti to attain liberation, give a metaphysical interpretation of the term, that is, an inner surrender to God. Others advocate a ritualistic mode, performance of daily rituals before a consecrated idol or image, pilgrimages to holy places, bathing in rivers or lakes considered holy, and such practices. In this book, we discuss worship of the divinity within, as well as external worship, but with emphasis on the former. Footnote: see chapters 11 and 13. End footnote. Swami Vivekananda likens bhakti, or love for the divine, to a triangle, each of the three angles corresponding to one of its inseparable characteristics. Just as there can be no triangle without all the three angles, there can be no true love without the following three characteristics. The first angle of love is that it knows no bargaining. True love does not seek anything in return, not even salvation. Those who worship God in expectation of favors may stop worshipping Him if those favors are not bestowed. Divine love is pure love, love for love's sake. It is not a business transaction. The devotee loves God because he cannot help doing so, any more than one can help gazing at a beautiful scene. He should give love unto God, but he should not ask for anything in return. The second angle is that love knows no fear. A devotee does not love God out of a fear of punishment. So long as there is any fear in the heart, it is not love. Love and fear are incompatible. They cannot coexist. The third angle is that love knows no rival, for in it is always embodied the lover's highest ideal, the Lord. He finds in his beloved Lord the culmination of beauty, sublimity, and power. He finds the Lord everywhere. It is evident from the above discussions that bhakti implies 1. An intense, undivided, and unremitting love for the Lord, free from attachment or desires for worldly objects. 2. An absolute faith in the Lord to reach one's goal. And 3. Total surrender, and submission to the will of the Lord. Bhakti is one of the most sublime human expressions. Lord Krishna says that bhakti is the way to know his essence, and it confers the highest bliss. In Uddhava Gita we read, everything that can be had through works, penance, knowledge, detachment, mystic yoga, or charity, or through any other means of perfecting life, my devotee easily attains it through devotion to me. Even heaven, or liberation, or my abode, should he wish to have it. In Bhagavad Gita we read, through devotion, one knows me in essence as to what and who I am. Thus, having known me in essence, he, the devotee, forthwith enters into me. In Narayaniyam we read, devotion to God is suffused with sweetness in the beginning of its practice. With its progress, it removes all one's woes, and in the end, it gives the highest bliss. Footnote: Narayaniyam. This is a condensed version of Srimad Bhagavatam by Meppatur Narayana Bhattatiri in Sanskrit. End footnote. Blessed are those who are steeped in devotion to God. It has power beyond measure. It makes them happy. It enables them to realize God. No one can comprehend God through the senses. Trying to comprehend God through the senses is akin to 6 blind men trying to comprehend what an elephant is. Footnote: in this allegory, each of the blind men touches the elephant at a different spot. So when they compare their impressions, they each describe the elephant differently. End footnote. The Mahabharata says that the revelation of God to man is the highest gift granted by him to man. It further says that in order to avail himself of this gift, a devotee should meditate upon God with his mind concentrated upon him. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that those who fix the mind on the Lord and engage their intellect in him alone will undoubtedly abide solely in him. Shandilya declares that so long as there is an absence of devotion, the cycle of birth and death will continue, which cease forever on the dawn of devotion. In other words, a spiritual aspirant can get liberation from the cycle of birth and death only by one-pointed devotion to God. However, bhakti, or the concept of devotion to God, takes on several forms and flavors, and so we will delve further into an understanding of the various types of bhakti. Chapter 5. Forms of Bhakti. Bhakti is practiced by Hindus in a variety of forms. Nirguna Bhakti and Saguna Bhakti are the main forms, and all types of bhakti in Hinduism fall into either one of them. The other classification is Parabhakti and Aparabhakti. However, there is no unanimity of opinion whether some forms of bhakti are para or apara. Nirguna Bhakti and Saguna Bhakti. The literal or obvious meaning of Nirguna Bhakti is meditation on the Nirguna Brahman, the unmanifested Brahman, God without any form, name, or attributes. Saguna Bhakti is worshipping a manifested form of Brahman. He has many forms, names, and attributes. While the Nirguna Brahman is the impersonal God, an abstract concept, the Saguna Brahman is the personal God. In Hinduism, the personal aspect of Brahman is worshipped in both male and female forms. Saguna Bhaktas choose a deity or a chosen ideal for worship, known as Ishta Devata. Example, Shiva, Vishnu, or any of the male incarnations of Saguna Brahman, or the female forms of Saguna Brahman, such as Kali or Durga, incarnations of the goddess Shakti. Nirguna Bhakti is akin to Jnana Yoga, yoga of wisdom, a path of intellectual analysis and meditation, or to Nada Yoga, yoga of the inner sound, a path of connecting the soul with the inner divine sound, Anahata Nada. Footnote: Anahata Nada, literally unstruck or unbeaten sound, the divine melody, the music of the spheres. See chapter 14. End footnote. Nirguna Bhakti is a path of quiet inwardness without any demonstrative expressions. In other words, Nirguna Bhakti is internal worship of God within one's body, in contrast to Saguna Bhakti, which usually involves various forms of external worship in which participants display emotional exuberance. A Nirguna Bhakta does not show any emotion and does not pray for anything except for absorption in the Supreme God. For him, nothing exists save God and the conscious unity with it. He is devoid of any sort of motive, expectation, or desire excepting absorption in the Supreme God. He does not even crave absolute independence of the soul. He does not visit man-made temples for worship, for according to him, the true temple is the human body, called Devalayam in the Maitreya Upanishad and Brahmapuram in the Chandogya Upanishad. Footnote: Devalayam in the Maitreya Upanishad. Deho Devalaya Prokta. Maitreya Upanishad 2.2. End footnote. Unlike the Saguna Bhaktas, he does not care to accept the gift of living in the same place with his chosen deity, being near him, acquiring an external form similar to him, or being a part of him. This kind of bhakti is Nishkamya Bhakti, devotion without any desire except the most noble one, absorption in the Supreme God. The devotee experiences divinity everywhere. As he experiences the same consciousness manifested everywhere and in all, he respects all beings equally, irrespective of their social status. The devotion of saints such as Guru Nanak, Sant Kabir, Sant Paltu, Guru Ravidas, Tulsi Sahib, and Swami Shiv Dayal Singh, affectionately known as Swamiji, are examples of Nirguna Bhakti, and accordingly, they are called Nirguna Bhaktas. Footnote: Tulsi Sahib. Tulsi Sahib should not be confused with Tulsi Das. Tulsi Sahib, 1763 to 1843, was the author of Khat Ramayan, whereas Tulsi Das, 1532 to 1623, was the author of Ramacharitammanas. End footnote. However, it must be added that for these Nirguna Bhaktas, the Guru is considered a manifestation of Nirguna Brahman, and therefore a Saguna Brahman. There is no inherent contradiction. Devotion to the Guru, the Saguna form, is the means to the ultimate end, the Nirguna Brahman. What is the need for a Saguna Brahman? Lord Krishna says, "Greater is the struggle of those whose minds are set on the unmanifested, Nirguna Brahman. For it is very hard for the embodied beings to attain the goal of the unmanifested. No form of salutation, greeting, or worship is possible to such an entity without a figure or shape, as it does not offer an easy hold to the mind. The soul is embodied, and it is difficult to practice deep concentration or meditation on the formless. As Swami Vivekananda says, if buffaloes want to worship God, they will, in keeping with their own nature, see him as a huge buffalo. If a fish wants to worship God, it will have to form an idea of him as a big fish, and a man has to think of him as a man. It is, therefore, natural for multitude of human beings to worship Saguna Brahman, God with a form. Saguna Bhakti is the path of the heart. The Saguna Bhaktas, as stated earlier, worship the Supreme Personality of the Godhead in the form of a deity, such as Krishna or Rama, as their heart's fancy, and engage themselves in devotional service simply by offering prescribed obeisances unto the deity, by chanting his name, by singing songs about his beauty and majesty, by hearing about his glory, etc. They visit temples and places of pilgrimage. They perform arati, that is, waving a flat dish holding a lamp or lamps, and lighted incense sticks and camphor in a series of circles in a clockwise direction in front of the deity, and, thereafter, they place the palms of their hands over the flame of the lamp and then to their face. This is one of their ways of invoking divine blessings for the divine energy to enter them. In the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks Lord Krishna, "Some devotees worship you in Saguna form, while others worship you in Nirguna form. Of these two types of worshippers, who are the best knowers of yoga?" Arjuna's question is akin to that of two children asking their mother who her favorite is, the one who is happy only in her company, or the one who, while able to stay away from her, is full of love and always thinks of her. How is a mother to answer such a question? The Lord too was on the horns of a dilemma. In the Bhagavad Gita, he answered, "I consider them to be the best yogis, who with supreme faith are ever earnest in worshipping me with their mind fixed on my personal form. But those who, fully controlling all their senses, being even-minded in all conditions, rejoicing in the welfare of all beings, constantly meditate on the imperishable, the indefinable, the unmanifested, the omnipresent, the unthinkable, the unchangeable, the immovable, the eternal. They too reach me indeed." It is clear from Krishna's answer that the Lord accepts both forms of worship to attain the ultimate spiritual goal. According to Lord Krishna, the Nirguna or Saguna classification is immaterial to attain liberation. Guru Bhakti and Nama Bhakti. We now turn to Guru Bhakti, devotion to one's Guru, and its close connection with Nirguna and Saguna Bhakti, as well as to Nama Bhakti. The tradition of the living Guru is the foundation of Hinduism's spiritual culture. The term Guru Bhakti connotes doing spiritual practices and conducting oneself according to the commands of the Guru. Its pinnacle is unconditional surrender to the Guru. According to the Guru Gita and the Advayataraka Upanishad, the term Guru means the one who dispels, Ru, the darkness of ignorance, Gu. The Guru is the one who with infinite patience guides the disciple in his spiritual endeavors and helps him to transform himself to experience God realization. According to Hindu traditional belief, confirmed by the Guru Gita, the Guru is truly the visible form of the Supreme God. The Taittiriya Upanishad asks the students to treat their teacher as God. Arthur Osborne, 1906 to 1970, a writer on spirituality and mysticism, observes, "God takes the form of a guru and appears to the devotee, teaches him the truth, and moreover, purifies his mind by association with him. The devotee's mind thus gains strength and is then able to turn inward. The Guru is thus considered a manifestation of Nirguna Brahman." Footnote: Deem your Guru and God as one, Adi Granth. Do not think of the Guru as a human being. He is the very life and spirit of the Satpurush, the true Lord. Sarbachan. Again, the true Guru is Shabad personified. Sarbachan. End footnote. In other words, the Guru is Saguna Brahman. He is also the personification of Shabad form, sound form of Brahman, known as Shabda Brahman in spiritual literature. Footnote. Shabda Brahman. Brahman as a primal sound energy. End footnote. Hence, devotion to the Guru in his Saguna form or sound form is a way forward to the Nirguna Brahman. The Amrita Bindu Upanishad says, he who is well versed in the Shabda Brahman attains the transcendent Brahman, Nirguna Brahman. The wise man, having studied the works bearing on the knowledge of the Brahman, should abandon the books in their entirety, even as a seeker after grain abandons the husk. The implication of this is that devotees are advised to graduate from worshipping the physical form of the Guru, however attractive it may be, to worshipping the Shabad form, sound form of the Guru within. By devotion to the Shabda Brahman, the Shabad form of the Guru, the devotee remains in contact with the Guru even after the Guru's physical form vanishes, and ultimately he realizes the Supreme God. At the time of initiation of a disciple, the Guru gives a mantra to the disciple for repetition. The mantra may be a sacred name or names charged with the Guru's spiritual power. The Guru also instructs him how to repeat the name or names. Repeating the name or names, as instructed by the Guru, is called Nama Bhakti. Guru Bhakti is something that is not taught or learned. It is the spontaneous outcome of the devotee's deep faith in his Guru. In the practice of Guru Bhakti, the devotee surrenders his ego at the feet of his Guru and devotes himself to a life of obedience to his Guru. This facilitates the showering of the Guru's grace on the devotee in order to attain God realization. How is one to meet a truly enlightened Guru, a genuine master? Such a Guru is indeed rare. According to the Guru Gita, one comes across a Guru as a result of the merits acquired in many births. The Guru already knows about his prospective disciples, his marked sheep. When a disciple genuinely thirsts to meet the Guru and is deemed ready, the Guru appears. Then the Guru takes the disciple under his wings. Given the paramount importance of the Guru for spiritual progress and God realization, the subject is discussed in detail in Chapter 14. Parabhakti and Aparabhakti. The Mundaka Upanishad classifies knowledge into two groups, Para, the higher, and Apara, the lower. Only spiritual wisdom that gives a direct experience of Brahman, the Supreme God, the Absolute, is classified as Para, and all other branches of knowledge, whether they are sacred or secular, are relegated to the lower plane as Aparavidya, such as the Vedas. Apara also aims at knowledge of the highest reality, even though it does so in a partial or imperfect manner. Parabhakti is primary devotion, and Aparabhakti is secondary devotion. The scriptures and sages have all praised and explained Parabhakti. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, Parabhakti is disinterested and unobstructed devotion to God. It is the uninterrupted flow of the mind stream towards God like the waters of the Ganges, river Ganga, towards the ocean. In this state, the worshipper completely forgets his surroundings and even his own body. It is the highest form of devotion. Absence of desire, except to meet the Lord, a stable mind, and pure intelligence are essential for primary devotion. Narad talked about Parabhakti being one-pointed with only one end in view, namely, God realization. Parabhakti is a spontaneous attachment to God, entirely absorbed in Him. Sage Shandilya says that Parabhakti is a wholehearted devotion to God with a single aim. He defines Parabhakti as the absolute attachment to the Lord. Although it is a type of attachment, its objective is the highest and the best. That is, liberation from the cycle of birth and death. The attachment referred to here should be contrasted to attachment to the worldly objects, which are ephemeral. The Devi Bhagavatam illustrates Parabhakti as follows. As oil poured from one vessel to another flows in an unbroken line, so when the mind in an unbroken stream thinks of the Lord, we have what is called Parabhakti, or supreme love. In other words, Parabhakti is the incessant flow of love for God. When Parabhakti is aroused in the heart, it may find expression in many ways. That is, surrendering the fruit of all one's actions to the Lord, great longing to meet the Lord, and so forth. The Narad Bhakti Sutras say that in this state the devotee thinks only of God and sees, hears, and talks only about God. No other idea arises. There is no ritualistic worship. For the devotee, nothing exists save God. He is filled with the Spirit of God. Just as a fish cannot live without water, and a sunflower cannot live without the sun, in the same way, a true devotee cannot live, even for a moment, without thinking of God. It is this kind of devotion through which a devotee becomes free from the cycle of transmigration and realizes his oneness with God, as the Bhagavad Gita affirms. Some writers consider that Parabhakti is the same as Nirguna Bhakti, and that all other forms of devotion are Saguna Bhakti or Aparabhakti. Bansi Pandit, the author of The Hindu Mind, writes, Parabhakti is the highest kind of bhakti in the form of meditation on the formless aspect of Brahman. Professor S. Krishnamurti, a mathematician and scholar of Hinduism, confirms this view when he says that Parabhakti dwells on the unmanifested Brahman rather than anything with name and form. Swami Shivananda, a venerated saint who founded the Divine Life Society and has written a number of books on spirituality, says, Parabhakti is Nirguna Bhakti, which is free from three gunas. The Vaishnavites, whose path to liberation is exclusively one of bhakti, do not subscribe to the view that Parabhakti is the same as Nirguna Bhakti. Their God is the various manifestations of the Saguna Brahman, such as Rama and Krishna. They do not desire to merge into the Nirguna Brahman, the impersonal God. They do not want to lose their individual identity. They want only to taste sugar, not become sugar. Their objective is to reside close to the deity and stay in his presence. For them, that is moksha or liberation. In order to achieve their objective, they endeavor to purify their mind and divert it from the objects of the sense world. They choose their favorite deity and form an intense longing for it. Sometimes, this longing manifests through various channels of personal affection, as a passion for communion with and service of the deity, as a servant, child, friend, husband, or lover. It is suffused with love, stemming from the conviction, he is mine, and I am related to him. In this form of love, there is complete self-effacement and self-denial, and therefore it is called Prem Bhakti. Various aspects, bhavs of Parabhakti. The attitudes or sentiments of devotion are known as Shanta, Dasya, Sakhya, Vatsalya, Madhurya, and Kanta bhavs. They are briefly discussed below. Shanta bhav. This refers to the attitude of a serene devotee. The devotee is gentle and calm, and his heart is filled with love and joy. He does not exhibit his love through dancing or weeping. Sannyasi bhakts, renunciant devotees, possess this bhav. Dasya bhav. In Dasya bhav, the devotee's feeling towards God is like that of a servant towards his master, like that of the Vanar warrior Hanuman towards Lord Ram. Footnote: Hanuman, literally one having a prominent jaw, Hanu. Legend has it that he got this name in childhood when Indra, the king of the gods, struck him in his jaw for his attempting to leap up and grab the sun, thinking it was a red fruit. End footnote. Hanuman was the son of the wind god Vayu, also known as Marut. He was the chief minister of Sugriv, the son of Surya, who ruled Kishkinda in southern India. Footnote: Sugriv, literally one with a beautiful neck. End footnote. He belonged to the strong and formidable Vanar community of South Indian forest dwellers. They were not monkeys, as derisively depicted, but human beings. They spoke a human language. This is illustrated in the Kishkinda Kandam, Adhyatma Ramayan, in the following conversation of Lord Ram with his brother Lakshman, pointing to Hanuman. Look at this brahmacharin, celibate. He seems to be a master of grammar. His entire speech is flawless. The Vanaras had a distinctive social organization and an unusual culture of their own. They did not go nude and, in fact, used to don elegant clothing and ornaments. The wearing of the Yajnopavita, sacred thread, and performance of the Sandhya, evening rituals, were common among them. Hanuman served Lord Ram with complete devotion. There is a beautiful story to illustrate this. Once, Lord Ram gave Hanuman a lovely pearl necklace. Hanuman took the necklace with utmost reverence, but then began to break the pearls one by one and throw them away. The Lord, taken aback, asked him, "Why are you treating this beautiful necklace in such a reckless manner?" Hanuman replied, "I am only breaking every pearl to see whether it has the picture of Sita Devi, Ram's wife. If it does not, I'm throwing it away since it is useless." Ram inquired, "Are our pictures in you, my friend?" Then Hanuman tore open his chest and showed the pictures of Ram and Sita inside to Ram. This story illustrates that Hanuman always had Lord Ram in his heart and was ever ready to serve him. Sakya Bhav. In this bhav or attitude, devotion is seen through the eyes of a friend. One jokes, teases, cajoles, and blames his friend, but the friendship is not destroyed by the discovery of weaknesses, faults, foibles, or blemishes in one who speaks in jest. For the essence of friendship is mutual help and trust. Arjun is a classic example of a devotee who achieved perfection through friendship with Krishna. Krishna and Arjun were cousins and playmates. Krishna became his charioteer during the Mahabharata battle. When Arjun saw his own relatives, beloved friends, his revered guru Dronacharya, who taught him archery, and the admired elder Bhishma, the patriarch of the Kuru clan, all on the opposite side of the battlefield, he agonized over the fact that he would have to kill his loved and respected ones to win back his kingdom. His heart was filled with anguish and despair. He became disoriented and turned to Krishna. The gist of Krishna's advice was that it was Arjun's duty as a Kshatriya warrior to fight against injustice to the very best of his ability, and then leave the results in the hands of the Lord. In the course of the conversation, Krishna revealed to Arjun his true identity as the Supreme Being himself, and blessed Arjun with an awe-inspiring vision of his divine, universal form, emitting the radiance of 1,000 suns. Contained within him was everything existing in the cosmos. This divine vision, as well as Lord Krishna's deeply spiritual teachings, erased Arjun's doubts. He then stammered an apology to Krishna for disrespecting Krishna and thinking of him as a mere friend, being unaware of his glories. In the Bhagavad Gita, it says, "For whatever I have spoken in rashness to you, thinking that you are my friend and unaware of your glories, and for whatever disrespect was shown to you in fun, while at play, on the bed, or seated at meals, either alone or in the presence of others, I pray for forgiveness. I seek your grace. Please forgive me as a father forgives his son, a friend a dear friend, and a lover his beloved." Krishna, being kind and merciful, merely smiled and continued to serve Arjun as his charioteer during the war. Despite being the Supreme Lord, he had played with Arjun as a friend, and although Arjun had the vision of Krishna's cosmic form, he could not forget their earthly relationship of friendship. Such is the reciprocal relationship of love between the devotee and the Lord. Vatsalya Bhav. Footnote: a term derived from Vatsala, meaning affectionate towards offspring. End footnote. This is filial affection, illustrated by the mother-child relationship. It expresses itself as loving God as a child, like that of Kaushalya towards Ram or Yashoda towards Krishna. Ram was the son of Queen Kaushalya, wife of Dasharath, ruler of Ayodhya. She did not know that her adorable son was the seventh incarnation of Vishnu. Yashoda was the queen of Nand, the chief of the cowherds of Gokul. She brought up Krishna with great love and care, overlooking all the pranks that the young Krishna played on her. She was completely unaware that Krishna was the eighth incarnation of Vishnu. Madhurya Bhav. This sentiment stems from the feeling that the lover or devotee expresses for his beloved, "You are mine." This is the expression of love that Radha had towards Krishna. In this form, there is no physical relationship nor sensual desires. It is the love of the soul for the supersoul or the Lord. It is Atma Samarpan, self-abnegation. In this bhav or attitude, the devotee feels ecstasy when he meets the Lord and agony when he is separated from the Lord. This is best illustrated by Radha's vireh, pangs of separation, for Krishna. Footnote. See Chapter 5, Forms of Bhakti, Other Types of Bhakti, Viraha Bhakti. End footnote. Kanta Bhav. It is a devotion similar to that of a person to his or her spouse, like that of Sita towards Ram. Despite all the trials and tribulations she went through, she always kept the memory of Ram uppermost in her mind. While we have discussed various aspects or sentiments of devotion, none is better or more desirable than the other. A devotee is advised to choose that relationship with the Lord which gives him the utmost feeling of closeness to him. If he fancies serving the Lord in an aspect alien to his natural inclination or disposition, it makes the path of devotion difficult and unnatural. If he prefers to adore the Lord as a loving father, then he should try to be closer to the Lord than to his biological father, and look to the Lord for all support and guidance. If he prefers to consider the Lord as a doting mother, he may feel closer to the Lord, for the idea of the Lord as mother may subconsciously evoke a feeling of nearness. Swami Paramananda writes, "When true devotion in any of these aspects arises, the relation becomes so real that love and worship flow naturally from the heart to the ideal. The lover and the beloved become one." The Vaishnavites believe that if the bhavas or attitudes are sincere, it can lead one to the goal of perfection. For them, the intense practices of bhakti in the manners mentioned above, without any motive except a burning desire to realize God, constitute parabhakti. For them, parabhakti is not restricted to nirguna brahman. One-pointedness and intensity are the only criteria for determining whether the bhakti is para or apara. Apara bhakti and its different forms. Apara bhakti, as noted earlier, is secondary devotion, which leads to para bhakti, the primary devotion. Examples of apara bhakti are given below. Bahaya bhakti, sakamya bhakti. This form of bhakti consists of external forms of worship of a deity, generally a personal deity, and often embodied in an image. In this form of bhakti, the devotee is a beginner, a seeker. He loves and adores his deity, a manifestation of God, who, he believes, responds to his prayers. He observes rites, rituals, and nitya, kamya, and naimittik karmas. Footnote. Nitya karmas refer to the obligatory duties to be performed daily, such as sandhya vandana, twilight prayers, which are intended to lead to purity of mind gradually. Kamya karmas are desire-motivated actions like various vratas, religious vows, such as fasting and pilgrimages. Naimittik karmas refer to occasional but compulsory rites performed on special occasions like birth and death in a family. Their performance will not produce any special merit, but their non-performance may entail sin. End footnote. He performs puja, which typically consists of singing hymns, repeating mantras, chanting the deity's various auspicious names, which sometimes number more than 1,000, singing songs extolling or praising the deity's glory, virtues, and valor, and performing a ceremonial service of offering flowers and waving camphor flames or lamps. He rings bells, blows conch shells, joins his palms and prays to the deity, and bows. He sometimes prostrates himself before the deity and circles around the deity's altar. All these are done either at home, in a temple, or anywhere that he decides is a sacred place, with the intention of pleasing the deity, obtaining blessings, and fulfilling his desires. Another physical mode of engagement with the divine is a pilgrimage. In popular speech, a pilgrimage is the practice of journeying to tirthas, places hallowed by being abodes of holy men. It is called tirth yatra. Tirth literally means a ford, that is, a shallow place in a river or stream that allows one to walk or drive across. The concept of a ford is probably associated with a place of pilgrimage because metaphorically, fords are places of transition, either to the opposite side of worldly worries or beyond the ocean of samsara, the endless cycle of birth and death. The practice of undertaking pilgrimages is rooted in ancient scriptures. According to scholars, the earliest reference to it is found in the Rig Veda, where the wanderer is praised. Many Sanskrit works, including the Mahabharata and the Puranas, mention the miraculous capacities of some sacred places to grant boons such as health, wealth, success in life, fulfillment of desires, and bearing children. Puja, pilgrimages, and similar modes of worship are based on a devotee's belief that God dwells in shrines, temples, and holy places. He has no knowledge that God resides within himself. The bhakti of most people does not rise beyond the level of bahya bhakti. It is the elementary form of bhakti, and therefore considered a secondary or preparatory form. As often a reward is anticipated, this kind of bhakti is also known as sakamya bhakti, bhakti with desires or motivated bhakti. Gauna bhakti. The Narad Bhakti Sutram states that preparatory devotion is of three kinds according to the predominance in the mind of the aspirant of any of the three gunas, modes: sattva, rajas, and tamas. Footnote: the English word mode is a loose translation of the Sanskrit word guna. Guna literally means thread or rope, implying that the three gunas, sattva, goodness, rajas, passion, and tamas, ignorance, are the ropes that bind us to the material world. All three can be found in human beings, but in any individual, a particular mode predominates, and this conditions his personality type. End footnote. Also, according to his state of mind and his reason for which he devotes himself to God, either because he is world-weary or seeks knowledge, or he desires fulfillment of some material desires. In other words, the devotee's love for God is colored by the qualities of his mind or by certain motives. We can explain both these categories based on A, the gunas, and B, the devotee's motives or state of mind. Classification based on the three gunas: sattva, rajas, and tamas. Sattvika bhakti is dominated by the principle of purity, virtue, and goodness. Rajasika bhakti is influenced by the principle of activity. Here, devotion is prompted by the desire for fame, wealth, or any other object of enjoyment. A devotee of this type may use his devotion as a means to gain physical, mental, or spiritual powers in order to further his own interests and realize selfish desires. Tamasika bhakti is swayed by the principle of darkness and negative attitudes. It is devotion motivated by malicious intention, violence, jealousy, pride or anger. A devotee of this type may want God to change his fate or the fate of his enemies. Lord Krishna explains these 3 types of bhakti in Srimad Bhagavatam. He who adores me as distinct from himself, aiming at the eradication of his sins, or with the intention of offering his actions to the Supreme, or with the feeling that it is his duty to worship me, is a devotee of the Sattvika type. He who worships me through an image, etc., as distinct from himself, with a view to acquiring objects of senses, fame, and power, is a devotee of the Rajasika type. He who is given unto anger and views me as distinct from himself, and who practices devotion to me with a mind full of violence, hypocrisy, and jealousy, is a devotee of the Tamasika type. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna extols Sattvika devotion thus: He who has no ill will toward any being, who is friendly and kind to all, who is free from the feelings of I and mine, who is even-minded in pain and pleasure, and who is forgiving by nature. He who is ever content, steady in meditation, who is self-controlled and has firm conviction, and whose mind and intellect are fixed on me, such a devotee is very dear to me. These 3 kinds of devotion are considered secondary, as they are prompted by the qualities of the mind. The primary or the highest kind of devotion is devoid of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Classification based on the state of mind of the devotee. Artha Bhakti, when one is distressed, afflicted, and world-weary, and fails to find a way out of his sufferings, he prays intensely to God and devotes himself to God. Artharthi Bhakti, when one is selfish and wants to amass wealth, but does not find a way to attain his desires, he worships God and devotes himself to God. Jignasu Bhakti, when one is inquisitive and seeks knowledge. In all these cases, the devotee seeks a reward in return for his devotional service. This devotion is, therefore, of a lower quality. Pure devotional service is without aspiration and without desire for worldly pleasures. Vedi Bhakti. This is devotion according to the vidhis, or the rules given in the scriptures or holy books. It is associated with many rules and regulations, like physical and ceremonial purity, ritualistic worship, chanting of hymns, observing certain rules about eating, fasting, etc. Other types of bhakti. The types of bhakti discussed below are considered as parabhakti or aparabhakti, depending on one's perception. Ekantika or ekanta bhakti or mukhya bhakti. When bhakti is directed towards only one end or aim. Eka equals one, anta equals end. That is, realization of God. It is termed ekantika or ekanta bhakti. Here, the devotee consecrates all his actions exclusively to realizing God, not for fulfillment of any worldly desires. His love is one-pointed, and he loves God without any selfish motive. He does not pray for any gift. He sees God in the hearts of all beings, irrespective of their caste or culture, appearance, rank, or profession. He is thus absorbed in the true love of God. This type of bhakti is beyond the 3 gunas or attributes and is transcendental. Hence, it is also known as mukhya bhakti or supreme devotion. Some writers like Bansi Pandit call this type of bhakti Sattvic Bhakti and include it in Apara Bhakti, secondary devotion, for their perception of Para Bhakti is centered on devotion to Nirguna Brahman. According to Swami Harshananda, this bhakti, Ekanta Bhakti, is the penultimate state of Para Bhakti, the last but one step. If one gets this, the manifestation of Para Bhakti will not be far away. Ananya Bhakti. It is the passionate devotion or ecstatic love for one's chosen deity. Ananya means having no other or without any other thought. The devotee should be interested in God only and in no other thing. Then the Lord takes up all the burdens and cares of his devotee. Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, "Persons who worship me, ever attached to me, never harboring any other thought, to them I carry what they lack and preserve what they already have." This type of bhakti helps to purify the devotee's heart, wipe out his sins, and achieve spiritual progress. However, some scholars like Bansi Pandit include this kind of devotion under Rajasic Bhakti. Hence, it is a Para Bhakti. Others consider it as Para Bhakti, as the devotee has no thought other than pleasing the Lord. Raga Nuraga Bhakti. It is the devotion that follows one's raga, or emotional attachment. It has no fetters, shackles, or barriers of customs or rules of society. Love flows freely. The devotee cares little for public opinion. The best example is that of Mirabai. Though a princess of Mewar, she never cared for public opinion about her display of devotion to Lord Krishna. She sang and danced with joyful abandon, intoxicated with love towards her Lord. The royal family was unable to gauge the depth of her unbounded love for Lord Krishna. This category encompasses the form of bhakti based on the attitude referred to above. Example, Madhurya Bhav. But it is mentioned here in order to emphasize the raga aspect in devotion. It is included by some scholars under Parabhakti and some others under Aparabhakti, depending on their perception of these types of bhakti. Viraha Bhakti. It is associated with Viraha Dukha, pangs of separation. According to Narad, it is one of the supreme tests of devotion. Separation strengthens pure love. In this state, a passionate devotee cannot bear separation from the Lord. The pangs of separation experienced by the deprived soul are beautifully portrayed in Jayadeva's Gita Govinda. Radha, which etymologically means devotee, a cowherdess of Braj, was the favorite disciple of Lord Krishna. In Vaishnavism, she is seen as the earthly appearance of goddess Lakshmi, the consort of Vishnu, who descended on earth like Krishna. Unable to bear separation from Krishna, Radha poignantly expresses her intensity of feeling and weeps in Gita Govinda. Death is better than living in my barren body. Why do I blankly endure love's desolating fire? Whom can I seek for refuge here? Every bangle and jewel I wear pains me. Carrying the fire of Hari's, Krishna's desertion. Whom can I seek for refuge here? Even a garland strikes at the heart of my fragile body with hard irony, like love's graceful arrow. Whom can I seek for refuge here? I wait among countless forest reeds. Madhu's killer, Krishna, does not recall me. Even in his heart, whom can I seek for refuge here? Metaphorically, Krishna is the Supreme Soul, and Radha the individual soul. Footnote: Radha Adi Surat ka naam. Radha is the name of the primal soul. Swamiji, Sarbachan. End footnote. Initially they were one, but later they were separated from each other. The love of Radha for Krishna was not physical nor carnal, but transcendental and divine. Her love originated in and flowed from the height of her spiritual awareness. Her love for Krishna was a metaphor for the incessant longing of the individual soul for union with the Supreme Soul, the Absolute. In traditional Vaishnava literature, Krishna is compared to the sun and Radha to the sunshine. The rays of the sun emanate from the sun and cannot exist independently. Krishna valued Radha's devotion so much so that he declared in the Brahma Vaivarta Purana that he would not grant moksha, liberation, to anyone who did not revere her. He further said that worship of Radha was more pleasing to him than his own worship. In bhakti literature, this lovelorn mood and pining for union is often depicted from a woman's point of view. For, in the realm of bhakti, the feminine connotes the epitome of love and surrender. It calls for great sacrifices. The devotee must cut asunder all worldly ties, emptying herself of pride, power, and privilege, as well as caste, identity, wealth, and family pleasures. She must let go of everything. This devotion attracts the Lord's loving kindness and brings him face to face with the devotee. So it is not surprising that even some male devotees take on the persona of a woman while expressing their agony and ecstasy. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna narrates, in his ecstatic music, Chaitanya assumed the role of Radha and manifested the longing to be united with Krishna. For a long period, Sri Ramakrishna also worshipped God as his beloved Krishna, looking on himself as one of the gopis, or as God's handmaid. There is a vivid description of Sri Ramakrishna's transformation. Practicing different kinds of sadhanas, of various spiritual traditions, and mastering them was an unprecedented experiment of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa once he started the worship of Sri Krishna through Sakya Bhav. Footnote: Sadhanas, adoration, worship. End footnote. Those who worship Sri Krishna with this feeling begin to see themselves as gopis and dress like women. Footnote: Gopis, milkmaids of Braj, Agra, Mathura, who adored Lord Krishna. End footnote. Sri Ramakrishna also began to do sadhana in a similar manner. To blend into the form of Krishna's Sakhi, friend, he grew his hair and plaited it. He also began to wear a nose ring, applied lampblack, collyrium, to his eyes, applied vermilion, and decorated himself with lipstick. While doing this sadhana, Sri Ramakrishna began to develop feminine changes in his physical body. His voice began to turn sweet and soft. Nobody could recognize him on hearing his voice. After a few days, even his gait changed. There developed breast-like swellings on his chest, and his footsteps were laid softly and carefully like women's. When someone worships with complete involvement and passion, the entire personality, including his physical features, undergo transformation. After stopping the sadhana with Sakya Bhav, it took months for Thakurji, Sri Ramakrishna, to regain normalcy. Vidvesh Bhakti. It is communion through confrontation. It is sometimes called Vaira Bhakti or Virodha Bhakti. Vidvesha, Vaira, and Virodha literally mean enmity, hostility, or opposition. Therefore, Vidvesha Bhakti would appear to be a combination of two contradictory terms. Such a concept is not found in the works of early writers on bhakti like Narad or Shandilya, though it is present in divine dispensation, as God is very compassionate. Hiranyakashipu, Ravan, and Shishupal were sworn enemies of the Lord, but he saved them as they always thought of him, despite being impelled by malicious and negative motivation. Sage Parashara was asked about this. The sage explained that even while opposing the Lord, if the concentration and thought process are centered on the Lord, that attitude can become a form of bhakti. Swami Tapasyananda explains, the mortal antagonism can produce as much absorption of the mind in an object as love and attachment can. If the object is God, concentration on Him, even though it is motivated by antagonism, must purify the soul, just as a potent medicine consumed must necessarily effect a cure, whatever be the attitude of the patient towards it. The Srimad Bhagavatam affirms that even by constantly thinking of the Lord as their dreaded enemy, they, his opponents, became devoid of all their sins and are absorbed into him. It also says, whatever a person concentrates his mind upon, whether out of affection, hatred, or fear, he will attain that very form. Smaran purifies and uplifts even the enemies of God. The story of Ravan is a wonderful example of Vidvesh Bhakti and the Lord's mercy and grace upon even the gravest of sinners. Ravan, though often depicted as an evil demon, probably because of his diabolical behavior, vanity, and pride, was not a demon in appearance. On the contrary, he was handsome and stately and had great physical strength. He was the grandson of sage Pulastya and son of sage Vishravas, and possessed a vast knowledge of the Vedas. The legend that Ravan had 10 heads and 20 eyes was intended to convey the idea that he was a warrior of unsurpassed prowess and erudition. According to Adhyatma Ramayan, Ravan was aware of the divinity of Lord Ram, and he wished to be killed by Ram in order to achieve liberation. This is clear from his conversation with his wife, Mandodari, literally soft-bellied, a comment on her beauty. I know that Ram is Lord Vishnu, and that Sita, the daughter of Janak, is Lakshmi. It is with the full knowledge of this that I forcibly abducted Sita from the forest. By courting death at the hands of Ram, I shall myself attain to the supreme status of Lord Vishnu. O dear one, for this purpose I brought Sita, and now I am going to die with my relatives. That state, pure and blissful, which liberation seekers attain, that very goal I shall gain by being killed by Ram in battle. All my sins done in this world shall be washed off by death at Ram's hands, and I shall gain liberation, which is a rare attainment for a Jeev. So, Adhyatma Ramayan. Footnote. It is a part of the Brahmand Puran, composed by Rishi Veda Vyas. End footnote. Eknath, a saint from Maharashtra, conveys in his Bhavarth Ramayan the last words of Ravan as follows. All of you listen to me. Ram is not a human being. He is the Lord of the universe. Only when he wishes, the Vedas will speak. The air will blow, the sun and the moon will rise. Only because of Ram, the earth, water, light, and sky exist. Ram is a king of kings. How I can describe his personality? He is very kind-hearted. He has come to this earth only for my salvation. I took away Sita so that Ram could come to emancipate me and my family. The Adhyatma Ramayana says that when Ravan was killed, from his body a brilliance equal to that of the sun emerged and entered into Ram. Now, one may be curious about why Ravan, who held such a lofty opinion about Ram, acted ferociously antagonistic to the Lord. In one of their previous births, Ravan and his brother Kumbhakarna were Jaya and Vijaya, gatekeepers of Vaikunta, the abode of Lord Vishnu. One day, 4 sages came to see the Lord. They were not permitted to enter as the Lord was resting at that time. The sages got angry and cursed the gatekeepers so that they would be reborn on earth as human beings. They were, however, to regain their status after spending 3 successive lives in hatred of and in confrontation with God. In their first life, in Satya Yuga, Jaya and Vijaya were born as Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. In their second life, in Treta Yuga, they were born as Ravan and Kumbhakarna. In their third life, in Dwapara Yuga, they were born as Shishupal and Dantavakra. In these lives, their conduct and actions were those of incorrigible tyrants, and they were highly hostile and inimical to Lord Vishnu and his incarnations. Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu were killed by the Lord Vishnu himself in his incarnations as Varaha, boar, and Narasimha, half man and half lion, respectively, and Ravan and Kumbhakarna were killed by him in his incarnation as Ram. Shishupal and Dantavakra were killed by Lord Vishnu in his incarnation as Krishna. Thus, after 3 lives on earth, they were liberated from the curse of the sages. Later, they continued their service as the gatekeepers of the Lord at Vaikunta. What they could have achieved after 7 embodiments, if they had followed the path of love, they obtained through 3 births of confrontation with the Lord. Aparabhakti as a ladder to Parabhakti. Lord Krishna says in the Srimad Bhagavatam, "Until one realizes the omnipresent me as a resident in his own heart, he has to worship me through images, performing the prescribed duties." Aparabhakti or Saguna Bhakti are thus the starting points which have the objective of evoking love for the Lord. It may eventually end in Parabhakti or Nirguna Bhakti, leading to liberation. In other words, we have to proceed from the form to the formless, from name to the nameless, and from thoughts to the one beyond all thoughts. Whether one should practice Parabhakti or one should resort to Aparabhakti first and then progress to Parabhakti depends on the seeker's attitude and capability. Most of the devotional schools recommend progressive bhakti, Aparabhakti, to Parabhakti. But some schools of metaphysics, like Advaita, assert that a spiritual aspirant should immediately practice Parabhakti under the guidance of a guru, instead of wasting time in practicing the lower forms of bhakti. God does not discriminate between these types of bhakti as scholars and pandits might. The Lord is a prisoner of his devotees' love and is helpless in the face of this love, no matter what the origin. Lord Krishna says in the Srimad Bhagavatam, "I am like one who is not free. I am entirely dependent on my devotees. My heart is given over to my saintly devotees. How can I leave them who have renounced their wives, home, children, relations, wealth, in this world and the next, and completely surrender to me? They do not know anything other than me, nor do I know anything else but them." Complete surrender, which brings out one's helplessness and destruction of ego, therefore, is a sure means of pleasing the Lord. Lord Krishna further says, "When a man relinquishing all work surrenders himself to me, it is then that I like to magnify him most. Attaining immortality, he is then fit for oneness with me." In conclusion, while we have spent the bulk of this chapter explaining the different types of bhakti, we cannot lose sight of the essence of bhakti, one-pointed love for God. Swami Vivekananda explains beautifully that we may start as dualists and think of God as a separate being. Our bhakti may start with love for a deity or religious practices as prescribed by the scriptures, or chanting of mantras that might have been given by one's guru. But all of these are stepping stones to union with the One. He says, we all have to begin as dualists in the religion of love. God is to us a separate being, and we feel ourselves to be separate beings also. Love then comes in the middle, and man begins to approach God, and God also comes nearer and nearer to man. Man takes up all the various relationships of life, such as father, mother, son, friend, master, or lover, and projects them on his ideal of love, on his God. To him, God exists as all these, and the last point of progression is reached when he feels that he has become absolutely merged in the object of his worship. We all begin with love for ourselves, and the unfair claims of the little self make this love selfish. At last, however, comes the full blaze of light, in which this little self is seen to have become one with the infinite. Man himself is transfigured in the presence of this light of love, and he realizes at last the beautiful and inspiring truth that love, the lover, and the beloved are one. Chapter 6. Bhakti and Related Terms. There are several terms related to bhakti that are either synonymous with or explain certain aspects of bhakti. The word bhakti conjures up different meanings and different feelings in the devotees. For some it is love, for others prayer or grace. Bhakti is thus an all-encompassing word. To get a better understanding of these different aspects of bhakti, we discuss them below. 1. Bhakti and Upasana, adoration. Upasana, literally sitting near, is an expression associated with external ritual worship as well as internal acts of devotion, meditation, and self-surrender. The terms bhakti and upasana are often used as synonyms in bhakti literature. However, in the Pancharatra Agamas, the term upasana is associated with ritualistic worship, which includes keeping the temple clean, collecting materials needed for worship, and repetition of God's name, and chanting of hymns. 2. Bhakti and Prem, love. There are various types of love that stem from attractions, physical, intellectual, and divine. But love that stems from physical or intellectual attraction is ephemeral, transient, and often selfish. The most enduring and satisfying love is divine, associated with the Lord. In bhakti literature, the term prem, or love, is often used for bhakti and refers to divine love or supreme love for God. This love looks not with the eyes, but with the heart. This divine love or prem bhakti is the spontaneous attachment to God, being entirely possessed by and absorbed in Him. When it is fully developed, the devotee forgets his body and the world and becomes God-centered. He does not do anything that is likely to displease God. In this state, there is no room to entertain negative feelings towards anyone, because the devotee sees the divine in everyone. The devotee experiences an intense joy in all things connected with the Lord. It is the perfection of devotion. It is total commitment and undivided love for God, free from attachment to mundane objects, which are perishable and finite. Divine love is not overshadowed by knowledge. It is manifested in thought, word, and deed. The devotee does not feel comfortable in the company of worldly-minded persons and pines for union with God. This Prem Bhakti was popularized by the Chaitanya school and is explained in Chapter 2. 3. Bhakti and Gyan, knowledge. The great sage Narada, dates unknown, discusses the superiority of devotion to knowledge. He says that some think that knowledge alone is the means of devotion, and others believe that knowledge and devotion are interdependent. He declares that devotion is superior to knowledge. Shandilya asserts, devotion is the principal thing, and knowledge subserves it. He upholds the practice of devotion enlightened by knowledge. This explains the milkmaids of Vrindavan, attaining liberation simply through unabashed love and devotion to Krishna. They did not care about the opinion of their family members or society. They may or may not have been aware of Krishna's greatness, but mukti, liberation, was bestowed on them solely by means of devotion to him. Lord Krishna says, in the Bhagavad Gita, only through devotion one can know me, what and who I am in reality. And then, having known me in reality, he forthwith merges into my being. In Srimad Bhagavatam, the sages who have faith in God have a vision of him in their own selves, by means of devotion combined with wisdom and renunciation. The superiority of bhakti over knowledge is discussed in detail in Chapter 8. 4. Bhakti and Karman, action. The human body is a temple of God, say the Upanishads. Swami Vivekananda explains, He, the Lord of the universe, is in everyone. There is but one temple, the body. It is the only temple that ever existed. In this body he resides, the Lord of the souls and the King of kings. In other words, the human body is the home of the divine. Footnote. The Adi Granth says, the temple of God is within you. That alone is said to be God's temple, where God is realized. End footnote. It should, therefore, be cared for without being overindulged. One cannot worship God if one doesn't have a healthy mind in a healthy body. Therefore, actions for the nourishment of the body, such as eating, drinking, and physical exercise, should be carried on as long as one lives. One should not give up action thinking that God will take care of everything. Bhakti is not inaction. It is action dedicated to God. Whatever we do in a spirit of dedication is God's worship, and as the Srimad Bhagavatam says, that is real action which pleases God. The actions that are done to please God generate devotion. According to Narada, consecration of all our actions to God and the feeling of extreme anguish on forgetting Him are the essential characteristics of devotion. Action done to satisfy our ego is not bhakti. We have to purge ourselves of egoism and dedicate all our actions to the Lord. One of the Narada Bhakti Sutras declares that he who gives up the fruits of action and dedicates all action to the Lord rises above pleasure and pain, desire and aversion, and attains lasting peace. Similarly, the Srimad Bhagavatam also says that we should surrender all our actions to the Lord without any desire for their results. The Bhagavad Gita exhorts that we should live an active life completely dedicated to God. Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, "Let not the fruits of action be your motive. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give away as a gift, whatever austerity you practice, do that as an offering to me. You will be freed from the bondages of action. Bearing good and bad results, and with your mind firmly set on the way of renunciation, you shall become liberated and reach me." Such dedication and devotion, where the devotee does everything as an offering to the Lord, helps facilitate the attainment of the infinite. 5. Bhakti and Prasad. Grace. Footnote. Prasad. Prasad is generally understood as the food offered to an idol or the remnants of such food. Blessed food. It is believed that it has first been tasted by the Lord, and hence it bestows a purifying effect on those who eat it. End footnote. The doctrine of grace is found in the Vak Sukta of the Rig Veda. It states that the goddess of speech, Vak, chooses him whom she loves and makes him mighty. The Hindu scriptures teach that without God's grace, no one will be able to repent or believe in God. Man can never establish communion with God by his self-exertion or attainments, physical, intellectual, moral, or even spiritual. The Kat Upanishad and the Mundaka Upanishad declare, God cannot be known by the study of the Vedas, nor by intellectual means, nor by hearing learned discourses. He can be comprehended by only those whom he chooses. To them, he reveals himself. That does not mean a spiritual aspirant can be complacent. He should please God by unremitting devotion or bhakti. In order to deserve or become fit to receive divine grace, a spiritual aspirant has to prepare his mind to be pure, clean, humble, and tranquil. He should not complain that God has not bestowed his grace. In other words, he should keep his vessel clean in order to receive God's grace. A beautiful painting can be created only on a clean canvas. Divine grace is necessary to achieve the ultimate goal of liberation. The Shvetashvatara Upanishad affirms that it is only by divine grace that an individual may be freed from the phenomenal world and attain immortality. The Mahabharata similarly states that only by the grace of God may he be seen and may liberation be attained. Lord Krishna, who is looked upon as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, exhorts, "Fix your mind on me alone. Concentrate your intellect on me. Thereafter, you shall dwell solely in me. There is no doubt about that." A devotee is deceiving himself if he believes that by praying to the Lord's divine grace will burn the heap of his bad karmas. This type of prayer with an ulterior motive is not conducive to God realization. The sole purpose of prayer should be to gain the grace of the Lord, obtain his inner darshan, beholding him within, and attain him. 6. Bhakti and Prarthana. Prayer. Bhakti should not be confused with prayer, silent or vocal. Often, prayer is a way of seeking help from God. In prayer, the devotee communicates to God his needs and desires and requests that God fulfill them. When they are granted, the devotee may express his gratitude. On the other hand, in bhakti, the devotee does not ask for anything. He simply expresses his love and reverence for God. Prayer has tremendous power. although it is not as sublime, noble, or elevated as bhakti, since it incorporates a selfish desire to receive something in return. Prayer is very efficacious, provided it is done with sincerity and a yearning heart, not just with the lips. 7. Bhakti and Shraddha, faith. Faith refers to a belief which is not supported by reason or evidence. It is based on intuition and inspiration. Since it goes beyond reason and evidence, it is generally dismissed by rationalists. However, in this world, we operate on faith every day. Passengers on an airplane have faith that the pilot is competent and will fly them safely. This faith is based upon reasoning, experiments, and evidence. Under the assumption that God exists, people practice bhakti and subsequently have experiences that validate that faith. For them, bhakti is their burning faith in God. Therefore, sometimes the words shraddha, faith, and bhakti are used in the same sense. When a man faces a severe calamity that he has no way to overcome, he may lose trust in God. Or he might throw himself on God's mercy as a sincere devotee who always feels the protective hand of God over him, irrespective of the ebb and flow of life. Faith is a dynamic and constructive force and has magnificent power. Faith and hope are inseparable. Without faith, very little can be accomplished. A wise teacher has said that if we wish to advance, we must take the road of faith. Through the strength of this divine gift of faith, a devotee can make the impossible possible, as is evident from the following stories. A devotee had great faith in the words of her spiritual preceptor and followed all his instructions to the hilt. She found that within a short time, she had developed yogic powers that gave her superhuman faculties, such as the ability to walk on water. When the preceptor saw this, he was amazed and asked her how she was able to perform this wonderful feat. She replied humbly that when she uttered the mantra that she had received from him, she became oblivious of the outside world, and some mysterious power enabled her to overcome all difficulties. The preceptor thought, if his disciple could walk on water with the mantra he gave her, surely he too should be able to do it. But as the teacher tried to walk on water, he sank deeper and deeper into the water. He cried out, "My child, how is it that I am not able to walk on water as you did by uttering the same mantra that I gave you?" With her inner vision, the devotee said, "You were thinking of God and of the difficulties of crossing the lake at the same time. Your mind was divided between these two thoughts. I, on the other hand, was only thinking of God with firm, unshakable faith." The moment we cast doubts on our faith, or we contaminate our faith with rational thinking, we lose the power of faith. In a similar story, a man wanted urgently to cross a river in Spate. He saw a sage who happened to be on the banks nearby and asked for his help. The sage, out of compassion, gave him an amulet and assured him that it would carry him safely across the water. The man was delighted, and with complete faith, he started his journey. To his complete surprise, he saw that he was able to walk on water. But when he reached the middle of the river, his curiosity got the better of him, and he wanted to know what was inside the amulet. When he opened it, he saw that the name of Lord Ram had been written on it. He was taken aback at this revelation and thought, "Is that all?" As soon as he lost his faith, he sank into the river. The power of faith is such that one might start out with material objectives, but the Lord's grace might confer a lot more. It is said that King Uttanapad had 2 wives, Suniti and Suruchi. Suruchi had a son named Uttam, and Suniti's son was named Dhruv. Enamored of Suruchi, his second wife, the king had completely neglected his first wife, Suniti, and her son, Dhruv, and even ill-treated them. One day, when Dhruv tried, like his brother Uttam, to take a seat in his father's lap, he was contemptuously treated by the king and his favorite queen, Suruchi. When the boy complained to his mother, Suniti, she told him that God alone could help them in their troubles, and he should have faith in him. Dhruv resolved to perform penances and observe austerities to win the grace of God. Greatly pleased, God appeared before him one day and asked him what boon he would like to have. But by that time, all Dhruv's earthly desires for material happiness had vanished. When he was offered the throne of his father, Dhruv told God that all he wanted was to live in constant devotion to him with full faith. Because of his unshaken faith and devotion to God, he was made the polar star that to this day burns brightly in the night. His mother, too, resides near him as another shining star. A man of faith achieves something beautiful even under the most unfavorable circumstances. 8. Bhakti and Ichcha, Abhilasha, desire. Bhakti should be desireless. Desires and God's presence cannot coexist. A true devotee is one who worships the Lord not because he desires anything from him, but because the Lord is dear to him and he loves him for his own sake. Loving the Lord in expectation of reward is not true love. That is a business proposition. In that case, the Lord remains far from the devotee. Love is the selfless service of God. Even the desire for liberation is absent in the heart of a true devotee. Lord Vishnu was extremely pleased to see the worship of his ardent devotee, Prahlad, a prince who maintained his devotion despite his father's attempts to impede him. Overcome with joy, the Lord offered him a boon, but Prahlad would have none of it. He simply entreated, "I pray to you to destroy my desire for asking, if there be any. This is the only boon I ask of you." That response embodies desireless love and devotion. Prahlad succeeded his father and ruled the kingdom righteously. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu echoes the same in his prayer. O Lord of the universe, I want neither wealth nor attendance, neither a charming wife nor intellectual attainments. Do thou grant that I may be blessed in every birth with selfless devotion to thee, O Lord. It is only when the mind is divested of all its desires, is indifferent to pleasure and pain, and is not attracted by any objects, that it will be rendered pure. Those who have mastered their minds look upon even a scintilla of desire in their hearts as a great evil, and therefore do not long for anything. For human beings, it is difficult to become free of desires and ambitions, but with determination, they can be consecrated or directed towards God. Desire for earthly objects is not conducive to real bhakti and has a negative impact. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad assures us, when all the desires that dwell in the heart are cast away, does the mortal become immortal, and then he attains the Supreme God here, in this very body. The Bhagavad Gita, as mentioned earlier, talks of 4 kinds of devotees: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and the wise who has forsaken all desires and is endowed only with one-pointed devotion. Of these, the Lord says the last one is dearest to him. The Shanti Parva of Mahabharata expresses this more explicitly when it says that among the 4 kinds of worshippers, they who are wholly devoted to the Lord and do not worship any other god never seek the fruit of their deeds and seek only him. They are dearest to him. The others acquire heavenly regions of great happiness, but when their merits are exhausted, they must go to lower spheres. 9. Bhakti and Anurakti, devotion and attachment. While we have discussed how true bhakti cannot coexist with anurakti, attachment, yet redirected attachment may be conducive to bhakti. Bhakti embodies perfect attachment to the Lord. The Supreme Lord is its object of attachment. Swapneshwara, the commentator of Shandilya Sutram, says that this attachment does not bind one to the world, nor does it lead one astray from the path of moksha or liberation. Devotion allows no attachment to wealth or other things of the world, nor to one's relations, its objective being God realization. Many stories are told about the consequences faced by those attached to worldly objects, giving secondary or no importance to devotion. King Bharat, an ancient ruler and a great devotee of Vishnu, rescued a fawn from drowning. Subsequently, he became very much attached to the fawn. This impaired his concentration and meditation. When he died, he was reborn as a fawn. However, he remembered his past life and regretted his mistake of zealous attachment to the fawn, neglecting his meditation. He atoned for his mistake by constantly remembering Vishnu with love and devotion. He was next born as an ugly Brahmin, but with profound wisdom. He spent his time in devotion to Vishnu, narrating the glories of the Lord, resulting in his redemption. Footnote: see Jadabharata in chapter 14. End footnote. Swami Sambuddhananda gives the following story to illustrate the futility of worldly attachments. A monk had a disciple, a householder who was deeply attached to his family. Several times, the monk told the disciple about the unreality of domestic relationships that exist between husband and wife and mother and child. As his happy experiences belied his preceptor's words, the disciple found it difficult to give credence to them. The monk was aware of what was going on in his disciple's mind. In order to prove the truth of his teaching, the monk gave the disciple a pill and said that if he swallowed it, the disciple would appear as a dead person to others, though he would retain his full consciousness. The monk asked him to recount his experiences after taking the pill. The disciple took the pill, and shortly thereafter, he lay still, appearing dead to all. All the members of his family gathered around him and began to weep and mourn. Just then, a mendicant appeared and asked them what had happened. The man's mother narrated the story of the death of her son, interspersed with bitter sobs and tears. The mendicant said that he would be able to bring her son back to life if she could get another person to die in his place. The mother said, "I am old and would die gladly, but if I go, who will look after my son's young children?" The mendicant asked the man's wife whether she would sacrifice her life for her husband. The wife replied, "My children are young. Who will look after them if I die?" Shortly thereafter, after the effects of the pill had worn off, the man sat up, fully aware of all that had transpired. His preceptor, who had come in the form of the mendicant, smiled and asked him, "Do you still believe in worldly attachment? Are you not convinced now that it is illusory and false?" The man, who now realized the unreality of worldly attachments, turned his attention to God for the rest of his life. 10. Bhakti and Prapatti. Surrender. The doctrine of surrender is closely connected with Bhakti. Bhakti connotes intense love and devotion to God, whereas Prapatti connotes wholehearted surrender. In other words, conscious of his utter helplessness, the devotee wholeheartedly entrusts himself to the will of the Lord. He is simply attached to God. The surrender is genuine, as evident from of the devotee's actions, not his words, which may often be half-hearted and hypocritical. Prapatti is therefore known as Sharanagati, going to someone for shelter and protection. It is sometimes also known as Parasamarpan, burden transfer to God. It involves considering oneself to be a cipher, letting go, and leaving everything in the hands of the Lord. According to the Bhagavad Gita, devotees who take refuge in God attain Him, abide in Him, and enter into Him. Shandilya states that by complete surrender to God, the mark of supreme devotion, devotees can attain the blissful state of Brahman. One of the sutras of the Narad Bhakti Sutras emphasizes that if all our actions are dedicated to God in the exercise of bhakti towards Him, and we surrender our very self to God, then there is no cause for worry. The more one surrenders to God, the more one accepts with humility the divine dispensation. In short, complete self-surrender is a sine qua non of bhakti. There are many stories of complete surrender to the Lord in Hindu scriptures. The best one, perhaps, is Draupadi's surrender to the Lord when no one came forward to help her in a dire situation. The Kauravas invited their cousins, the Pandavas, to a high-stakes game of dice. The dice were loaded in favor of the Kauravas. Tricked by the Kauravas, Yudhishthir, the eldest of the Pandavas, gambled away everything he owned, his wealth, his throne, his kingdom, and even his own brothers. Ultimately, when there was nothing left to bet with, he gambled away his wife, Draupadi. When Yudhishthir lost that game too, Duryodhan, the eldest of the Kaurava brothers, ordered his brother Dushasan to drag Draupadi into the royal court and disrobe her in front of everyone. Draupadi first begged the elders in the court to help her, appealing to their sense of fairness and nobility. Since their loyalty was pledged to the Kauravas, they looked away helplessly. Next, she turned to her husbands, the Pandava brothers, renowned for their valor, to save her honor. Since they too had been gambled away, they were helpless. Then, as Dushasan began to tug at her sari, Draupadi used her own strength to try to thwart him, but found herself powerless. Eventually, in utter helplessness, she shut her eyes, folded her hands, and turned within, imploring, "Lord Krishna, abandon me not in this dire plight. You are my sole refuge. Protect me." As Dushasan kept unwinding her sari, it kept extending and extended endlessly until Dushasan fell to the floor in exhaustion and gave up. It was only when Draupadi realized that the world could not help her and that she could not do anything to help herself that she turned to the Lord in complete surrender. And the Lord did not fail to protect her honor. As the Srimad Bhagavatam says, taking refuge in God is the highest good of men and women. 11. Bhakti and Lok Vyavhar, social customs and practices. It is not necessary for a devotee to give up all social life, customs, practices, and obligations, and live a life of a recluse. One should respect the customs and practices of the society in which one lives as far as possible. A devotee can undertake activities for the betterment of society, etc., but he should not be attached to them. His priority should be duty towards the Lord, that is, bhakti. The fruits of all social activities are to be surrendered to the Lord. If some of the social norms or activities come in the way of his practicing bhakti, the devotee should have the courage of his convictions to set them aside and rise above fear of public criticism. He can even lay aside the scriptures if they stand in the way of practicing devotion and endeavor to develop an undivided and uninterrupted flow of love towards God. 12. Bhakti and Kriya, Vidhi, religious rites and rituals. Bhakti has no need for rites, rituals, and ceremonies. Lord Krishna counsels in the Bhagavad Gita, abandoning all forms of religious rites and duties, take refuge in me alone. I will absolve you of all sins. Therefore, do not grieve. He assures us that those who take refuge in him will attain liberation, transcending the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, which constitute Maya. All that is required is to have an abiding faith in God, deep feeling and love for him, constant remembrance of him, and taking refuge in him. To this end, certain devotional practices are prescribed, which are conducive to creating a deep, personal relationship between a devotee and God, such as A. Shravanam, hearing his praises, B. Kirtanam, chanting his name and singing his glories, C. Smaranam, remembering him all the time, and D. Sevanam, serving him through worship and doing good deeds in his name. At their core, these practices are essentially aspects of bhakti, and not mere outward expressions or rites and rituals. These practices are discussed in detail in Chapter 11. We have discussed several terms related to bhakti, which people often associate with bhakti. Sometimes bhakti is expressed in terms such as prem, love, or prapatti, surrender. Bhakti should not be confused with gyan, book knowledge, because it is ultimately karman, action, that counts. And one attains that true knowledge through action and redirects his anurakti, attachment, away from the world and towards God. As Krishna says to his devotee Uddhav in Uddhav Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, O Uddhav, neither yoga, nor knowledge, nor pious work, nor study, nor austerity, nor renunciation captivates me so much as unalloyed devotion to me. Chapter 7. The Culture of Bhakti. We turn now towards understanding the culture of bhakti, a term referring to the customs, ideas, values, attitudes, and behavior patterns or characteristics of bhakts or devotees. God is free and unbounded, but he can be bound by the love of the devotees. Love is the biggest fetter of all. The Lord himself declares, I am bound to my devotees, and I am really subject to their control. He is a loving friend of all. The Taittiriya Upanishad says, God is love. Whoever tastes the sweetness of divine love attains eternal happiness. It is difficult to get an opportunity to taste the sweetness. One can get it only if one's heart is virtuous, pure, and simple. The following are a few characteristics of a devotee who is able to taste the sweetness of this divine love. If a devotee has an iota of selfish desire or negative emotions like hate or jealousy, he cannot expect to experience the taste of the sweetness of divine love. He must be above all worldly thoughts, deeds, and attachments. Nothing should disturb his equanimity. He must be watchful and never allow himself to be carried away by any momentary weaknesses like lust, anger, greed or covetousness, infatuation or attachment, pride or envy. He should live a life of self-restraint. He should be fearless and patient in his endeavors. He should be like a tree that gives shelter, fruits, etc., even to those who cut off its branches or pluck its fruits. He should not harbor any ill will, speak negatively of any person, or crave gain or esteem. He should be honest in his dealings with others, and be sincere, simple, and contented. He must not give up hope. With full faith in God, he should work towards developing pure love for God. As the Bhagavad Gita says, a man devoid of faith is lost to the spiritual path. He should have only one desire, the desire to meet God. He should not ask God for anything else. He should be free from all other desires. That indeed is the Bhakti doctrine of salvation. Various concepts and practices of devotion embedded in the culture of bhakti are discussed at several places in this book. A devotee should believe that everything, including his body, belongs to God. He should consider his body as a temple in which God resides, and whatever the devotee does becomes an offering to God. Then eating, drinking, sleeping, moving, his every act becomes an act of worship. The constant thought that God dwells within him enables him to free himself from any physical bondage and instills in him a fear that prevents him from doing any misdeeds. True devotion brings him to a state where he lives with God every moment of his life. Nothing else exists for him except God, and he lives in God and God alone. His heart is always attuned to God, and he becomes lost in God. He completely surrenders himself to God. Let things come as they may, thy will be done. Then the compassionate God ignores the faults and foibles of the devotee, protects him, and grants him liberation from transmigration. That is, the cycle of birth and death. Although Hinduism has not ordained that society should be strictly caste-based, the scriptures, in course of time, were restricted to the use of aspirants of the first three primary castes, namely Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas only, all others being ineligible. The Shudras, the lowest of the primary castes, and outcasts, that is, those who were not part of the crystallized and ossified caste system, did not have the privilege to study the Vedas or to practice certain yogas to attain liberation. Bhakti places no such restrictions. The path of bhakti is open to all, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, age, status, level of education, or any mark of distinction. One's prior actions, no matter how vicious they may have been, would not be a hurdle. For example, Ratnakar, who was engaged in plundering and killing travelers for several years, became the renowned sage Valmiki by practicing bhakti. As all men are equal in the sight of God, no one can deny or object to anybody's right to love God. Shandilya states that none of these distinctions, caste, community, gender, education, or impressions on the mind, is an impediment to the practice of bhakti. Sage Narad confirms that among devotees, there are no distinctions based on caste, learning, appearance, pedigree, wealth, possessions, or the like, because they all belong to the Lord. Prahlad, the paragon of devotees, says, I consider an outcast who has dedicated his thought, word, deed, wealth, possessions, and life to God far superior to a Brahmin who has not got the inclination for the lotus feet of the Lord, because the former, by his complete self-surrender, elevates and sanctifies the whole family, whereas the latter, conceited as he is in his virtues, does not even purify himself, what to speak of others. Lord Krishna declares in the Mahabharata, the Shudras are they who have no faith in the Lord, whichever be their caste. A wise man should not slight even an outcast if he is devoted to the Lord. He who looks down on him will fall into hell. He says that even if a person of the vilest conduct worships God with undistracted devotion, he should be considered saintly, for he has made a holy resolution to abandon the evil ways of his life. Those who take shelter in the Lord can attain the supreme goal. He makes it clear that none is hateful nor dear to him, but those who devoutly worship him are in him and he in them. The Bhavishya Puran affirms, since members of all the four castes are children of God, they all belong to the same caste. All human beings have the same father, and children of the same father cannot have different castes. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, a low-caste person, by his sincere devotion to God, is dearer to God than a Brahmin who lacks in faith. The Mahabharata also says, it is neither birth, nor study, nor learning that is the cause of Brahminhood. Without doubt, it is the behavior that constitutes it. It declares, a person should not be considered a Brahmin just because he was born in a Brahmin family, nor need he be a Shudra just because his parents were Shudras. Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that the temperament or disposition of persons is a determining factor, not birth. These quotes from the scriptures reflect the position that the caste system, before it became hereditary with attendant taboos, was not intended to confine an individual to the caste in which he was born. There was fluidity in the practice of the system. One's bearing, attitude, aptitude, and actions helped his upward mobility. Many of the revered sages belonged to lower castes or were offspring of mixed parentage. Virtues like non-violence, truthfulness, and love for God are common to all. Beas, who compiled the Vedas, was the son of sage Parashar and Satyavati, a fisherwoman. Aitreya, also known as Mahidas, who composed the Aitreya Brahman and the Aitreya Upanishad, was the son of sage Vishal and a Shudra mother, Itara. Elusha was the son of Ilusha and a slave. Vidur, literally wise, the half-brother of Dhritarashtra and Pandu, also was the son of a Shudra woman, a domestic helper. They attained high status in society because of their deep knowledge of the scriptures and devotion to God. Therefore, the ancient and authoritative lawgiver, Manu, writes, learn supreme knowledge and service even from the man of low birth, and even from the Chandal, outcast. Learn, by serving him, the way to salvation. In fact, when King Dhritarashtra wanted to receive religious instructions, he requested Vidur, his half-brother, to give them to him. Many saints born in disadvantaged communities in the recent past, like Ravi Das, Choka Mela, Kanak Das, Nandanar, and Nammalvar, are respected and honored because they were true devotees of God. Their birth in that community was no hurdle in their practice of bhakti. In the bhakti tradition, There was no gender discrimination either. Women who were devoted to God, such as Mirabai, Avaiyar, Andal, Bahinabai, Janabai, Muktabai, and Akka Mahadevi, are also venerated. When Lord Buddha was questioned by a Brahmin about the caste of Buddhist monks, he answered, "You inquire about the caste of monks, but not about their qualities." This indeed signifies a delusion born out of the pride of upper caste. Caste may be a subject of inquiry and investigation for marriage or invitation, but not for spiritual matters. Spiritual attainment depends only upon the mental qualities of a seeker, and they have nothing to do with caste and so forth. If the vices of a person born of upper caste deserve censure, how is it that the excellence of man of low caste does not deserve honor? Man is honored or despised for his mental qualities. So, these monks of excellent character deserve respect because they have good qualities. A true devotee need not be a well-read person with great proficiency in the Vedas, Upanishads, and other scriptures in order to get liberation. The illiterate cowherding women of Vrindavan were paragons of virtue and were deeply devoted to the Lord. Their love for Krishna was transcendental. Footnote: in the gopis' love for Krishna, there is no desire for carnal pleasure. It is simply the love for God. All souls are female. It is said that gopis stand for souls. End footnote. They thought of Krishna, listened to stories of Krishna, and spoke only of Krishna. He had filled their hearts, and they could not think of themselves as separate from him. They completely forgot their homes and domestic chores as they loudly sang the glories of Krishna's qualities. Regarding this state of the mind of the gopis, Krishna says, "By the strength of their attachment to me, they became oblivious of their own selves, their own people, and the whole objective world. Just as the sages in yogic trance become devoid of consciousness of this world, consisting of names and forms, and get merged into me like the rivers that lose themselves in the waters of the ocean. The utter sincerity, virtuous conduct, and determination of the devotees enabled them to achieve their goal of attaining liberation, in spite of their social, economic, and other handicaps." Bhakti can be practiced by rich and poor, the literate and illiterate, and men and women of higher and lower castes. In fact, often the poor, uneducated, and women are more sincere and earnest in practicing devotion than the others. It is a misconception that the practice of bhakti requires money in order to present diamonds or jewelry or large amounts of cash to the deity in a temple. God is pleased by simple yet the most difficult of offerings, the devotee's time and attention. Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, "Those whose mind is fixed on me, I rescue them speedily from the cycle of birth and death. Whoever offers me, with devotion and a pure mind, a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or a little water, that I accept." It is amply clear from the above discussions that the Bhakti traditions helped to break down social barriers of caste, gender, education, status, and other distinctions as they promoted a path of liberation open to all. The culture of Bhakti signifies universality, simplicity, and humility. Part 3. Practice and Power of Devotion. Chapter 8. Bhakti as the Means to Liberation. By Bhakti, one attains jnana, knowledge, which leads to Bhakti. Thence comes perception, which again leads to Bhakti. Then comes Mukti, liberation, which is the essence of bliss and an end in itself. Madhvacharya Anuvyakyanam. Human beings are endowed with different temperaments, tastes, and tendencies. Their education, social and geographic backgrounds, cultural levels, capacity for comprehension, and their needs vary. Some are active, some intellectual, some introspective, some rational, and others emotional. All spiritual seekers desire liberation from the cycle of birth and death. For some, liberation is total identity with the Supreme God and merging with Him. And for others, it is living in communion with their chosen deity, such as Vishnu, maintaining their separate identity. In order to suit the different temperaments and capabilities of devotees, Hinduism delineates various pathways for liberation, typically grouped into 5: Karma Marg, Jnana Marg, Raja Marg, Bhakti Marg, and Nada Marg. Since the general name for such spiritual disciplines is Yoga, they are more popularly known as Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Nada Yoga, respectively. Footnote: Hindu scriptures mention some other paths like Buddhi Yoga and Mantra Yoga. Buddhi Yoga is about directing the intellect toward the Supreme, and Mantra Yoga consists in repeating the mantra given by one's guru. They are all subsumed under one or another of the paths mentioned above. Kundalini Yoga and Hatha Yoga, being parts of Tantric tradition, are beyond the scope of this book. End footnote. Marg means way, and Yog means union, the combining or linking of the individual self with the Supreme Self. In fact, the word Yog is akin to religio, the Latin root of the word religion, which stands for combining, binding together. Hence, yoga and religion have the same goal, that is, union with God. The term Yog also stands for a process or discipline leading to experience of the divine. All yogas have a positive impact on body, mind, and soul. While the central focus of this book is bhakti, we may start with an overview of these yogas in order to have a holistic view of the subject. Bhakti, in its generic significance, permeates all yogas. Without bhakti, it is not possible to practice any of the yogas assiduously. Karma Yoga. The word karma, derived from the Sanskrit root kri, means work or action, which includes thinking. It has as its basis the principle that you reap what you sow. In other words, you eventually face the consequences of your actions. The Bhagavad Gita says, "No one can remain without doing work even for a moment, for all are made to act, helplessly indeed, by the impulses born of nature." The result of each action adds a link to one's chain of bondage. What is the way out? Lord Krishna advises desireless action and selfless service. He counsels that one must perform every action as a sacrifice to the Lord, free from attachment to the results of that action, and that one must offer the fruits of his action to God. He emphasizes that what is required is not renunciation of action, but renunciation in action. Then the doer is not required to face the consequences of his action, and he gets everlasting peace. In short, Karma Yoga consists of selfless conduct, whereby the spiritual aspirant offers every action, along with its results, as a sacrifice to God. It is work or action without expectation of any reward. to just do what is helpful to others. There is a wise saying, "The hands that serve are holier than the lips that pray." Mahatma Gandhi strongly maintained that loving service, offered in a spirit of humility, would bring about proper self-purification. Expectation brings misery if it does not materialize. Happiness lies in not having any expectation. Karma Yoga, or the yoga of desireless action, is not as easy as it appears to be. It is difficult to get rid of desires and ego unless one possesses a very strong will. But bhakti, devotion to the divine, helps one overcome desires and ego. Bhakti is thus a necessary ingredient of Karma Yoga. Raja Yoga. This is another name for Patanjala Yoga, which is also known as Ashtanga Yoga, Kriya Yoga, and Dhyana Yoga. It is a psychophysical technique as it consists of calisthenics and control of the mind, as well as the correct practice of meditation for attaining liberation. It has 8 steps covered in Chapter 13. Essentially, it prescribes surrender of all activities of thought, word, and deed to God, which is an echo of Karma Yoga, mentioned above. Clearly, bhakti, which is at its essence surrender, pervades these yogas. Jnana Yoga. Jnana is generally translated as knowledge. It refers to knowledge gained from books and other mundane sources, which according to the Upanishads is inferior knowledge. The term Jnana Yoga signifies transcendental knowledge. Just jnana, or inferior knowledge, leads nowhere spiritually, but Jnana Yoga is a direct approach to Brahman, the impersonal God. This yoga also prescribes hearing scriptural passages and practicing virtues like modesty, humility, patience, and courage, and above all, complete concentration of the mind on the Lord and meditation. It emphasizes the importance of the power of discrimination in order to discern what is real and unreal, what is everlasting, and what is momentary. Bhakti permeates this yoga. Without bhakti, which according to Shankaracharya is a single-minded longing for truth, it is not possible to practice Jnana Yoga at all. Therefore, Swami Tapasyananda observes, true Jnana Yoga is only bhakti with a higher degree of intellectual and less of sentimental element in it, a form of intellectual love of God and absorption in Him. The Bhagavad Gita declares that unswerving devotion is one of the ingredients of knowledge. The Adhyatma Ramayana too says that devotion generates knowledge, and that whatever is done without devotion is as if not done. We will discuss Jnana Yoga techniques in some detail in Chapter 13. Bhakti Yoga. This is the path of love and devotion, and it implies a belief in the Supreme Person, Saguna Brahman, the deity with form and name, rather than in a supreme abstraction, Nirguna Brahman, the God without form or name. God here is looked upon as an intensely lovable entity. Love can often be selfish, but if love is sublimated and directed towards God, it becomes a potent means of realizing God. All that is required is the devotee's deep faith in God, his readiness to engage his body, mind, intellect, and heart in the act of devotion, and his willingness to dedicate all his actions, which are supposed to yield merit or demerit, to God. In essence, it is self-abandonment or surrender to one's Ishta Devata, chosen deity, also called the personal God, where emotion plays a dominant part. It is believed that the personal God is the highest manifestation of the Absolute. No incompatibility is seen between faith in a personal God and the idea of an immutable and eternal reality, nameless and formless, as reality can express itself in many ways. Bhakti Yoga accepts the doctrine of God's incarnation. Bhakti Yoga, therefore, is aptly described as loving self-dedication to and loving participation in the divine person. It is the way of the heart. As seen above, while Karma Yoga actively engages the body and Jnana Yoga the mind, Bhakti Yoga engages the heart as well. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, such supreme devotion to the divinity can liberate a devotee from bondage, leading to God realization. Lord Krishna says to his friend and devotee Uddhav, "Everything that can be had through works, austerities, knowledge, dispassion, yoga, or charity, or through any other means of perfecting life, my devotee easily attains to it through devotion to me. I, even heaven or liberation or my abode, should he wish to have it." Bhakti Yoga recognizes two forms of worship: mental worship and external worship. It requires the devotee to maintain physical and mental purity, as in the case of other yogas. Mental worship is worshipping a deity internally, visualizing all traditional forms of external worship. Spontaneous love of God arises in the heart of the devotee and allows his devotion to flow in the silence of his heart. He nurtures his devotion with true and sincere love. This is discussed in detail in Chapter 13. Forms of external worship are explained in Chapter 11. Briefly speaking, they consist of prayer to one's personal God, chanting of his holy name, hearing of his glories, the singing of devotional songs describing his virtues, ritualistic worship, bowing in submission to him, surrendering to him, and cultivation of any one of the well-known attitudes like dasya, sakhya, vatsalya, and so on. In external worship, images or holy symbols are generally used. It is directed to Saguna Brahman or a chosen deity such as Shiva, Vishnu or his incarnations, or Devi. By the Lord's loving grace, all unripe or stored karmas of the devotee are destroyed, but the fruits of the ripe karmas must be enjoyed or suffered by the devotee until they are exhausted. Professor A.L. Herman writes, "Bhakti Yoga, the way of adoration, offers a way out of the problem of the cycle of birth and death by showing the path of selfless devotion to God. Bhakti Yoga produces actions without karmic residues, as the Bhakt, devotee, dedicates his actions and their consequences to an adored God. As a result, the karma generated by the act becomes God's and not the Bhakt's. The conclusion is that the problem of suffering is solved once again. As a cause of dukh, suffering, desire is crushed in the surrendering to God of all the fruits of one's labors. And, once again, the way to heaven is open. Bhakti Yoga is less sophisticated and a comparatively easy path for ordinary or emotional persons in order to have a direct vision of their chosen deity and get liberation. The devotee has no need to suppress his feelings and impulses. It means that the devotee must turn his feelings and impulses towards God, to sublimate his passions and transform them into a desire to commune with God, to chastise himself for not being regular in worship, to feel an intense desire for spiritual attainment, to jealously guard and not share his spiritual experiences, and so forth. A vast majority of Hindus follow this path. Nada Yoga. This practice is aimed at reconnecting the soul with the primal sound current emanating from the Lord, which is the source of creation and is present in every one of us. It is technically known as the Vak, the word, the Shabd, or Nad, sound. As this yoga is discussed elaborately in chapter 13, it is not explained here. Comparing the different yogas. The Srimad Bhagavatam stresses the necessity of cultivating bhakti for attaining liberation. Lord Krishna says, "A genuine devotee of mine, who is not able to conquer his senses, is never lost, thanks to his powerful devotion to me." He affirms, "An aspirant who has devotion to me and has always his mind centered on me attains to the highest spiritual realization by bhakti alone, without any special effort to cultivate knowledge and renunciation, as these come to him naturally with the progress of devotion." He also affirms that loving devotion surpasses karma yoga and jnana yoga. As mentioned earlier, Narad also says that bhakti is greater than the paths of union through selfless action, karma yoga, through knowledge, jnana yoga, or through psychophysical techniques, raja yoga. According to him, bhakti is superior because it has its own reward and does not require any other support. Bhakti is superior, for bhakti is the ultimate end or goal of spiritual life. It is the greatest because God dislikes egoism and loves humility. According to Shandilya, the cause of transmigration is not want of knowledge, but want of bhakti. He further states that the fire of bhakti purges the soul completely of egoism by dissolution of the intellect and brings about liberation. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that a bhakt undoubtedly enters into God by means of supreme devotion to him. Lord Ram says to Shabari, one of his devotees, that bhakti is the cause of mukti, liberation, and that bhakti is mukti. Accordingly, all the Vaishnava acharyas accept bhakti as the best means of God realization, while karma and jnana are only secondary means, conducive to bhakti because they purify the mind of the devotees. In bhakti, a true devotee surrenders himself to God. In surrender, emphasis is laid on the grace of God rather than on one's own effort. The Advaitists say that bhakti is the easiest way to ecstasy, whereas the way of knowledge requires rigorous self-discipline. They think that the path of bhakti is for those whose intellects are not mature enough to control their emotions. The bhakts think that the Advaitists are egotistical and therefore cannot get enlightenment. The Advaitists, or the Gyan yogis, are like baby monkeys that cling to their mother by their own efforts, while the bhakts are like kittens that cry for help and whom the mother cat herself carries in her mouth. Bhakti yoga is like crossing a river in a boat, while Jnana yoga is like crossing it by swimming. Which of the two is easier? However, all the schools emphasize the importance of desireless action. Whereas the Advaitists preach that bhakti is a means to knowledge, the adherents of other schools assert that knowledge is a means to bhakti. The non-Advaitists assert that right action and right knowledge alone are insufficient to attain moksha, liberation. They are just the preparatory steps for worshipping God with passion and intensity. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, a Vedic scholar and founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, points out that all the yogas, karma and jnana, are progressions towards bhakti yoga. When bhakti matures and becomes complete, and God is pleased, the soul has the Lord's vision. Bhakti is the beginning and bhakti is the end, resulting in the vision of the Lord. It is not possible to practice Jnana Yoga or any other yoga without the foundation of bhakti. The sum and substance of the argument is that by bhakti one attains preliminary knowledge about God, which leads to intense bhakti, which results in mukti. In other words, the progression is bhakti, jnana, bhakti, mukti. Thus, bhakti is regarded as the highest means to God realization. Several highly evolved souls commend practice of bhakti. For example, Shankaracharya, the great philosopher of non-dual Vedanta, Advaita, and a staunch proponent of Jnana Yoga, lays emphasis on bhakti as a spiritual practice. He defines bhakti as a single-minded longing for truth. He says in his commentary on Brahma Sutra, Brahman, though devoid of qualities, is to be held, for purposes of realizing it, as possessing characteristics associated with name and form. He says that some men are inferior, others middling, others again of superior intelligence, and therefore not all are capable of fixing their mind on the infinite Brahman, devoid of any change or transformation. Accordingly, for the purpose of devotion, the attributeless Brahman is given a concrete form, and thus the Nirguna Brahman becomes Saguna Brahman. In conformity with this view, Shankaracharya has written a number of evocative and moving hymns to the principal deities of the Hindu pantheon, such as Vishnu Bhujanga Prayata Stotram, Vishnu Padadi Keshanta Stotram, and Krishna Ashtakam in praise of Vishnu, and Shivananda Lahari, Dakshina Murti Stotram, and Shivanamavali Ashtakam in praise of Shiva, through which a rich vein of the purest and highest devotion runs to the manifestation of Brahman in these forms. He instituted in his monasteries the worship of Shakti, or the feminine aspect of reality. However, for him, since bhakti is useful in attaining purity of heart and mind, it is merely instrumental in realizing the final truth. Without that knowledge, no one can get salvation. His belief in the manifested gods did not deflect him even for a moment from the basic tenets of Advaita and the concept of Brahman that was central to it. For him, these deities are nothing but manifestations of one impersonal Brahman. Nandalal Sinha observes, a spirit of devotion and worship is an essential condition for the knowledge of Brahman, and the more one knows Brahman, the more devoted and worshipful one becomes. As stated earlier, Ramanujacharya was the greatest proponent of bhakti for attaining liberation. To him, meditation, a key constituent of Jnana Yoga and Raja Yoga, and devotion are interchangeable terms. Commenting on the first aphorism of the Brahma Sutra, he says that meditation means a continuity of steady remembrance, uninterrupted, like a flow of oil. Steady remembrance of this type is designated by the term bhakti. According to him, bhakti leads the devotee to mukti. Madhvacharya, another advocate of bhakti, asserts that bhakti and jnana are practically synonymous terms. In his Anuvyakyanam, he writes, Jnana being a constituent of bhakti, the latter is often referred to as jnana. Where the distinctive aspect of attachment is sought to be emphasized, their fusion is designated by the term bhakti. Thus, wherever the scriptures speak of jnana as a means of release, bhakti is certainly intended. In the same context, he declares in his Mahabharata Tatparya Nirvana, that firm and unshakable love of God, which rises above all other ties of love and affection based upon an adequate knowledge and conviction of His great majesty, is called bhakti. That alone is the means to moksha. In his commentary on the Brahma Sutra, he observes that the soul's essential nature does not become fully manifested without bhakti. In his works, Madhvacharya establishes the supremacy of bhakti as a path to liberation, positing that a close intimacy with the personal divinity, Vishnu, is superior to absorption into the transpersonal Brahman. Without the emotional urge of longing for truth, the aspirant often becomes lost in the wilderness of philosophical speculation or seeks satisfaction in intellectual gymnastics. Knowledge and action are impelled by egoism and pride. Knowledge and action, therefore, cannot earn the Lord's clemency or commiseration. Those who are truly humble and devoted surrender to the Lord unconditionally, seeking His mercy and blessings in order to win His grace. Therefore, those who aspire to liberation should have bhakti or supreme love for God. The Shvetashvatara Upanishad observes that bhakti enables one to reach the highest stage of perfection, as it declares, "Only to the great souls, who have the highest devotion for God, and for their gurus as for God, all the matters discussed in the Upanishad become manifest." Swami Nikhilananda, a staunch Advaitist, writes, "Love of God leads to knowledge of Brahman. It calls for supreme attachment to the Lord, which implies total detachment from mundane objects. Which path or yoga is better to achieve God realization? There are no clear answers. According to Vedic tradition, just as there are various ways to reach the summit of a mountain, there are various paths to realize God. While the Vedic tradition is not path-specific, it is goal-specific. All paths have the objective of God realization. Therefore, it is illogical and irrational to declare that a certain path is the only true and effective path. It is, in fact, an assertion born of arrogance. The best path for a spiritual aspirant to follow depends on his capabilities and temperament. As it is truly difficult for him to assess his own strengths and weaknesses correctly, it is better to leave the decision to the wisdom of his guru. Further, the paths or yogas mentioned above are not sealed, watertight compartments. They complement each other, and in their full maturity, coalesce or merge into one another. The spirit of detachment and altruism, karma yoga, the discriminative faculty of the intellect, jnana yoga, the feeling aspect of the psyche, bhakti yoga, the strength of meditation, raja yoga, and the pulling power of the sound, nada yoga, coalesce into one another and enable the spiritual aspirant to reach the reality, the almighty, the ultimate. Bhakti, or devotion, which is spontaneous love of God in one's heart, is, as stated earlier, the foundation of all spiritual disciplines. In that sense, bhakti is superior to other activities. Here, bhakti should not be confused with or limited to bhakti yoga. It may be recalled that the definition of bhakti is intense love for God, or a single-minded longing for truth. And so bhakti yoga is one of the techniques, a type of spiritual practice aimed at attaining God realization. Chapter 9. Preparations for Divine Love. 1. They alone are heroes whose heart will not yield even in the presence of temptations. Kalidasa Kumarasambhavam. The basics. A person who is serious about cultivating divine love or bhakti is expected to adopt certain ethical and spiritual disciplines in life. The scriptures do not prohibit a spiritual seeker from living an active life. They do not say that he should renounce the world or lead the life of a religious mendicant. They only advise him to attempt to always keep God in mind and surrender all activities of thought, word, and deed to God. That will help curb overindulgence in undesirable activities which are injurious to one's physical and mental health, as well as to spiritual endeavors. Ultimately, a spiritual aspirant needs to get initiated by a guru and practice devotion regularly. However, there are several basics that need to be in place, as devotion must be built on a foundation of virtue. According to the Bhagavad Gita, the 3 gateways to hell are lust, anger, and greed. The 5 cardinal virtues are purity, self-control, detachment, truth, and non-violence. These virtues are universal virtues, and all spiritual seekers are obliged to observe them. The Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and other Hindu scriptures, the Narada Bhakti Sutras, the Shandilya Sutram, and other similar works list many positive and negative practices that a sincere devotee should follow to cultivate spiritual progress. 1. A devotee should approach a teacher who is known to be well-versed in scriptures, with respect and a spirit of service. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to say, "The teacher is a broker who arranges negotiations between God and the devotee." The teacher should be known for his selflessness, self-control, compassion, and willingness to impart techniques of God realization, and should help devotees in dispelling their doubts. An ideal guru is one who has direct experience of God. 2. A devotee should study aspects of the scriptures dealing with love and devotion to God, because they have originated with rishis, munis, and spiritual adepts. He should constantly reflect on these teachings. He should perform those duties which are enjoined on him. If he does not give importance to such study and teachings, there is a likelihood he will fall off the path. 3. His thoughts should always be pure and God-centered. There is nothing more powerful in molding human life than thoughts. When one's thoughts are bridled and directed, they can elevate him to nobler and higher levels. When they are not controlled but allowed to roam aimlessly, they can drag him down and stunt his growth. As an Upanishad points out, what a man thinks, that he becomes. This is the eternal mystery. If the thought of man is so fixed on Brahman, the Supreme God, as it is on the things of this world, who will not then be free from bondage? The mind, it is said, is of 2 kinds, pure and impure. Impure from the contact with desire, pure when freed from desire. Mind alone is the cause of bondage and of liberation of mankind. If attached to the world, it becomes bound. If free from the world, that is called liberation. The Bhagavad Gita says that when a man's mind constantly dwells on sense objects, he becomes attached to them. From this attachment arises the desire to possess them. If he fails to get them, he feels frustrated and loses the power of discernment, which brings about his own ruination. It is therefore necessary to control the mind and channel one's thoughts in the right direction. Is this possible? Lord Krishna replies in the affirmative. It is true that the mind is restless and difficult to control. yet by constant practice and dispassion, it can be subdued. 4. He should renounce those habits which come in the way of his practice of devotion, and perform the others with the conviction that they are an offering to God. 5. He should practice devotion regularly. He should remain unperturbed by the ebb and flow of spiritual progress. Through practice, the mind can be made to flow uninterruptedly towards God, as oil flows uninterruptedly when it is poured from one container to another. If he spends his days and nights in the pursuit of pleasure and sleeping, he will have hardly any time or energy to be in the service of God. He should engage himself in uninterrupted loving service of God. Even while attending to ordinary activities of life, he should remember God. He should not waste his time doing things of ephemeral value. 6. He should cultivate and preserve virtues such as nonviolence, truthfulness, purity of the mind and body, compassion, forgiveness, and other noble qualities of character and faith in higher spiritual realities. God is truth and reveals himself to the truthful. Compassion is an instrument which controls one's greed and motivates people to help others. A devotee should abstain from injuring others by thought, word, or deed. He should always be humble. Charity is a great virtue, and it helps one to be humbler than even a blade of straw. One should eschew selfishness and help others to the extent possible. As the saying goes, the hand that helps is holier than the lips that pray. It is said that a selfish man can never cultivate divine love. 7. He should not discuss sex and wealth with others, for sex and wealth are the two rocks in the sea of the world on which many men are shipwrecked. He should not talk ill of others or waste his time in gossiping. 8. He should never covet the wealth of any other person. The devotee should control extreme temptations to possess material objects. Temptations are endless pits. By the time one temptation is fulfilled, others crop up. They multiply exponentially. This leads to perpetual entanglement in the world, which retards spiritual progress. Therefore, the Yoga Vasishta advises, the slightest temptation should be nipped in the bud by abstinence, just as one would destroy the sprout of a poisonous tree, as it would otherwise lead to perdition. Hook the fish of temptation by abstinence. A spiritual aspirant should thwart unbridled desires by remembering that the goal of his life is not hedonism, but liberation from endless transmigration. Narada says that devotion to God arises by cutting asunder the knots of attachment to objects of pleasure. In short, he should cultivate vimoksha, freedom from desires and sensuality. 9. He should give up pride, vanity, and other vices. He should eliminate the feeling of self-importance. 10. He should not indulge in controversial discussions about God, in futile disputations about spirituality, or in conceited comparison of merits and demerits of different devotees. Likewise, he should not listen to atheists, as their views might disturb his faith in God. Many negative qualities are aroused and fanned by evil company, which causes the devotee to lose the power of discrimination and be faced with utter ruination in the end. Though in the beginning they rise only in the form of ripples, they become a veritable sea. Therefore, a devotee should take care not to fall into evil company. The choice of wrong companions can mar one's life and the lives of others associated with him. Duryodhana, the head of the Kaurava clan, accepted his maternal uncle Shakuni as his guide, which resulted in the climactic Mahabharata war and ultimately disastrous consequences for the country, his people, and himself. Kaikeyi, one of the wives of King Dasharatha, accepted her maid Manthara's advice, which resulted in the exile of Rama, further misery, war, and ruination. Evil company does not necessarily mean only the company of evil or wicked persons. The sense objects that are likely to stimulate the mind and give rise to desire, greed, attachment, ego, jealousy, and enmity are also evil company. A practical solution to the problem is continuous prayer and remembrance of the Lord, as well as staying in the company of virtuous persons and saints and earning their blessings and grace. The Srimad Bhagavatam mentions, by living in intimate contact with holy men and hearing their discourses on the Lord's excellences, man develops progressively faith and loving devotion to him. Close contact with holy men with spiritual experience ignites genuine faith in the hearts of spiritual aspirants. They easily influence their life and conduct. 11. A devotee should avoid despondency and self-pity. He should have firm faith in God, which can prevent the rise of depression and bring about cheerfulness. While he should be cheerful, he should avoid excessive merriment and frolic. 12. He should never blame others for his misfortune. He is reaping the harvest of what he had planted. Footnote: blame not anyone, blame your own deeds, that what you have sowed, you reaped. Why blame then others? Adi Granth. End footnote. He should learn the art of positive thinking and understand that the moment one changes one's way of thinking, everything can change for the better. 13. As the body is valuable for practicing devotion, he should take care to maintain it well. He should use his faculty of discrimination regarding food, drinks, and drugs, as they have great influence on the functioning of the body and his behavior and devotion. This subject is of utmost importance and is discussed in greater detail in the next chapter. 14. Finally, a devotee should select a place conducive to the practice of meditation. He should pray fervently to his Guru within for light and guidance. He should not neglect to do meditation regularly, as enjoined on him by his Guru, as meditation, the continuous flow of thought towards God, is the key to knowledge and God realization. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna talks of an ideal spiritual aspirant. An ideal aspirant is one who has no hatred, ill will, or enmity towards anyone, and who is friendly, compassionate, and forgiving. He is free from all negative passions such as lust, anger, greed, attachment or possessiveness, egotism, fear, and agitation. He is calm under all circumstances, pleasure or pain, good health or illness, richness or poverty, heat or cold, and other contrary experiences. He does not feel exalted when praised, nor distressed when criticized. He is always content, self-controlled, and unshakable in determination. He has no expectation of rewards for his actions, consecrates all his works, and surrenders his mind and reason to God. He is pure and possessed of supreme faith in God. Such a spiritual aspirant, Lord Krishna says, is extremely dear to him. Chapter 10. Preparations for Divine Love 2. Food, drink, and drugs. How will those foolish men who subsist upon meat succeed in listening to the sweet music of celestial drums and cymbals and lyres and harps? Bhishma Pitama in Mahabharat. Footnote. Bhishma, literally terrible, was the great patriarch at the court of Hastinapur, whose life is described in the Mahabharat. He was not only the greatest of the warriors of his times, but also a towering intellect and a paragon of virtues. End footnote. Food. According to Hindu scriptures, there is a close relationship among food, mind, and spiritual progress. The Chandogya Upanishad declares that the mind is formed of food, and food plays an important part in the spiritual development of a person. In Chandogya Upanishad we read, "The food that we eat is transformed in 3 different ways. The most gross part of it becomes excrement, the intermediate part is transformed into flesh, and the subtlest part goes to form the mind. When the food is pure, the mind becomes pure. When mind is pure, memory becomes firm. When the memory is firm, all the bonds that tie a person to the world are loosened." In short, we are what we eat. The influence of food on one's body and mind can be easily observed. A heavy meal induces sleep and mental indolence. Further, some kinds of food which excite the mind and senses are not considered conducive to our physical and spiritual well-being. The food should be pure for the mind to become and remain pure. Shankaracharya gives a wider connotation to food. According to him, food is not only what goes into the mouth, but also what is taken in by the sense organs besides the tongue. Purity of mind means that the mind becomes free of aversions, attachments, and delusions, which create disquiet in the mind, making it difficult to control. Therefore, devotees should apply discrimination as to what they see, touch, hear, smell, and eat. Vedic literature makes references to consumption of barley, rice, wheat, pulses, fruits, spices, honey, milk and milk products, and vegetables like cucumber, lotus roots, lotus stalks, and bottle gourd. Among others, noteworthy food preparations were rice cake, parched rice fried in butter, flattened rice, puffed rice, and fried barley cooked with butter, coagulated milk, and porridge. Eating of non-vegetarian food was disapproved of and denounced. In the Rig Veda, it says, "One who partakes of human flesh, the flesh of a horse or of another animal, and deprives others of milk by slaughtering cows. O Agni, if such a fiend does not desist by other means, then you should not hesitate to cut off his head." In the Rig Veda, it also says, "O Agni, burn up the foolish ones, the flesh-eaters. Let none of them escape your heavenly arrow." In the Yajur Veda, it says, "One should not use his God-given body for killing God's creatures, whether they are humans, animals, or whatever." In the Atharva Veda, it says, "You eat rice, you eat barley, you eat gram, and you eat sesame. These cereals are specifically allotted to you. O teeth, do not kill those who are capable of being fathers and mothers. Notwithstanding the above, non-vegetarian food was eaten by most Vedic people. The Aitareya Brahman mentions that flesh of animals like horse, ox, goat, and ram was cooked and eaten by people including the priestly class. Apart from these, flesh of pigs, boar, and deer was also eaten. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, consumption of the meat of animals immolated in yagyas, Vedic sacrificial ceremonies, was permissible, as anything sacrificed at the yagyas was considered sacrosanct. It is not considered necessary for the purpose of this book to delve deep into the food habits of the Vedic people. Suffice it to note that the hermits who took abode in the forests lived on the fruits, roots, leaves, and vegetables found in the jungles. Those who ate flesh of animals, birds, fish, and so forth, despite their spiritual wisdom and experiences, could not escape the inexorable law of karma and rebirth to pay off their karmic load. Bhishma, the most noble and upright of all the heroes of the Mahabharata, affirms in the Mahabharata, Ahimsa, abstention from cruelty, is the highest duty. Ahimsa is the highest penance. Ahimsa is the highest sacrifice. Ahimsa is the highest truth. He who arranges for getting flesh, he who approves of those arrangements, he who kills or sells, he who cooks, and he who eats are all considered meat eaters. There is not the least doubt that a person by eating meat goes to hell. They who eat flesh of animals are themselves later eaten by animals they eat. That man who wishes to increase his own flesh with the meat of another living creature has none meaner and more cruel than him. In this world, there is nothing that is dearer to a creature than his life. Hence, one should show mercy to the lives of others as he does to his own life. There is great sin attached to eating flesh, as indeed there is merit in abstaining from it. If there were nobody who ate flesh, then there would be nobody to slay living creatures. The man who slays living creatures kills them for the sake of the person who eats flesh. If flesh were not considered as food, there would then be no destruction of living creatures. Those dreadful persons who are engaged in the destruction of living beings never find protectors when they are in need. Such persons should always be punished even as a beast of prey. Thus, Bhishma recommends eating vegetarian food. Patanjali, who expounds the theory and practice of Ashtanga Yoga, the eight-limbed yoga, later known as Raja Yoga, mentions ahimsa, non-injury, as one of the first steps. Hindu scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam and Vishnu Puran proclaim those who kill animals without any feeling of remorse or fear of punishment will be eaten in their next life by the same creatures they have killed in this world. Srimad Bhagavatam. God is pleased with the person who does not harm or destroy non-speaking creatures or animals. Vishnu Puran. Manu too deplores the practice of eating animal flesh. He observes in the Manusmriti, meat can never be obtained without injury to living creatures, and injury to sentient beings is detrimental to the attainment of heavenly bliss. Let him therefore shun the use of meat. Having well considered the disgusting origin of flesh and the cruelty of fettering and slaying corporeal beings, let him entirely abstain from eating flesh. He who permits the slaughter of an animal, he who kills it, he who cuts it up, he who buys or sells meat, he who cooks it, who serves it up, and who eats it, must all be considered as the slayers of the animal. There is no greater sinner than that man who seeks to increase the bulk of his own flesh by the flesh of other beings. Food is classified into 3 groups: sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic, based on their impact on the body and mind. Sattvic foods are those that produce calmness, serenity of mind, and pure thoughts, and they contribute to longevity, health, strength, and happiness. Sattvic foods include honey, almonds, wheat, rice, barley, pulses, nuts, butter, vegetables, fruits, legumes, milk, and milk products. Rajasic foods are those that generate passion and craving for worldly activity, and they include pepper, spices, sour, saline and bitter substances, meat but not beef, fish and poultry, caffeinated drinks, and stimulants. Tamasic foods are sedative, and they lead to degeneration of human nature and produce indolence, lethargy, and laziness. They include beef, pork, heavy and stale food, alcoholic drinks, and tobacco. Judicious eating and drinking of mainly wholesome sattvic food in moderate quantity is said to be helpful in controlling the mind, which is an important prerequisite for spiritual progress. Spiritual aspirants are advised to prefer sattvic food over rajasic and tamasic foods, so that the quality of sattva, purity, lightness, harmony, and joy, in them predominates over the other 2 gunas. The Bhagavad Gita says, persons who are sattvic by nature like foods that promote longevity, vitality, energy, health, happiness, and cheerfulness. Such foods are juicy, soft, nourishing, and agreeable. Persons who are rajasic by nature like foods that are bitter, sour, salty, excessively heating, pungent, burning, and thirst-producing. They bring on uneasiness, depression, and disease. Persons who are tamasic by nature like foods that are stale, tasteless, stinking, decayed, and unclean. Footnotes: stale, cooked 3 hours ago. Unclean, remnants of what has been eaten by others. End footnotes. According to the scriptures, one should offer all food as a sacrifice to God. Lord Krishna elaborates, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that as an offering unto me. This does not imply that any type of food can be offered. Only sattvic food, as described above, should be offered to the Lord in a spirit of dedication. Blessed by the Lord, that food becomes prasad, sanctified offering or blessed food. The Lord says, the devotees of the Lord who eat food which is offered first in sacrifice are released from all kinds of sins. Others who cook food only for themselves, to gratify their senses, eat sin. As stated earlier, our mind is influenced by what we eat. A non-vegetarian diet is likely to awaken the animal instincts in the consumer and drag him down to the animal plane. Certain kinds of food, drinks, and drugs excite the senses or dull them. A heavy meal induces sleep and laziness. They are to be shunned if one desires spiritual progress. According to the Bhagavad Gita, success in yoga is not for him who eats too much or eats too little, who sleeps too much or sleeps too little. It also says, for the man who is temperate in food and recreation, who is detached and self-restrained in work, whose sleep and wakefulness are regulated, there ensues discipline which destroys all sorrow. Moderation in eating has always been the rule. Sattvat Brahman states, food which is proportionate to the body satisfies and does not injure it. But when there is too much, it does injure it. And when there is too little, it does not satisfy. Hindu medical writings recommend that half the stomach should be filled with food and 1/4 with water, leaving the remaining 1/4 empty for the movement of air. It is also believed that leaving 1/4 of one's stomach empty invokes the blessings of the Lord. Ahimsa, non-injury, has its basis in the appreciation of the fact that all living beings are manifestations of the same life force. For those who want to follow the path of God realization, it is important to extend love, kindness, and compassion to all forms of life. However, to live in the world, we have to subsist on other life. Hindu scriptures say, Jivo jivasya jivanam, meaning one life form can survive only by consuming another life form. Even the process of breathing involves killing of many microscopic organisms like bacteria that have life. Saints have divided all forms of life as follows, based on the number of tattvas, elements, that are predominant or active in them. Various life forms have the following active tattvas, elements. Human beings have 5 tattvas: space, air, fire, water, and earth. Other mammals have 4 tattvas: air, fire, water, and earth. Birds have 3 tattvas: air, fire, and water. Reptiles, insects, invertebrates, fish have 2 tattvas: fire and earth, fire and air, or fire and water. Plants have 1 tattva, water. The greater the number of active tattvas, the greater is the consciousness of the beings and the higher their status in the scale of evolution. The spiritual law, therefore, imposes varying degrees of karma when certain life forms are killed. The more the number of tattvas in a life form, the higher is the load of karma on the killer. Man has all the 5 tattvas active in him. He is the crown of creation. Accordingly, the karmic load for killing a man is far greater than that for killing an animal, which has only 4 active tattvas. Likewise, the load of karma for killing a living being, like a bird or a fish, and eating it, differs depending on the number of active tattvas it has. This is akin to the punishment imposed by the law-enforcing authority of a state for killing. The quantum of punishment awarded when a human being is killed is much higher than that for killing an animal or any of the lower species. For spiritual progress, aspirants are enjoined to live on vegetables and fruits, as plants have only 1 active tattva in them, namely water. They do take on karma for taking the lives of species from the plant kingdom, but it is minimal compared to the karma created by taking the lives of higher creatures. Therefore, saints have taught their devotees to ensure that only the minimum load of karma is incurred in eating their food. Since spiritual aspirants need to eat in order to sustain or maintain themselves, it is prudent that they adhere to vegetarian food, which involves the least amount of karma. The second reason, as already mentioned, is that since we are what we eat, if we partake of an animal diet, our latent animal passions may be awakened and pull our thoughts to the animal plane. Hence, animal food should be eschewed. The third reason is that a non-vegetarian diet deposits impurities such as uric acids in the human body. Animal foods are known to be high in cholesterol and saturated fats, resulting in coronary disease and stroke. The refuse in the intestinal tract from this kind of food develops soluble poisons that themselves are deadly and may cause various forms of disease. Alcohol and drugs. In Hindu scriptures as well as in the writings of other saints, spiritual aspirants are counseled to avoid intoxicants, both alcohol and drugs. Now, Some argue that Somras was an intoxicant and was mentioned in Vedic literature. The Rig Veda contains several references to Som, and one of the verses praises the drink as follows: "We have drunk Som, a sacred drink, and become immortal. We have attained the light." Was Som an intoxicant or not? Dr. Jogiraj Basu explains, whether Som was an intoxicant or not is still an unsolved problem, but a majority of scholars holds the view that it was not an intoxicant. It was a very rare creeper available in inaccessible mountains of northern and northwestern India, and on account of its rarity, substitutes have been prescribed like the herb putika and the like. It was a hieratic drink used by priestly class. In the Brahmin texts, Som is always eulogized, whereas Sura, or spirituous liquor, is always denounced. Imbibing alcoholic drinks makes the mind and body unsteady, confounds the intellect, clouds reasoning, vitiates judgment, and destroys discrimination. Ingestion of mind-altering drugs causes stupor, insensibility, hallucinations, confusion, and physical and psychological dependency, apart from creating karmic debts. Thus, spiritual aspirants are advised not to indulge in them. As a healthy body and a pure mind are essential for spiritual progress, it is incumbent on aspirants to abstain from non-vegetarian food, intoxicating drinks, and mind-altering drugs. Chapter 11. External Worship. For the average man, gods live in holy streams. For the intelligent, in heavenly orbs. For the wise man, God is his inner self. Agni Purana. God cannot be discerned or comprehended by the senses. He is beyond our ken and understanding, and cannot be understood through logic or reasoning. He can be realized only by sincere spiritual practices under the supervision of a competent guru. Of all external spiritual practices, the easiest one is wholehearted devotion or bhakti. But how does one practice bhakti? One of the most common ways is to repeat God's name. Diverse names and forms of God were first articulated in the Rig Veda. They call him Indra, Mitra, Varuna, Agni, also the celestial fine-winged Garutman. That which is one. The sages give various names. Based on his functions, activities, deeds, and exploits, as narrated in the Hindu scriptures, notably in the Puranas, God has been given a string of names, sometimes 1,000 or more, by mythologists, hymnologists, and rhapsodists. These names are catalogued in books like Vishnu Sahasranama, Shiva Sahasranama, and Devi Sahasranama. Footnotes. 1. Sahasranama means 1,000 names. 2. Shiva Sahasranama. The Mahabharata, too, has a catalogue of 1,000 names of Shiva. End footnotes. These names and forms became very common among the devotees of Bhakti Yoga. Repetition of a mantra with a name included in it, and worshipping the form of one's cherished God in a temple or at home have been popular and effective modes of Bhakti Yoga spiritual practice. Footnote. Mantra. A power-laden syllable or series of syllables. Mantra literally means a sound symbol which, when repeated and reflected on, frees the soul from bondage. End footnote. According to tradition, the enunciation and the practice of repetition of the mantra has to be learned from a qualified guru or a spiritual preceptor in a ceremony called Diksha. The mantra whispered in the ear of the devotee is considered more potent than one chosen at random. According to Shankaracharya, A person to be qualified as a guru has to be virtuous and sinless. He must be well versed in the spiritual literature and deeply rooted in God. Swami Vivekananda avers, "Only one who has known God can be a teacher." He further states that we should see that he does not teach you with any ulterior motive, for name or fame. Forms of worship. Beyond repetition of God's name, devotion or worship itself can take several forms. During the Vedic period, the common form of worship was yajna, and it referred to any ritual in which oblations were poured into a consecrated fire, with the belief that they would be carried to the gods by Agni, the god of fire. Items offered as oblations included vast quantities of ghee, clarified butter, milk, grains, and soma, a sacred drink. In the early Vedic period, animals such as bulls, horses, and goats were sacrificed as well. It was believed that sacrifices would provide nourishment and strength to the gods on whom the maintenance of the universe depended. It was also believed that sacrifices would expiate sins of and give power to those at whose behest they were performed. Over the centuries, as the concept of non-violence entered into the Indian ethos, animal sacrifice faded away. This form of worship is rarely practiced now because of its intricate nature and its need for a large amount of time and money. As it has only historical importance, no elaborate discussion is needed here. It is sufficient to note that the spirit behind the sacrifices, that is, earnest prayer and appeal to the divine, continues even today in the form of puja, japa, repetition of mantras or divine names, and making offerings to the divine. Homa, also known as homam or havana, is a later adaptation of the original yagnas or yagas. The term means the act of pouring an oblation, usually ghee, clarified butter, into a duly consecrated fire, while chanting mantras appropriate to the deity. Homa is more common in puja, or the ritualistic worship of the deities of the Hindu pantheon. The best narration of the forms of worship is found in the Adhyatma Ramayan of Vedavyas, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Narada Bhakti Sutras. Shabari, a simple tribal woman, was a great devotee of Lord Rama, an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. In a discourse to her on devotion, Rama tells her that birth in a higher caste or a respected station in life is not a necessary qualification for reaching the divine, and that bhakti alone counts. Footnote: Paltu Sahib, love alone counts in the court of the Lord. In Isaac Ezekiel, Saint Paltu, his life and teachings. End footnote. Then he talks of the processes for nurturing and practicing bhakti. They are as follows. The first and foremost is association with saints or holy men. The second, reciting inspiring stories about the Lord. The third, singing of the glories of the Lord. The fourth, hearing the exposition of the Lord's teachings. The fifth, sincere and devoted service of the Guru and seeing the Lord in the Guru. The sixth, practice of meritorious habits, control of the senses, observance of external rules of purity, and devoted ceremonial worship of the Lord. The seventh, devoted repetition of the Lord's mantra, sacred formulae. The eighth, worshipful service of the devotees of the Lord, seeing His presence in all beings, and the cultivation of non-attachment to all external objects, and practice of inner virtues. And the ninth, contemplation on the Lord's true nature. Thereafter, Rama says, O noble lady, whoever is endowed with these disciplines, that person will have bhakti characterized by intense love. When such bhakti is generated, the truth about my nature will dawn upon him. Realizing me in that way, one will attain mukti, liberation, in this very birth. Therefore, it is firmly established that bhakti is the cause of mukti, liberation. If a person has succeeded in the first of these disciplines, namely the association with saints, then the others will follow gradually, one by one. You being thus endowed with bhakti towards me, I have come before you. Of the 9 practices of devotion mentioned in the Ramayana, association with the saints is most important, as it is considered the root of spiritual development. By living in intimate contact with holy men and hearing their spiritual discourses, a devotee develops faith, attachment, and loving devotion to the Lord progressively. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna says, "One who worships me through association with the saints becomes my real devotee. Such a devotee easily goes to my abode." According to Narada, bhakti or divine love, although in itself unique, expresses itself in 11 different forms. The devotee loves 1. Glorification of the attributes and greatness of the Lord. 2. His enchanting beauty. 3. Worshipping Him. 4. Repeating His name and His constant remembrance. 5. Serving Him. 6. Friendship with Him. 7. Viewing Him as a son. 8. Viewing Him like a wife loves her husband. 9. Self-surrender to Him. 10. Complete absorption in Him. And 11. Pangs of separation from Him. The 9 forms of worship based on the Bhagavatam. The Srimad Bhagavatam too gives 9 forms, manifestations or expressions of devotion as explained by Prahlada, Lord Vishnu's child devotee. 1. Shravanam. Hearing the names of the Lord and narrations of His glorious actions and excellences. 2. Kirtanam. Chanting the names of the Lord and reciting hymns in praise of Him. 3. Smaranam. Mental recitation of the name of the Lord and remembering Him. 4. Pada Sevanam. Literally, serving the Lord's feet, performing all actions as a service to the Lord. 5. Archanam. Worshipping the Lord, especially through images. 6. Vandanam. Bowing in veneration to the Lord, adoring Him, paying obeisance, offering gratitude for blessings received from the Lord. 7. Dasyam. Regarding oneself as the Lord's servant, practicing servitude to the Lord. 8. Sakhyam. Comradeship, treating the Lord as a friend. 9. Atmanivedanam. Offering one's whole being to the Lord, surrendering to Him, dedicating one's thought, word, and deed to the Lord. 1. Shravanam. The term means faithful hearing of the glory, greatness, qualities, the divine beauty, and the sweet names of the Lord. It connotes attending spiritual discourses, hearing the teachings of the scriptures, and listening to the words of sages or one's guru with complete faith. The act of listening becomes the worship of the Lord. Shravanam purifies the mind of the devotee and relieves him from the modes of passion and ignorance. When the impurities are washed away, he remains steady in the position of pure goodness. Shravanam is held in spiritual literature as a powerful means of purification and a way of salvation. Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, says that by hearing about the Lord and remembering him, devotees put an end to transmigratory existence. The story of King Parikshit is an example of a devotee who, by listening to the glories of the Lord, attained liberation. Parikshit, literally one who examines or searches, was the grandson of Arjuna, the Pandava warrior. He was crowned king before the Pandavas left on their final earthly journey. While on a hunting expedition, Parikshit went to the ashram, hermitage, of sage Shamika and asked for water to quench his thirst. Being deeply absorbed in meditation, the sage did not respond. In anger, Parikshit hung a dead snake around the sage's neck and left for his palace. When Shringi, the sage's son, returned to the ashram and saw a dead snake around the neck of his father, he cursed the perpetrator to die by a snake bite on the 7th day for dishonoring his father. After reaching his palace, the king began to feel remorseful and could not forgive himself. Subsequently, he learned of the curse and decided to prepare for death. As he was making preparations, Shukadeva, son of the great sage Vyasa, and himself an eminent sage, visited the king. The king said with folded hands, "O great sage, please instruct me what I should do with the 7 days that remain in my life. How shall I find God and attain liberation?" As advised by Shuka, during his last days, he listened to the entire Srimad Bhagavatam, narrated by the sage. He attained liberation by listening to the glories of the Lord as related by the sage. Such is the power of Shravanam. Listening requires total attention of the mind. A wandering mind will not benefit from Shravanam. 2. Kirtanam. Literally, praising, narrating, reciting, repeating, chanting, repeated utterance or singing the Lord's name, fame, greatness, glories, and deeds with purity of mind, devotion, concentration, etc. In popular parlance, Kirtanam is group singing of hymns or devotional songs, though the correct name for it is Sankirtanam. While Shravanam is the reception of God through the ears and the mind, Kirtanam is the melodious outpouring of what is treasured up within about the Lord. According to scriptures, there is no difference between the Nami, the named one, and Nama, the name. Footnote. Nami is one of the epithets of Lord Vishnu. End footnote. As a great banyan tree lies hidden in a small seed, similarly, God, with his attributes, is hidden in his name. God and his name are inseparable. Association with his name is the same as associating with God himself. The Lord is present amongst the devotees whenever his name is chanted. We read in Padma Purana, Uttarakhand, Lord Krishna says, "I dwell not in the spiritual kingdom, nor in the heart of the yogis. Where my devotees are chanting, there, O Narad, stand I." Uttering or chanting the Lord's name is therefore emphasized in spiritual literature. Footnote. The Adi Granth too says, "The most exalted is the celebration of the Lord's praise in this dark age. So, through the Guru, attentively contemplate thou the Lord's name." End footnote. In Kali Santarana Upanishad, we read, "Simply by uttering the name of the Lord, all the sins will be cleansed in Kali Yuga." Footnote. It is believed that Kali Yuga began at midnight between February 17 and 18, 3102 BCE. Benjamin Walker, Hindu World, End footnote. In Brihan Naradiya Purana, we read, "To save oneself from the evil effects of Kali Yuga and attain spiritual enlightenment, there is no other alternative that can be found in the entire Vedas excepting the chanting of the Lord's name." In Srimad Bhagavatam, we read, "What is attained in the Satya Yuga by one contemplating on the Lord, in the Treta Yuga by one who propitiates him through sacrifices, and in the Dwapara Yuga through worshipping him through holy images, is attained in the Kali Yuga merely by repeating his name and praising him." In Vishnu Purana, we read, "That reward which a man gets in the Satya Yuga by abstract meditation, in the Treta by sacrifice, in the Dwapara by adoration, he receives in the Kali Yuga by merely reciting the name of the Lord." The theological interpretation of Kirtanam is repeating, saying, telling, chanting, reciting, uttering, praising, glorifying, or singing hymns to a deity. Mystically, Kirtanam refers to the divine melody emanating from the Lord, that is, the word or Shabad. See Nada Yoga explained in chapter 13. The above quotations affirm that Kali Yuga, which is described as an age of evil, sin, strife, deception, discord, quarrel, contention, greed, anger, hatred, lust, passion, pride, etc., is also a blessing, though not unalloyed, as one can be liberated from the cycle of birth and death by repeating the holy name or names of the Lord ceaselessly. The reason why those from earlier yugas were desirous of living in Kali Yuga is unequivocally expressed in another place in Srimad Bhagavatam. We read, "Mature and discriminating persons who appreciate the merits of the Kali Yuga and recognize the essence of things extol this age, in which by merely repeating the names of the Lord, one can attain all the desired objects, which could otherwise be got through many virtues only. Therefore, for men lost in this world, indeed, there is no higher gain than repeating his names, whereby one attains to perfect peace and liberation from the endless cycle of birth and death. For this reason, those living in the Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapara Yuga desire to take birth in Kali Yuga." There is a story narrated in the Srimad Bhagavatam that illustrates how by reciting the name of the Lord, a devotee can realize the Lord. In his previous birth, Narada was the son of a maidservant working in a Brahmin's house. He had no education, wealth, or a good lineage. Though a child, he enthusiastically and humbly served the ascetics who stayed in the house of the Brahmin during Chaturmasya and avidly listened to devotional songs sung by them. Footnote: Chaturmasya, the rainy season when ascetics were obliged to stay in one place. End footnote. Fortunately for him, one of the ascetics, impressed by his devotion, initiated him with the secret of reciting the Lord's name. On the sudden death of his mother, feeling sad and restless, the boy wandered about in a forest. At last, after settling down under a peepal, fig tree, he started reciting the Lord's name and had a vision of the Lord. Then he heard a voice which asked him to spend the rest of his life reciting the Lord's name. Ecstatic with joy, he spent the remainder of his life reciting the Lord's name, Narayana, Narayana, and singing his glory. On his death, he was born as a spiritual son of Brahma, and because of his uninterrupted remembrance and singing the Lord's glory, he got the status of a divine sage. He lived in Swarga, heaven, and made frequent trips to earth. He carried a veena, lute, always with him, chanting the glory of the Lord. He assisted those who were in distress and preached devotion to God. It was he who advised Valmiki to compose the Ramayana and Vyasa to write the Mahabharata. The story of Valmiki itself is yet another example which shows how by repeating the Lord's name, one becomes a sage and realizes the divine. Ratnakar, a Brahmin by birth, was abandoned by his parents when he was a little child. He was adopted by members of a wild tribe who taught him plundering, looting, and killing. For several years, Ratnakar killed animals and robbed travelers, often beheading them. One day, he accosted sage Narada and asked him to hand over everything he had. The sage agreed to do it, but asked Ratnakar if, at the time of reckoning, his family, for whom he was committing these heinous acts, would share the karmic burden of his sinful actions. Struck by this, Ratnakar put the sage's question to his family. His wife and children flatly refused to help bear the consequences of his cruelty, telling him that it was his duty to earn for the family, and how he did it was his responsibility. This opened Ratnakar's eyes. Filled with repentance, he came back and fell at the feet of the sage. The sage instructed him to repeat quickly, Mara, 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 and then he disappeared. Ratnakar sat in one place and repeated this word for years without moving. While he kept repeating this word, Mara, 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 the gap in between the words disappeared and it became Rama, Rama, Rama. He was not aware that he was chanting the name of Lord Rama. By continuously chanting this name, Ratnakar was transformed into a great sage. As he was engaged in repeating the word, sitting at the same place motionless, he became covered with anthills. Later, Narada reappeared and extracted him from the anthill. As he issued from Valmika, Ratnakar came to be known as Sage Valmiki. It was Valmiki who composed the famous Indian epic Ramayana and the Yoga Vashishta, also known as Vashishta Ramayana. The Srimad Bhagavatam says that uttering the Lord's name is so powerful that if one does it only once, even unknowing of its efficacy, it can change the course of one's life and redeem one, even if he is the worst sinner. By way of illustration, the scripture narrates the following story. Born and brought up a pious Brahmin, Ajamila fell a victim to the infatuations of a slave girl and married her after deserting his wife and family. After his riches were all exhausted, in order to maintain her and their children, he took to sinful activities like cheating and robbery. One day, Ajamila fell gravely ill and was about to die. When he was on his deathbed, on seeing fierce-looking messengers of Yama, the god of death, he got frightened and started calling out for his last son, whose name was Narayana. Narayana is one of the names of the god Vishnu. The very utterance of the name Narayana brought Vishnu's attendants on the scene. There ensued a dialogue between the attendants of Vishnu and the messengers of Yama. Yama's messengers asked Vishnu's attendants, "Why have you come here, and why are you obstructing our duty? We have come to take this sinner to Yama's abode." Vishnu's attendants replied, "Didn't you hear who he called out in his last moments? He called out Narayana, Narayana. By uttering that name of our Lord Vishnu, all his sins have been washed away. You cannot take him to Yama's abode. You should leave this place now." "But he called out his son and not Lord Vishnu," protested the messengers of Yama. The attendants of Vishnu replied, "What you are saying is true, but the name of the Lord is so powerful that even if one utters it unknowingly, it is efficacious and has its fruits. If a man takes something without knowing its medicinal value, won't he be cured? If a child puts its hand in fire unknowing of its consequences, won't the fire burn its hand? In the same way, Ajamila's sins have been burnt now by the power of the Lord's name." Unhappy at this turn of events, Yama's messengers left, and reported the incident to Yama. Yama observed, "Chanting the Lord's name is the greatest asset one can have." Yama then sought forgiveness from Lord Vishnu for the incident. On hearing about this, Ajamila broke down with repentance. Subsequently, he recovered and repaired to the bank of the river Ganges, engaged himself in the repetition of the divine name Narayana, and attained liberation. This wonderful story shows the power of chanting the Lord's name. 3. Smaranam. Literally, remembrance, recollection, reminiscence, repetition, mental recitation of the name of a deity. It means remembering and also repetition of the name of the Lord, known as japa. It is an unbroken memory of the name and form of the Lord. Remembrance of the Lord is a difficult mode of worship, as one is swimming against the forceful current of the river of Maya. The practitioner may think that he is meditating on God, but in reality, he may be dreaming of objects or events. Remembrance of the Lord with one-pointed concentration alone can turn away the mind from sense objects. The mind is not stationary. It is like a butterfly flitting from one flower to another. The Amrita Bindu Upanishad says, "To men, mind alone is the cause of bondage or liberation. The mind absorbed in sense objects is the cause of bondage, and the same mind detached from the sense objects is the cause of liberation." The Bhagavad Gita says, "The mind is the friend of the soul and its enemy as well. How can one get its cooperation?" Remembrance of the Lord stills the mind, and it becomes a friend. The company of devotees and listening to spiritual discourses are essential auxiliaries in the remembrance of the Lord. Smaranam is such a potent method that even a worm, by constantly remembering with hatred and fear its tormentor, the wasp, which has kept it in captivity, ultimately transforms itself into a wasp. An outstanding example of a devotee who realized God through Smaranam is Prahalada. Hiranyakashipu, Prahalada's father, was an egoistic king. He declared himself to be a god, issued a decree that no one other than himself should be worshipped in his kingdom, and insisted that everyone should chant only his name. He became a sworn enemy of Vishnu. According to the Padma Purana, Prahalada had been a Brahmin in his previous life, and when born as a son of Hiranyakashipu, he still retained his ardent devotion to Lord Vishnu. Regardless of the decree, Prahalada remembered the Lord, praised him, and chanted his name. Hiranyakashipu resented his son's ecstatic love and devotion for Vishnu. He tried various ways of dissuading Prahalada from loving and worshipping Vishnu. When Prahalada was scolded and reprimanded by Hiranyakashipu for his love for Vishnu, Prahalada submitted that people should be more interested in divinity than material pursuits. Prahalada was adamant and refused to obey his father, and he was subjected to many cruelties, including being trampled upon by elephants, thrown from a high cliff, being trapped in a room full of venomous snakes, etc. But Prahalada, by the blessing of Vishnu, miraculously escaped unharmed. So, Hiranyakashipu ordered his flame-breathing sister Holika to embrace her nephew Prahalada and burn him to death. Again, through Vishnu's intervention, Holika herself was consumed by the fire, while Prahalada came out unhurt. Prahalada began to praise Vishnu with even greater earnestness than before, and preached that Vishnu was omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent. In a fit of exasperation and anger, the king asked him, "If Vishnu is omnipresent, how is it that I do not see him in this pillar?" He then contemptuously kicked the pillar to convince his son about the absurdity of his faith. But in a devastating turn of events, Vishnu emerged as half man and half lion from the pillar, neither as man nor animal, and therefore he could kill Hiranyakashipu, upon whom the boon had been bestowed that no animal or man could kill him. Thus Prahalada, who constantly remembered Vishnu, was saved from all the terrible tyrannies unleashed by his father, and finally met Lord Vishnu in the flesh. 4. Pada Sevanam. Literally, devoted service to the feet of the Lord. The goddess Lakshmi's massaging the feet of her spouse, Lord Vishnu, is a beautiful example of Pada Sevanam. Lakshmi was by nature restless and constantly on the move, but she could not leave the Lord's feet even for a moment. According to Hinduism, Lakshmi is a goddess of wealth and presides over all prosperity. By her Pada Sevanam, she demonstrated to the world that serving the Lord's feet was greater than all the treasures in the world. Thus, Pada Sevanam is a metaphor for surrendering oneself at the Lord's feet and staying in His will. It signifies the elimination of ego. The Srimad Bhagavatam maintains that to be fruitful, all forms of spiritual discipline must be based on devotion and surrender to the Supreme Being. With self-surrender, the devotee does his part. The rest is up to God. The Lord's feet and even His sandals are reverentially referred to in Hinduism. In the Ramayana, when the crown prince Rama was banished to the forest in exile, his brother Bharat, who was away from Ayodhya at that time, came to know on his return of his, Bharat's, accession to the throne due to the machinations of his mother. Bharat was grieved and went into the forest to plead with Rama to return to Ayodhya so that Rama could assume the throne. But Rama, having accepted his exile, refused to accede to Bharat's request. Bharat then requested Rama to give him his sandals. He carried the sandals on his head back to the palace with great respect and installed them on the throne, saying that Rama's sandals would reign over the kingdom. He worshipped the sandals every day and governed the kingdom as regent in Rama's absence. 5. Archanam or Puja. This is a ritualistic form of worship in contrast to the rite of animal sacrifice. It consists of giving a ceremonial bath to the deity and adorning it, reciting or listening to the mantras or verses eulogizing the deity, offering of fruits, leaves, flowers, food, and water to the deity, waving of a plate containing a lighted lamp, incense sticks, and camphor, ringing of bells, and circumambulation of the deity 3 times, etc. Puja can be performed in one's own house or in a temple. Lord Krishna says, "Whoever offers me with devotion and a pure mind a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or a little water, I accept this as devotion." In temples, bananas and other fruits, notably coconuts, sweets, and milk products, are offered to the deity. The Lord has no need for any material object from his devotee. What he seeks is the love and devotion of his devotee. Therefore, whatever the devotee offers should be made with an attitude of love and submission. Whatever is offered to the Lord becomes holy, and it is considered as prasadam. Such blessed food is considered most fit for consumption by devotees. In temples, flowers offered to the deity, the water with which the icon is ritually washed, called charanamrit, foot nectar, and ash from burnt offerings, called bhasma, are also given to the devotees. What all these have common is their association with the worship of the deity. Lord Krishna says that the devotees who consume the blessed food are released from all sins. There is a different form of worship first practiced by the Emperor Prithu, known as Angarchana or Anga Puja. According to the Shatabda Brahman, he was the first of men who was installed as a king. Prithu regarded every sense organ as a lotus to be offered to the Lord in worship. Example, offering of lotus eyes to the Lord, offering of lotus ears to the Lord, and offering of the lotus heart to the Lord. The real meaning of Netra Kamalam Samarpanam is that the eyes are meant to be dedicated entirely to seeing the Lord and nothing else. Likewise, Srotra Kamalam Samarpanam means the ears are meant to be dedicated to the Lord to hear His glories, His divine and spiritual teachings, and nothing else. That was the spirit in which Emperor Prithu performed Angarchana and attained God realization. The most wonderful aspect of Angarchana is that it employs all the 4 forms of devotional service discussed above, namely Shravanam, hearing about the Lord, Kirtanam, chanting His name, Smaranam, remembering Him, and Pada Sevanam, serving His lotus feet. 6. Vandanam. It means salutation, obeisance, praise, worship, adoration, offering gratitude by way of prayer. It is bowing down with a devotional attitude. It signifies the devotee's submission and gratefulness to the Lord. The best example of one who got relief through Vandanam is that of Gajendra, the elephant chief, who had no qualification other than devotion. He was trapped by a ferocious crocodile while he was wading through waters to pluck a lotus flower as a token of his devotion to Vishnu, his chosen deity. Despite his enormous strength, he was unable to shake off the crocodile. The louder the elephant screamed, the deeper the crocodile bit. All attempts by Gajendra to free himself were in vain, as the crocodile held on tenaciously. The elephant's strength finally began to wane. When he was helpless and saw his death fast approaching, he cried out a prayer with great devotion to Lord Vishnu. The Lord came to his rescue and saved him from the crocodile. Gajendra's prayer to the Lord was not an isolated act. It was an outcome of his devotion that he regularly performed with sincerity and love. 7. Dasyam. Literally, servitude. It is looking at the Lord as a master and considering oneself his servant. It refers to a heartfelt yearning to be of personal service to the Lord. Hanuman's devotion to Lord Rama exemplifies Dasyam. Lord Rama didn't have to tell Hanuman what he should do. He always anticipated what the Lord wanted and did it with great love and respect. It was this love and devotion that impelled him to take the perilous journey of going to Lanka in search of Sita, Rama's consort, who was kept in captivity by Ravana, the king of Lanka. Rama was greatly pleased with him, and when Hanuman was told to ask for a boon, he prayed, "My dear Lord, if you like, you can give me salvation or the privilege of merging in yourself. But I do not desire to have anything which diminishes my relationship with you as of a servant and master." Of all the relationships in the world, Hanuman felt the relationship with Rama as the most valuable to him. One day, Rama asked Hanuman, "Tell me, how do you regard me and our relationship?" Hanuman replies, "O Lord, when I identify myself with my body, I am your servant and you are my master. When I consider myself to be an individual soul, I am your part and you are the whole. But when I realize my true nature, I am divine and one with you. the Absolute Spirit. This is my firm conviction. Hanuman was a Siddh, one endowed with supernatural powers. He was a harmonious personification, as it were, of bodily strength, vigor, and courage, nobility of spirit, forbearance, humility, learning, and skill. Dasyam is an attitude. The devotee considers himself an instrument in the hands of the Lord. He considers that everything, whether good or bad, comfortable or uncomfortable, comes from the Lord. All that happens is willed by the Lord. The devotee never questions or complains. He only follows orders. He gets great pleasure from cheerfully executing the orders. 8. Sakhyam. Here, God is seen as a beloved friend. It is comradeship, the love of a friend towards a friend, like that of Krishna and Sudama, aka Sridama and Kuchela. Sudama was a childhood friend of Krishna. They studied together at Ujjain under Rishi Sandipani. Sudama always felt guilty about an incident from their childhood. When they were students of sage Sandipani at Ujjain, they had gone out one day and were caught in a storm. Both were hungry. Sudama consumed 3 mouthfuls of beaten rice flakes which he was carrying, without sharing them with Krishna. After his studies, Sudama got married and had children. Sudama remembered vividly his childhood days with Krishna and often spoke about them nostalgically. He was, however, so poor that he, his wife, and children often did not have enough food to eat. One day, on hearing of his reminiscences of his friendship with Krishna, his wife asked him, "Why don't you go to Dwaraka and meet Krishna? He has great wealth, while we live in abject poverty. If you tell him about our difficulties, I am sure he will help us." Initially, Sudama was hesitant to go to Dwaraka, but seeing his wife and children in distress, he decided to go there. Further, the thought of meeting Krishna, his childhood friend, was very appealing. Sudama asked his wife to give him a present to offer Krishna. As they had nothing worthwhile to be presented to Krishna, his wife got some flattened rice flakes from her neighbor and packed them in a piece of old cloth and handed it over to Sudama. On reaching Dwaraka, Sudama was warmly welcomed by Krishna, embracing him. Sudama's eyes were filled with tears of joy. They had a long conversation about their childhood stay at sage Sandipani's ashram, abode, hermitage, how the rain drenched them one day when they had gone to a nearby forest to collect firewood, how they had lost their way in the forest, and how the sage rescued them and brought them back to the ashram. All along, Sudama was feeling uncomfortable presenting his humble gift he had brought for his childhood friend, who was now a king. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Krishna snatched the bag containing the rice flakes from Sudama, took a handful of them, and devoured them. Sudama was at once relieved of the guilt he had been carrying with him since childhood. Krishna gave him a tour of his mansion, and they had a sumptuous dinner served on gold plates. The next day, after breakfast, Sudama took leave of Krishna and started on his journey back home. His whole being was filled with happiness at having met Krishna. Suddenly he remembered, "Oh, I forgot altogether what my wife had told me. I did not ask Krishna for anything. What shall I tell my wife?" Engrossed in these thoughts, he trundled on. As he was nearing his house, to his amazement, he saw a magnificent mansion at the place where his house stood. He saw his grandly dressed wife and children walking towards him. Suddenly, Sudama realized that he too was wearing fine clothes. He now understood that this was all Krishna's doing. His wife and he thanked the Lord with tears streaming down their eyes. The story of Sudama teaches us that God will accept even the smallest of gifts from a devotee whose heart is pure. We are taken care of by the Lord in every possible way. And in return, He expects nothing but our remembrance of Him. 9. Atma Nivedanam. Literally, offering oneself as a living sacrifice. Atma Nivedanam connotes complete surrender or complete resignation to God. It is the same as prapatti. It involves dedication of one's thought, word, and deed to God with no traces of ego in the devotee's heart. It is the highest of all offerings, as a devotee offers himself, including his eye, and everything to the Lord. Sri Ramana Maharishi exhorts and explains, surrender to Him and accept His will. If you want Him to do as you want, that is not surrender, but a command. You cannot ask Him to obey you, and yet think you have surrendered. He knows what is best, and when, and how to do it. Leave everything entirely to Him. The burden is His, and you have no cares. That is what is meant by surrender. In the Narasimha Purana, the Lord says, anyone who prays unto me and takes my shelter becomes my ward, and I protect him always from all sorts of distresses. If a devotee surrenders himself to the mercy of the Lord bears all his worries and sorrows, and he gets a feeling of oneness with the Lord. Lord Krishna says in the Srimad Bhagavatam, when a devotee, having renounced all worldly activities, consecrates himself to the Lord, and then becomes the subject of my special grace, he becomes fit for oneness with me and attains immortality. Similarly, he says in the Bhagavad Gita, he who constantly remembers me and worships me all the time is protected, and I take care of his welfare at all times. In other words, God takes up all the burdens of the devotees and ensures their welfare. To become conscious of this love of God, the devotee should give up all other love and attachments. The story of King Mahabali, the grandson of Prahlada, is an apt example of Atma Nivedanam. Mahabali held a great sacrifice to which all Brahmins were invited. Lord Vishnu disguised himself as a dwarf Brahmin boy, Vamana, and set out to attend the ceremony. The king welcomed the dwarf Brahmin with great humility. Vamana was effulgent like the sun, and the king promised him that he would be happy to offer him whatever he desired. Vamana said, I want only a small piece of land, just what can be measured by 3 of my steps. The king insisted on offering more land, which would at least be sufficient to provide Vamana his daily needs. Vamana replied, I do not need any more land than what I have asked for. Keep your promise and give me what I asked for. Shukracharya, the king's preceptor, who could see that the dwarf was none other than Lord Vishnu, who had come to test the king, advised the king to go back on his promise, as otherwise he would lose his kingdom and all his possessions. The king politely ignored his preceptor's advice, saying, "If he is Lord Vishnu, we should be happy that he has cared to visit us. I have already promised him that I will give him whatever he wants. I will not take back my promise. Am I not a descendant of the great Prahalada? Indeed, there is no greater unrighteousness than going back on one's promise. I am prepared to give away everything, regardless of what happens to me." Then the king earnestly requested the dwarf, "You may take what you need." When he again looked at the dwarf, he saw the entire universe existing in him. He realized that the dwarf was really Lord Vishnu, just as his preceptor Shukracharya told him. He considered himself blessed to have the darshan of the Lord. The dwarf advanced his first step and covered the whole earth. With his second step, he covered the heavens and the rest of the universe. There was no place for his third step. He asked the king, "Now, where may I take the third step?" The king replied, "I am not afraid of the underworlds, but I am certainly afraid of dishonor. Place your foot on my head. I take it as a boon. I am yours forever." The Lord placed his foot on his head and sent him down to an underworld. Then, with the Lord reverting to his dwarf form, Vamana remarked, "I take away the fortune and power of whomsoever I show my grace to." Being very much pleased with the king, he told the king, "In a coming age, you will be born as Indra, the king of the Devas, celestial beings. For now, you may remain in Sutala, an underworld. None shall be able to overpower you there. I will forever protect you, and you will always feel my presence." By his self-abnegation and surrender, Mahabali obtained the feeling of oneness with the Lord. This feeling of oneness with the Lord is achieved only in Atma Nivedanam, complete surrender. The Srimad Bhagavatam gives another story to emphasize the importance of surrender. Pingala was a prostitute whose life of ill repute gradually became untenable. One evening, she stood elegantly dressed as usual at her door, hoping some rich man would get attracted to her and lavish money on her. Alas, nobody approached her. Finally, long past midnight, tired and disappointed, she felt within herself a deep disgust for the morally reprehensible life she was leading. Then she said to herself, "Lo, how wantonly have I afflicted my soul by leading the life of a prostitute. I expected wealth and satisfaction from lustful and greedy men through selling my body to them. Which female other than me would find enjoyment through the bodies of such persons, which are like a house of which the framework is bones, covered with flesh, skin, hair, and nails, and which has 9 doors through which constantly flow foul substances? Among the people of Mithila, I am the only foolish and wicked person who expected satisfaction from anybody other than the immortal Lord. Wisdom has dawned on me now. I am no longer a slave of my senses. I am grateful to God's grace that helped me to realize the truth. Who else but the Lord would save me? When one carefully sees the world devoured by the poisonous serpent of time and feels disgusted with worldly objects, one realizes the fact that the Lord is the only protector." She then renounced worldly attachments and sought surrender at the feet of the Lord. Having given up desire and hope, and surrendering herself completely to the Lord, she lived in peace and felicity. As we have seen, there are various forms of devotion. Devotees can follow any form or mode, whichever suits their nature. The devotees will feel blissful when they practice one or a combination of a few of these disciplines. Ultimately, the thread that runs through all these different forms of devotion, Shravanam, Smaranam, Kirtanam, etc., is bhakti. That overwhelming feeling of love and devotion that cannot be expressed in words. The mind feels the metaphysical presence of the Lord everywhere. The Srimad Bhagavatam says, all those solely engaged in the devotional service of the Lord have no fear from any quarters. For them, heaven, hell, and liberation are the same, as they perceive the same reality pervading everywhere. Worship of Shakti and Goddesses. To complete a discussion on external worship, it is necessary to touch upon worship of Shakti and other goddesses. Shakti literally means power, energy. In Hindu mythology, goddess Shakti is the consort of Shiva. Shakti represents the dynamic aspect of Saguna Brahman, the primordial cosmic energy. In Shakti theology, Professor V.R. Ramachandra Dikshitar says, Brahman is static energy, and Shakti is dynamic Brahman. Her manifestation is the divine mother of the universe. The Shiva Purana says, just as the moon does not shine without moonlight, so also Shiva, the supreme god according to the Shaivites, does not shine without the principle of Shakti. Shankaracharya instituted in his monasteries the worship of Shakti, or Devi, the feminine aspect of reality. Sri Ramakrishna, at the beginning of his spiritual disciplines, worshipped Kali, Shakti, had spiritual experiences, then became an Advaitist, and ultimately realized Brahman, the supreme god. It is interesting to note that the Hindus have an ancient tradition of worshipping not only gods, but also their spouses. Each member of the Trinity has his Shakti or Devi as his consort. Saraswati of Brahma, Lakshmi of Vishnu, and Parvati of Shiva, also known as Uma, Gauri, Amba, and Ambika in her beneficent aspect, and Durga, Kali, etc. in her destructive aspect. Mother worship and mother cult are not alien to Hinduism. It is traceable to the Vedas. The concept of Aditi, the mother of gods, may be said to be the origin of mother worship. Besides Aditi, the Vedic people worshipped Ushas, Saraswati, Prithvi, Aranyani, and other female divinities. However, as Swami Harshananda points out, the mother cult that has evolved over the last few centuries is predominantly centered around Parvati, the consort of Shiva. In Shaktism, also called Tantrism, one of the three major traditions of worship in Hinduism, the other two being Vaishnavism and Shaivism, Shakti is revered as a fundamental creative force. Shakti is also the force that maintains the universe and makes all life possible. Worship of the Ishtadevata, chosen or favored deity. According to Saguna Bhaktas, though God is one, there are many of his aspects worthy of worship. The path of bhakti allows a spiritual aspirant to choose any one of the aspects for this purpose. That aspect which he chooses becomes his Ishtadevata, chosen or favored deity. This form of worship, sometimes called Saguna Upasana, devotion to the divine with qualities, became more popular than Vedic sacrifices. The practices mentioned in this chapter are modes of external forms of worship. The external forms, as discussed, include puja, worship of idols or images of a deity. As idol or image worship is an important form practiced by many devotees, it is discussed in a little more detail in the next chapter. After that, we discuss the internal forms of worship, which are considered superior to the external forms. The stories from the scriptures given above vividly portray that by external forms of worship, the devotees get some remarkable benefits and blissful experience. But they may be able to enjoy them only for a limited period, as long as the effect of their good karmas lasts. To get liberation from the cycle of birth and death forever, they must practice the internal form of worship according to the instructions of a true guru or master. This form of worship is discussed in Chapter 13. Chapter 12. The Worship of Idols and Images. The Lord is within the heart of beings in the world. Of what avail are the idols to those who have this real knowledge? Having an idol is very auspicious for a person who has no such knowledge. It is a ladder that enables him to climb to a higher position. It is difficult to climb to a position without support. Shiva Purana, Rudra Samhita. Devotional practices followed by most Hindus today are often associated with the worship of idols, images, and symbols. Example, prayers, hymns, repetition of the name or names of a deity, solo or congregational singing and dancing, performing rituals, undertaking pilgrimages to holy places, and so forth. The object of adoration is the Ishta Devata or personal god, that is, Devi or Vishnu or Shiva or one of their incarnations. Devotees who follow these practices are called Saguna Bhaktas. Saguna Bhaktas regard God as both transcendental and immanent. According to them, God is beyond ordinary human knowledge or experience, transcendence, and at the same time, He is present in the heart of all individuals and everywhere, immanence. They give a human face to the ultimate reality and regard their personal God as the one who creates, preserves, and destroys the universe. Thus, they think of God as a divine human being. A unique manifestation of the divine is the avatara or incarnation, such as Rama and Krishna, who can fulfill a cosmic need whenever it arises. These devotees believe that God's willingness to incarnate in the deity form constitutes the ultimate expression of His love for humanity. It is by His grace that a human being attains liberation. In Tripura Rahasya, the goddess says, "What I am is utterly beyond the capacity of your mind to conceive. Therefore, worship me in whatever form appeals to you. I promise, in that very form, I will come to you." Footnote: Tripura Rahasya, literally, the mystery beyond the Trinity, a Sanskrit text on Advaita. End footnote. To the Hindus, Krishna and Rama, as mentioned above, are two of the forms in which the divine appears. The Bhagavad Gita says in verse 12.5 that it is much more difficult for human beings to focus on the unmanifested God than on the manifested form. The Vishnu Samhita asks, without a form, how can God be meditated upon? If God is without any form, where will the mind fix itself? When there is nothing for the mind to attach itself to, it will slip away from meditation or will glide into a state of slumber. Footnote: the answer to this question, according to the Nirguna Bhaktas, is that a devotee should meditate concentrating his attention on the subtle center of consciousness situated between the two eyebrows, or on the form of his guru. End footnote. As mentioned in Chapter 1, Dattatreya too asks, how can I bow to him who is formless, undifferentiated, blissful, and immutable, who has through himself, by himself, and in himself filled up everything? In order to render the absolute comprehensible, it has to be given a definite shape or form, just as sound waves are represented in the form of undulatory lines. This has led to the conception and creation of idols or images of one's personal god, and the building of temples. An image or idol helps to bring to the mind of the devotee the living presence of the deity it represents, as a photograph of a person does. He does not consider it a substitute for God, but only a symbol. That is useful to him in his practice of devotion, just as a window in one's room gives him a limited view of the unlimited sky. There is nothing in the Rig Veda that indicates that idols were used as an aid to worship. Max Mueller, the German specialist in Asian studies, says, "The religion of the Vedas knows no idols." In later Vedic days, in the Brahmana literature, references are found to idols and temples. Bhakti Yoga speaks of worshipping God with form through idols, or images, in which there is a special manifestation of God. These idols or images are seen in temples and shrines. Swami Nikhilananda writes, images are accepted by Hinduism, Mahayana Buddhism, and Roman Catholicism. To worship the image of God is to bring God down to the level of a physical object. But such worship is neither wicked nor sinful. Some of the world's greatest saints have worshipped God through images. For example, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, 1836 to 1886, the guru of Swami Vivekananda, worshipped the idol of Kali and experienced spiritual exhilaration before he was initiated into Advaita. Murti is another word in Sanskrit for image or idol. A murti, or idol, is defined as anything which has a definite shape and limits. It is not a product of the human imagination. It is fashioned according to the specifications and design rules enunciated in canonical manuals such as Shilpa Shastras and Brihad Samhita. Footnote: Shilpa Shastras, science of dexterous crafts. The term refers to the traditional teaching of temple building and idol or image making. End footnote. Trained in scriptural specifications and design, the artists who chisel, carve, and fashion these murtis perform deep meditation to receive the correct inspiration. Therefore, the imagination or fancies of artists have no role in fashioning the images, since they are made in accordance with scriptural canons. That murti or idol, when made, is not ready for worship. It is just a visible form, without substance, and must be consecrated to be a divine deity. At the consecration ceremony, technically known as Prana Pratishta ceremony, God is implored to imbue the image or idol with his divine presence. The Lord is entreated to animate the material elements that are sculpted in his form. When this is done, it becomes God's representation. Thus, it becomes a deity only after the consecration ceremony. It comes alive, as if it were radiating the subtle presence of the divinity it represents. It is akin to an electric bulb that starts giving light as soon as the wire carrying electricity to it is switched on. Accordingly, when a Hindu worships an idol, he is not worshipping the inanimate quality of the idol, but the divine presence, power, and holiness that are represented by the idol. In this connection, the following response from a Hindu Pandit, scholar, of Varanasi to a French traveler, François Bernier, in the 17th century is interesting and informative. We have indeed in our temples a great variety of images. To all these images we pay great honor, prostrating our bodies and presenting to them with much ceremony flowers, rice, scented oil, saffron, and other similar articles. Yet, we do not believe that these statues are themselves Brahma or Bichan, Vishnu, but merely their images and representations. We show them deference only for the sake of the deity whom they represent, and when we pray, it is not to the statue, but to that deity. Images are admitted in our temples because we conceive that prayers are offered up with more devotion when there is something before the eyes that fixes our mind. But in fact, we acknowledge that God alone is absolute, that He only is the omnipotent Lord. For a Hindu, a murti is like a telescope to help see God more clearly. The divine comes into focus and comes closer to him, and he can reach out and touch the divine feet. A murti is a form and manifestation of the formless absolute. Therefore, Hindus are not worshipping idols, but God. They see in the images a real and physical presence of God, and not only a symbolic one. Satguru Shivaya Subramanya Swami says that without the sanctified image of God, one cannot easily talk with him, just as one cannot have a conversation across long distances without a telephone. Apart from idols and images, Hindus worshipped icons, representative symbols, or aniconic forms like the Shiva Lingam. Shiva means auspiciousness and Lingam means an emblem. Thus, the Shiva Lingam is an emblem of auspiciousness. Lingam also means a phallus. The Shiva Lingam is a depiction of Shiva in a column or phallic form, which is found in the innermost sanctuary of most of the Shiva temples. Myths connected with the Lingam states that Shiva appeared as a column of fire of infinite length, the top and bottom of which could not be seen. Another account says that he manifested himself as a great altar of gold, from which sprang forth a blazing fire. Klaus Klostermaier says in his A Survey of Hinduism, it, Shiva Lingam, does not evoke any phallic associations in the mind of the worshippers. It is just a form or symbol of the Supreme Spirit which, though manifest in a form, transcends it. It may be added here that there are many Shiva Lingams, especially of the Swayambhu self-manifested type, which do not resemble a phallus. Some Hindu denominations like Arya Samaj and social reformers like Raja Ram Mohan Roy have denounced idol or image worship. But major Hindu schools such as Vaishnavism, Shaivism, and Shaktism, while frowning on idol worship, favor deity worship, that is, the worship of the consecrated idol. These schools suggest that it is easier to dedicate time and focus on spirituality through forms or icons that have human or semi-human appearance. Mahatma Gandhi, who was a devout follower of Hinduism, saw little reprehensible in idol worship and justified it as a harmless aid to worship. The Saguna Bhaktas worship the Supreme Being in many forms, as deities or gods with various names, as they believe that all those names refer to the Supreme Being. In support of their belief, they quote the Rig Vedic passage, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. The truth is one, but the wise call it by various names. Just as a mother calls her only child by various names out of her deep love for it, the devotees call the Absolute, the Supreme Being, by various names. The names by which the mother calls her child do not refer to different children, but only to her one child. Similarly, a boy looks at the woman who gave birth to him as his mother. His father looks at the same woman as his wife. The woman's father looks at her as his daughter. When viewed from 3 different angles, the same person is known as mother, wife, and daughter. In the same way, the various names by which the devotees remember God do not refer to many gods, but the one being. They also quote, apart from the one mentioned above, the following passages from the scriptures. He is the one alone. In him all deities become one alone. Atharva Veda. Just as the rainwater that falls from the sky eventually reaches the ocean, so also all the worship offered to him, by whatever name you wish, or in whatever form you like, ultimately goes to the one, the only one, ultimate, infinite, supreme reality. Mahabharata. The concept of the one in the many is believed to be true by a large number of Hindus. Even an unlettered Hindu in the remotest village believes that God, though one, could be worshipped in several forms, including the one to which he is devoted. Thus, Hinduism is essentially monotheistic, not polytheistic. Saguna Bhaktas say that it is surprising that when sacred images are used in other religious traditions, they are called icons and regarded as holy. But when sacred images are used by Hindus, they are called idols. Just as Christians worship the crucifix as a symbol of Christ, Hindus worship images and icons as symbolic representation of the nameless, formless, attributeless absolute, on whom qualities are superimposed in a well-defined manner. Just as the Christians associate the idea of holiness with the crucifix, the Hindus associate their idea of truth and omnipotence with the consecrated images or idols. This is done to suit the natural qualities and leanings of a devotee in order to enable him to conceive and meditate upon the absolute God. The worship of images imbued with the power of the deity after consecration is not to be construed as idolatry, as the focus is on worship, not on the form or shape of the object of worship. Swami Vivekananda, who refused to denounce idol worship and believed that every way of worship is a valid way to God, asserted in the World Parliament of Religions thus: superstition is a great enemy of man, but bigotry is worse. Why does a Christian go to church? Why is the cross holy? Why is the face turned towards the sky in prayer? Why are there so many images in the Catholic Church? Why are there so many images in the minds of Protestants when they pray? My brethren, we can no more think about anything without a mental image than we can live without breathing. By the law of association, the material image calls up the mental idea, and vice versa. That is why the Hindu uses an external symbol when he worships. He will tell you it helps to keep his mind fixed on the being to whom he prays. He knows as well as you do that the image is not God, is not omnipresent. Vivekananda further explains elsewhere. Devotees worship God with the help of an image. They do not worship the wood, the earth, or the metal of which the image is composed. They worship the spirit symbolized by the image. The idol is merely a peg on which we hang our faith. Although the consecrated idol or image is meaningless for a person who has no faith in it, for a person who visualizes his chosen deity in it, there is no denying the fact that it is a vehicle of supreme significance. A reputed scholar, Dr. David Frawley, writes, "An image of Christ as a good shepherd is called an icon and viewed with respect. An image of Krishna as a good cowherd, which is a similar image of the divine as watching over the souls of men, is called an idol, which encourages one to look inferiorly upon it. This is a prejudice and negative stereotyping in language of the worst order." He continues, "To call such images as idols implies that those who worship them practice idolatry or take the image itself as a god. The use of an image, whether we call it an icon or an idol, does not imply belief in the reality of the image. That we keep a photograph of our wife and children at our work does not mean that we think our wife and children are the photograph. It is a reminder, not a false reality. The use of the term idol in the press, particularly in the Indian press, is thus careless, insensitive, inflammatory, and communal. The Saguna Bhaktas firmly believe that anything can be achieved by faith. In addition, in image worship, bhav, the mystic feeling, is considered very important. If a worshipper thinks that the image is mere stone or wood, he will not gain anything. But if he regards the image as a symbol of God and offers worship with love and devotion, he will gain the fruit of worship. Bhav is a very powerful factor, and it is believed that God, being omniscient, recognizes the sincerity of the worshipper's bhav and accepts it as such. The Lord says that the fruit of such worship is attainment of Him. The sum and substance of the arguments of Saguna Bhaktas is that deity worship is not idol worship as commonly understood. Once the idol has a divine power infused in it through consecration. The idol, in fact, becomes an actualized form of an ideal. In contrast, the worship of an idol that is not consecrated is idol worship. They argue that the critics of idol worship do not appreciate this nuance. Idol worship, the kindergarten stage, a ladder for worshipping God within. The Yoga Vashishta Ramayan says that Murti Puja, or idol worship, is considered equal to Bala Krida, or child's play. Swami Harshananda advises that since the worship of God through images and idols is only the kindergarten or childhood stage in spiritual matters, the devotees should gradually rise to the level where they can feel the divine within themselves and also see the divinity in all. As a devotee matures, he realizes that idol worship is just a stepping stone for the next stage of worshipping the Lord within. The images and idols, as stated earlier, are mere aids for the devotees to conceive and meditate upon the attributeless Absolute with one-pointed attention. They are intended for those whose capacity for abstract thinking is not good. Swami Nikhilananda writes, "Some devotees, conscious of their inability to contemplate their identity with the Supreme Spirit, pursue a concrete form of worship as a spiritual discipline, and cherish the hope of ultimately giving up dualistic thought. Thus, they are led from the personal God to impersonal reality, from ritual to contemplation, from audible prayer to the experience of inner peace and silence. In the beginning, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa worshipped the image of the goddess Kali. Then, he began to practice Advaita under the guidance of Tota Puri, a sannyasi of the highest Vedantic realization, and attained Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the state in which the soul realizes its identity with the impersonal, absolute reality, Brahman. In this state, the three aspects of meditation, meditator, the act of meditation, and the object of meditation known as God, are finally united. Idol worship, kept within limits, can help stimulate devotion and concentration, and enable the sense-laden human spirit to rise for its flight of the alone to the alone. But the worshippers should not forget that idols are only symbolic representations of the nameless, formless, absolute without attributes. To realize that absolute, they need to practice devotion within. Otherwise, worship can degenerate into soulless social practice. External worship may help a devotee to abide in the same place as his favorite deity. Example, the paradise of Vishnu with his continuous vision, or to reside close to the deity, but that felicity or happiness is temporary, as it lasts only till the exhaustion of the merits he has earned. To attain liberation from the ceaseless cycle of birth and death and enjoy eternal bliss, he needs to resort to internal worship as discussed in the next chapter. The Maitreya Upanishad declares, "For one who longs for liberation, worship of images made of stone, metal, gem, or clay is a hindrance and brings about rebirth. Therefore, an ascetic should worship God, who resides and shines in his own heart. He should relinquish all forms of external worship, so that he may not be born again." In this connection, the following prayer attributed to Shankaracharya is instructive. O Lord, while meditating, I have attributed forms to you, though you are formless. O you, the teacher of the world, in my hymns, I have described you, the indescribable. I have assumed you, the omnipresent, as if limited only to places of pilgrimages that I have visited. O Lord of the universe, please forgive me for my threefold transgression. Chapter 13. Internal Worship. A yogin never resorts to worshipping idols, images, or icons. They are notional and only to inspire ignorant persons to have spiritual faith in the Lord, who already dwells in the hearts of all living creatures. He perceives the Lord within himself. The Jabala Darshana Upanishad. Footnote. Yogin, a contemplative saint and ascetic. End footnote. Critics of external worship say that idols or images do not speak. Going to tirthas, places of pilgrimage, cannot wash away sins, and fasts or ceremonies are futile for experiencing eternal bliss. External worship may, at best, help the practitioner to live a better life. It may even provide him a place in heaven for a defined period of time, as long as the merits earned by him last. But it is of no use in obtaining liberation from the endless cycle of birth and death. For that, they emphasize that one should worship God, who resides within. Swami Shivananda writes, "Life is a pilgrimage. The wise man does not rest by the roadside inns. He marches direct to the illimitable domain of eternal bliss, his ultimate destination." Internal worship is a straightforward approach to communicate and commune with God. It is not limited by the constraints of time, space, and resources. It shifts the emphasis from outward ritual practices to internal spiritual practice. The preference for internal worship has the support of the Upanishads. Those who have realized God within say that there is no need for any divine image or a temple for worship. For those who have yet to reach this height of realization, worship of Saguna Brahman or external worship in various forms is the expedient practice. But they should not become complacent. They should endeavor to perceive God within themselves. Swami Harshananda observes that when external worship is performed in the right spirit, over time, it may lead to greater and greater introversion. As a result, external, formal worship may drop off by itself. Worship of God within requires engagement of both the mind and the intellect. This consists of withdrawing into one's inner world and practicing meditation, which leads to self-absorption and oneness with God. The Mahabharata advises that devotees should meditate upon God with full concentration. A spiritual aspirant who is devoted to God with his whole mind, heart, and intellect succeeds in achieving his desire of realizing Him. Indeed, God is fond of those who are devoted to Him entirely, as the Srimad Bhagavatam affirms. The well-known techniques of internal worship are Manasa Puja and the yogas, notably Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Nada Yoga. In the Upanishads, the older practices of offering sacrifices and ceremonies to appease gods gave way instead to an understanding that, by means of an inner sacrifice, human beings can attain liberation from the endless process of transmigration through moral culture, restraint, training of the mind, meditation, and discrimination. Passing references to Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Nada Yoga have been made in Chapter 8. Here they are delineated in detail as internal forms of worship to attain liberation from ceaseless transmigration. Without bhakti or love for the Lord, it is not possible to undertake any of the above. In all forms of worship, bhakti is the foundation. Without bhakti, no spiritual techniques can be practiced, and the objective cannot be achieved. Manasa Puja. Footnote: Manasa Puja should not be confused with Manasa Puja, serpent worship. Manasa was a sister of the serpent king Ananta. Manasa, or Manasa Devi, is a goddess of snakes. End footnote. The term comes from the Sanskrit manas, meaning mind or thought, and puja, meaning worship or adoration. It is worshipping a deity mentally and not with any external action. It is a practice of bhakti yoga within one's body. The devotee's body becomes the temple, and the heart becomes the altar or sanctum where the deity resides. In the Uttarakhanda of the Padma Purana, it is stated, all persons can generally worship within the mind. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna says that a devotee who is completely freed from material desires may worship him mentally within the cavity of his heart. Sri Shankaracharya, a staunch advocate of Advaita Vedanta, surprisingly talks of Manasa Puja. In his Shiva Manasa Puja, he admirably captures the bhakti bhava in this method of worship, where feeling is more effective than physical action. Its first verse reads as follows: O God, I offer you an imaginary throne studded with precious jewels. I offer cool waters from the Himalayas to bathe in. I offer you holy silken clothes to wear. I offer you many precious jewels to adorn you. I offer you sandal paste mixed with musk. I offer you jasmine, bilva, bale, and champaka, magnolia flowers, and I wave incense sticks and a shining flame. But all these I do in the portal of my mind. Please, God, who is merciful and who is the Lord of all beings, accept all that I have imagined in my heart and bless me. As seen from these lines, Manasa Bhakti involves visualizing all the steps and processes of traditional external forms of worshipping a deity and replicating them in the mind faithfully and sincerely. The following are some of the steps a devotee may undertake in this form of worship. 1. Sitting in a comfortable, clean place. 2. Visualizing his Ishta Devata, favorite deity, and offering a seed to the deity within his heart. 3. Visualizing the process of a traditional puja, such as bathing the deity, applying sandal paste to the deity's forehead or body, lighting the lamp, burning incense and camphor, offering flowers, fruits, and food, singing songs in praise of the deity, and replicating them mentally. 4. Chanting the appropriate mantras or repeating the deity's sacred name or names mentally. 5. Closing the eyes and entering a meditative mode. 6. Doing salutations, prostrations, etc. with the mind. The devotee may also visualize engaging himself in a conversation with the deity, in which he may seek guidance, protection, and blessings, and may also express his gratitude to the deity. Swami Adiswarananda, in his book Meditation and Its Practices, terms mental worship as mystic worship. He says that mystic worship is the mental worship of the Ishtam, chosen ideal in the heart, following some prescribed ceremonies and observances. Footnote: Ishtam. Literally, favorite, revered. Here it is translated as ideal. End footnote. While worshipping, the seeker regards his body as a temple and his heart as the altar. Just as the ritualistic worshipper offers water, flowers, and fruits to a deity and waves incense and lamps before it in a temple, the seeker offers all the articles of worship mentally to the Ishtam, chosen ideal, enshrined within his heart, and chants hymns and repeats sacred words mentally. The items of offering are all symbolic. Swami Adiswarananda further says that mystic worship is considered a form of contemplation that gradually culminates in meditation. While contemplation is thinking about the Ishtam, meditation is keeping the mind focused on the Ishtam without interruption. If the Ishtam is a god-man, the seeker lovingly remembers his life story with its various events. Swami Nikhilananda affirms, as the devotee meditates on his ideal, he first visualizes indistinctly only parts of his body. The outside world is still very real to him. As the meditation deepens, the figure of the ideal becomes real, and the physical world dreamlike. At last, the physical world completely disappears, and the chosen ideal appears as a living person, speaking and giving guidance to the devotee. About the mode of mental worship and its significance, Swami Brahmananda, a reputed disciple of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, writes, meditate upon God within the shrine of your heart, or visualize Him present before you. Offer all the articles of worship mentally to the living presence enshrined in your heart. When the mind becomes absorbed, a shining light is first experienced in the mystic vision. With this vision, there comes a kind of higher and nobler joy, and the mind is reluctant to give up this joy and move onward. But if the aspirant goes further, the vision of the light will be concentrated into the form of the chosen ideal, and the mind becomes merged in his consciousness. Swami Shivananda narrates the following story to show that Manasa Puja or mental worship is more powerful than external worship. Arjuna thought that Bhima did not perform any kind of worship. Footnote: Arjuna and Bhima are the Pandava brothers in the Mahabharata. End footnote. He was proud of his external worship to Lord Shiva, offering him bilva leaves. But Bhima offered to Lord Shiva mentally the bilva leaves of all the bilvas of the whole world. He was doing Manasic Puja of Lord Shiva. Arjuna once saw a large band of people carrying baskets of bilva leaves. He thought that these leaves must be those offered by him, Arjuna, to the Lord, and questioned them thus, brothers, for whom do you carry these bilva leaves? They replied, O Arjuna, these leaves are offered to our Lord by Bhima through his Manasic Puja. Arjuna was struck with the realization that Manasic Puja was more powerful than external worship, and that Bhima was a better devotee than himself. Swami Prabhupada also illustrates the power of Manasa Puja with a story. Once, in an assembly of Brahmins, a poor devotee heard a discourse on worship of the deity in the temple. In that discourse, he heard how one should worship a deity within one's own mind. After hearing this, he took a bath in the Godavari river and began mentally worshipping the deity. In his imagination, he would collect all kinds of paraphernalia for worship and worship the deity very piously, beginning with bathing the deity with sacred waters brought from sacred rivers and ending with offering arati. This practice gave him immense happiness. After many years had passed in this way, one day he imagined that he cooked delicious sweet rice with ghee, clarified butter, for worshipping the deity. He placed the sweet rice on a dish to offer the deity. Concerned that the sweet rice was very hot, he checked it by touching it. Immediately, he felt the hot rice burning his finger and cried out. He was in real pain from the imagined hot dish that he had touched. Such was the power of his bhakti. Meanwhile, Lord Vishnu, in his abode, began smiling. His consort, Goddess Lakshmi, asked the Lord why he was smiling. Lord Vishnu commanded his attendants to bring the devotee to his abode. Thus, the devotee attained liberation of samipya, the facility of living near the Lord in his abode. Practice is more powerful if the instrument involved is also powerful. As mind is more powerful than the physical body, mental worship is more powerful than rituals and other external forms of worship. In fact, internalization of rituals and other processes of worship changed the Vedic religion from external worship to a system that placed emphasis on the mind and spirit, paving the way for the yogic tradition. Manasa puja requires complete concentration of mind. A person with a distracted mind cannot do this type of puja effectively. Raja Yoga. This yoga, as noted earlier, was initially known as Patanjali Yoga, as it is based on the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, a work which is regarded as a handbook on devotion rather than a philosophical text. Its other names are Kriya Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, and Dhyana Yoga. It posits the existence of three fundamental realities: Purusha, Prakriti, and Ishvara. Purusha is individual souls or spirits, infinite in number. Prakriti is the primordial nature or Maya of Vedanta. The Ishvara of Raja Yoga is not the creator, preserver, or destroyer god, but an especially exalted soul who has existed for all eternity without ever being enmeshed in matter. He is a special kind of being, untouched by ignorance and the products of ignorance, not subject to karmas or samskaras or the results of action, according to Patanjali. He is different from an ordinary, liberated soul because he has never been in bondage. He is free from desires. He cannot grant liberation, but can only help the devotee in his spiritual progress. He is highly revered as he aids in meditation by removing the obstacles that hinder self-realization. He is denoted or designated by Om, whose constant repetition is recommended to spiritual aspirants to attain kaivalya, liberation. The Purusha, soul, is essentially pure consciousness and is free from the limitations of Prakriti, matter or Maya. But due to ignorance, Purusha forgets its real nature of pure consciousness and gets involved with or influenced by Prakriti. It thus suffers the pangs of birth and the miseries of existence, death, and transmigration. The goal of Raja Yoga is to isolate Purusha from Prakriti to attain liberation. This is endeavored by observing certain disciplines aimed at calming one's body and controlling or annihilating the thought waves of the mind by meditation. In order to achieve the objective, the yoga prescribes the practice of 8 steps, hence the name Ashtanga Yoga. The 8 steps are: 1. Yama. 5 ethical restraints or a set of don'ts. Do not injure any being either by thought, word, or deed. Do not utter falsehood. Do not steal. Do not indulge in acts of passion and lust. And do not become greedy or covetous. In other words, a spiritual aspirant must practice ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truthfulness, asteya, non-stealing, brahmacharya, continence or chastity, and aparigraha, non-covetousness. 2. Niyama. 5 positive observances of certain good habits, the do's. They are cleanliness of body and mind, contentment, austerity of body, speech, and mind, study of holy books, and devotion to God. 3. Asana. A bodily posture suitable for meditation. A bodily state midway between discomfort which disturbs and relaxation which causes drowsiness. The posture should be such that the head, neck, and trunk are upright. The aim is to ensure that the practice of concentration is not interfered with by the bodily posture. A sitting posture is the most helpful. 4. Pranayama. Regulation of breath leading to integration of mind and body. Rhythmic breathing quietens the body, which in turn calms the mind. 5. Pratyahara. Withdrawal of the mind and senses from all sense objects, turning it inward and restraining it from going outward. This is aimed at removing all possible distractions and diversions. 6. Dharana. Concentration. Fixing the attention at a point a little above the middle of the 2 eyebrows, popularly known as the Shivanetra or the third eye. 7. Dhyana. This is deep meditation. When concentration is uninterrupted, like oil flowing from one vessel into another, it is dhyana. In other words, when the mind remains fixed at the same point, one-pointed, without a break, it becomes dhyana. 8. Samadhi. Total absorption in the object of meditation to such an extent that the practitioner is unaware of even his own existence. In this state, duality and the manifest world no longer exist, and the practitioner realizes the true nature of the self. This is inner illumination. The first 3 steps are to purify the body and mind, and the next 2 are aimed at controlling or annihilating the thought waves of the mind to facilitate meditation. The last 3 are aids to spiritual experience more than the previous 5 are. In other words, the first 5 are preparation for the practice of contemplation. The path does not require the spiritual aspirant to accept any dogma blindly, nor is he required to perform any rites or rituals. The path focuses on the internal practice of meditation, by which the Purusha, soul, is freed from the fetters of Prakriti. Then the Purusha, finding its own true state of nature, shines forth as pure consciousness. This is known as Kaivalya, aloneness, or liberation according to Raja Yoga. It brings an end to all suffering. While practicing Raja Yoga, the spiritual aspirant gains considerable mastery over his mind and acquires extraordinary powers, like the ability to 1. Assume a form as minute as an atom. 2. Become as big as an elephant. 3. Become as light as cotton and levitate or float. 4. Gain wakefulness as heavy as a mountain. 5. Enter or penetrate everywhere or transport oneself anywhere one desires. 6. Acquire irresistible willpower. It is related to another siddhi, namely, the ability to obtain whatever one desires and to achieve perfect contentment. 7. Control all creatures and elements. And 8. Acquire overlordship by which one can rule over all things and enjoy unrivaled glory, becoming like a god. Yet, as pointed out in the Varaha Upanishad, the siddhis cannot in any way help one to attain the seat of Paramatman, the Supreme Self. The practitioner should be careful not to fall prey to any of these temptations and perform miraculous feats. It is extremely difficult to resist the temptation. If he fails, he will be lost to the world again. Since much effort is required, there is every possibility of failure. Whereas in bhakti, since the burden of redemption of the devotees lies on the Lord Himself, success is assured. The Lord says in the Bhagavad Gita, "I myself rescue the devotees whose mind is fixed on me from the ocean of death-bound existence." Jnana Yoga. Here, Jnana stands for transcendental knowledge, not book knowledge which, according to the Upanishads, is inferior knowledge. Jnana Yoga is a discipline of philosophical discrimination by which the knowledge of Brahman is attained. The process of Jnana Yoga is as follows. 1. Developing one's capacity to discriminate, to discern what is real and what is not. Viveka. 2. Renunciation or detachment from worldly pleasures. Vairagya. Viveka and Vairagya are the primary requisites for the beginning of the spiritual life. 3. Acquiring virtues like control of the mind, control of the senses, prevention of the sense organs, once they are controlled, from drifting back to the sense objects, patient endurance of all pairs of opposites, faith in the scriptures, in the teachers, and in oneself, and concentration of the mind. 4. Intense or burning longing for liberation. 5. Hearing the spiritual truths from one's guru and studying the scriptures. 6. Thinking deeply on what he has heard from the guru and has read in the scriptures, and reflecting on the true nature of Atman and Brahman. 7. Persistent and deep meditation as advised by the guru. 8. Total absorption in which the distinction between the worshipper, the worshipped, and the process of worship disappears. By these techniques, one derives the knowledge that the entire manifest world is transitory and non-real, and that only one eternal reality, Brahman, exists. Further, one realizes that one's true self is not the physical body, a conglomeration of the 5 elements, vital energy, senses, and mind, but Atman, which is divine and identical with Brahman, the Supreme God. This is self-knowledge, God-realization. The metaphor usually employed to explain the transition from ignorance to self-knowledge is that of regarding a rope as a snake when it is only a rope. A traveler walking on a moonless night, suddenly seeing a snake coiled on the path, gets paralyzed with fear. On looking at the still object closely, he finds that it is not a snake, but a coiled rope. Shankaracharya says that is what enlightenment is like, the ability to comprehend the true nature of things. Jnana Yoga is a dry and difficult process. The power of discrimination and the spirit of detachment and renunciation required for it are of a very high order, beyond the capability of an ordinary, sincere seeker. It is suited only to those who are gifted with strong mental and intellectual faculties and are not emotional. The goal of this yoga is merging oneself in Brahman, the Supreme God, the one without a second, and thus ending the ceaseless process of transmigration. It teaches that the Atman and Brahman, that is, the soul and the Supreme God, are identical. It brings to light the fact that, freed from all limiting adjuncts, we are eternally one with God, and that our individuality is a myth. The yoga envisages the need for a guru, the guiding light, and that of the spiritual aspirant approaching him with humility. The guru should be one who is learned in the scriptures and has realized the Supreme God. the Guru gives the spiritual aspirant a new birth, a spiritual one, and teaches him the path of spiritual illumination. The Guru tells the aspirant, "Thou art Brahman." In order to enable the spiritual aspirant to experience this truth, he gives a mantra which is to be meditated upon by the aspirant. In addition, the Guru teaches him the technique of negating all limiting adjuncts. It is neti, neti, not this, not this. That is, this is not the truth. This is not the truth. This is not Brahman. This is not Brahman. Gradually, the aspirant arrives at the conclusion that he is not the body, senses, mind, and ego, and realizes his oneness with Brahman. This technique of negation calls for an uncompromising discriminatory faculty, one that dismisses everything belonging to Maya as unreal, including all of one's concepts and notions, until Brahman is left as the only reality. All the Advaitists follow this path for attaining liberation. It enables a practitioner to experience Jivan Mukti, liberation while living, and realize his oneness with Brahman. Shankaracharya is the most celebrated example of a Jivan Mukta. Nada Yoga, Yoga of the inner sound. This is Nada Upasana, devotion through holy sound, sometimes referred to as sonic theology. Nada Yoga has been practiced since the beginning of time. It literally means yoga of the inner sound. It is a path of connecting the soul with the inner divine sound, which is referred to as Shabd, Vak, and Om. Footnote: Shabd. In Sanskrit, Shabd means sound, and also word. End footnote. This primal sound is also referred to as Shabda Brahman, God as word, and Nada Brahman, God as sound. In the Adi Granth, the primal word or sound is referred to as Anhad Shabd, Anhad Nad, Anhad Baja, Anhad Bani, or Anhad Dhuni. Footnote: in Punjabi, Anhad or Anhat means the same as Sanskrit Anahata, that is, unstruck. Sometimes Anhad is translated as without limit, without any boundary. An is without, and had is boundary or limit. End footnote. In Zoroastrianism, it is known as Sharosha or Sraosha. Footnote: it is derived from the root sru, meaning to hear. End footnote. In the New Testament, it is called the Word. In the Hebrew Bible, it is called davar, word, and ma'amar or memra, utterance, and in Greek literature, logos. The Word, the divine sound, the cosmic music, is unborn and unstruck. It is uncreated and unobstructed, ceaseless and limitless, and has no material cause. It emanates from the Lord and is, in fact, one with the Lord. It is all-powerful and eternal. It created the entire cosmos, and it pervades and sustains everything. The Hindu scriptures talk of the Word thus. In Shankaracharya's commentary on Brahma Sutras, we read, "The universe arises from the Word." In the Shatabda Brahmana, we read, "In truth, the Word is the unborn one. It is from this Word that the Creator of the universe created beings." In the Shatabda Brahmana, we read again, "In the beginning, God alone existed." In the Tandya Mahabrahmana, we read, "With him was the Word." In the Jaiminiya Brahmana, we read, "The Word was truly God." In the Rig Veda, we read, "Wherever God is, there the Word is also." According to the Upanishads, the monosyllable Om, is a sound or sonic representation of the impersonal Brahman, the Supreme Lord in vibratory form. The Taittiriya Upanishad, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Mahanarayana Upanishad, and Bhagavad Gita all say that Om is Brahman, the Supreme God. Om is also the mantra, power-laden syllable or syllables, that can be articulated by a spiritual aspirant to attain God. Mystics have referred to the word as spiritual or divine music. The mystics of ancient Greece called it the music of the spheres or the harmony of the spheres. The Hindu devotees sometimes call the heavenly music the flute of the eternal Krishna. The divine sound or heavenly music is always present and rings within us without interruption. Normally, we are not attuned to this divine sound, as we are engulfed by various other sounds of different frequencies. But we can hear it if we practice Nada Yoga. The practitioners of Nada Yoga believe that since the creation emanated from this divine outpouring, the sound current, it alone is the wave that can transport the individual Atman, soul, out of the creation, back to the Supreme Paramatman, God, liberating the soul from the endless cycle of birth and death. Listening to this heavenly music and following it to its source, divine consciousness, is the heart of the path of Nada Yoga. Nada Yoga, as stated earlier, is the technique of uniting the soul with the word, the sound current. Serving a guru, meditation, and leading a pure life are its fundamental requirements. Leading a pure life implies that the practitioner should cultivate unimpeachable moral and ethical behavior and practice the do's and don'ts mentioned in chapters 9 and 10. He should inculcate self-discipline, without which progress on the path is not possible. The steps to be undertaken by a spiritual aspirant are the following. 1. Seeking guidance from a guru who is well accomplished, who has experienced the divine nada himself, and who has realized God. The disciple respectfully requests spiritual initiation and follows the guru's instructions to the letter with complete faith. A guru alone can awaken the spiritual powers latent in the spiritual aspirant and connect him with the divine nada. The importance of the guru cannot be overemphasized here, as only he can impart to the spiritual aspirant the nama, the divine name or names constituting a powerful mantra, to be repeated, and the techniques of meditation for God realization. 2. Adopting a bodily posture suitable for meditation, as advised by the guru. Generally, the guru advises a bodily state midway between discomfort which disturbs and relaxation which causes drowsiness. 3. Fixing attention on a definite locus, which is generally the eye center, called Shiva Netra. 4. Remembrance of the divine name or names, or the mantra given by the guru at the time of initiation. Remembrance is practiced as meditative recitation, with or without a simple process of contemplation on the form of the guru, who is the Saguna Brahman for the spiritual aspirant. The importance of this process is very much emphasized in Nada Yoga. 5. Listening to the divine sound by covering the ears with one's fingers and seeing the divine light within when it presents itself. The Upanishads have talked about this divine sound and light. The Maitri Upanishad says, by closing the ears with the thumbs, one hears the sound of the space within the heart. This is similar to 7 sounds, like a river, a bell, a brass vessel, a wheel, the croaking of frogs, rain, or the sound of speaking in a still place. Passing beyond these, the sounds become merged in the supreme non-sound, the unmanifest Brahman. The Chandogya Upanishad affirms that by covering the ears during meditation, the practitioner can hear the inner sound and see the inner light. Now, the light of Brahman that shines above this heaven, above all the worlds, above everything, even in the highest worlds beyond which there is no higher, that is the same which is within every person. There is visible proof of the light of Brahman when we perceive by touch the warmth in the body. And we have audible proof of it when we hear, by covering the ears, what is like the rumbling of a chariot, the bellowing of an ox, or the sound of a blazing fire. One should meditate on this that has been seen and heard. The Nada Bindu Upanishad talks of 11 different internal sounds that are heard within in successive degrees of subtlety. In the beginning of his practice, he hears many sounds. They gradually increase in pitch and are experienced with increasing subtlety. At first, the sounds are like those coming from the ocean, from the clouds, from a kettle drum, and from waterfalls. In the middle stage, they are like those emanating from a small drum, a big bell, and a horn. At the last stage, they are like those produced from tinkling bells, a bamboo flute, a harp, and the humming of bees. According to the Hamsa Upanishad, the spiritual practitioner hears 10 mystical sounds. Footnote: Hamsa, literally translated as swan, symbolizes the individual soul, considered as identical with the universal soul, Paramahamsa. End footnote. The sequence in which the sounds are heard differs. It says, that nada is experienced in 10 different ways in the right ear. The first is the character of the chini sound. The second is of the character of the chini sound. The third is like the sound of a bell. The fourth is distinctly like the blast of a conch. The fifth is like the note produced by a wire of a harp. The sixth is like the sound of cymbals. The seventh is like the sweet note of the flute. The eighth is like the sound of a tabor or drum. The ninth is like the sound of a kettle drum. The 10th is like the sound of a thundercloud. The Hamsa Upanishad further declares that the spiritual practitioner may experience the 10th sound without experiencing the first 9 sounds, through the grace of his Guru. Further, when this sound like that of a thundercloud is heard, the practitioner attains Para Brahman. This is the state of self-realization. The divine sound is completely different from sounds that are ordinarily heard with physical ears in the physical world. Since these sounds are beyond the realm of normal experience and cannot be accurately described, the Upanishads liken them to known earthly sounds such as those of the bell, drum, and veena. When a spiritual practitioner is engrossed in listening to these inner sounds, he becomes captivated by them, and his mental activity is stilled. He becomes unaware of sense perceptions and oblivious to everything around him. Losing his sense of individuality, he experiences bliss and attains samadhi. The Nada Bindu Upanishad avers that when one leaves all thoughts aside and concentrates upon the nada alone, he will achieve the transcendental state. On attaining this state, he merges in the Lord, the unstained one. In the Nada Bindu Upanishad we read, the sound which one thus practices makes him deaf to all external sounds. Having overcome all obstacles, he enters the Turiya state. Having had its karmic affinities destroyed by constant concentration upon nada, the mind, along with prana, is then absorbed into the unstained one, Niranjan. As the aspirant's meditation practice deepens, he begins to get proof of his own spiritual progress through such inner experiences. Swami Vivekananda says, "Those who practice hard will get many signs. Sometimes there will be sounds, as of a peal of bells heard at a distance, commingling and falling on the ear as one continuous sound. Sometimes things will be seen, little specks of lights floating and becoming bigger and bigger. And when these things appear, know that you are progressing fast." Nada yoga is much easier than other techniques such as hatha yoga, ritualistic systems, and all forms of external worship. It can be practiced by anyone, irrespective of age, race, nationality, or religious affiliation. But one needs a guru's guidance to do it correctly. Success on this path depends on the seeker's faith in the guru. Sincere efforts made in accordance with the guru's instructions at the time of initiation, the intensity of love towards the Lord, and ultimately, the grace of the guru. Swami Shivananda, who has composed several prayers in praise of Om and Nada Brahman, says, "In this world there are 125,000 sadhanas, spiritual practices. We consider Nadanusandhana, meditation on Nada, as the best." Footnote: Nadanusandhana literally means application to the inner sound. End footnote. Shankaracharya in his Yoga Taravali declares, "By one who is desirous of attaining perfection in yoga, Nada alone has to be closely heard, having abandoned all thoughts and with a calm mind." Nada yoga encapsulates the tenets of all the other paths as well. It is a path of nivritti, or true renunciation. Renunciation of ego, mindness, selfishness, anger, pride, desires, and cravings. The disciple is not asked to physically abandon his home, enter an ashram, or wear particular clothes. Disciples may live in their homes and are enjoined to earn an honest living and fulfill all their duties and obligations to the best of their ability, but with a spirit of renunciation or detachment. The difference between concepts and experience is emphasized on this path. Reading scriptures gives us concepts, but jnana, or true knowledge, can only be gained by personal experience of the ultimate truth through the practice of devotion and deep meditation. At its heart, this yoga is a path of bhakti and prapatti, devotion and surrender, to the Guru and to the Lord. There are no rituals to perform, no places of worship to visit. The Guru asks no monetary recompense. The only thing the Master asks of the disciple is to live a moral, spiritually centered life and to meditate every day. The Guru is the guide, the enabler, the role model. Daily meditation is the very core of the path, for it is through this practice that the disciple connects his soul with the divine music and becomes one with the Lord. A spiritual aspirant needs to work hard, as advised by his Guru, to reach the goal of God realization. Complaining that the Guru is not gracious enough to enable him to experience the sound and light within is an expression of ingratitude to the Guru. The aspirant should ask himself if he is deserving. Has he followed the instructions of the Guru in letter and spirit? If he takes 10 steps, it is said that the compassionate Guru will take 100 steps in order to help the aspirant achieve his objective. Only when the Guru is satisfied that the disciple is fit and mature enough to receive spiritual enlightenment will the disciple experience it. It may be recalled that when Lord Krishna revealed his universal form, emitting the radiance of 1,000 suns, Arjuna got disoriented and bewildered and requested the Lord to resume his human form. It is difficult for a person who is not spiritually mature to withstand spiritual experiences. It would be prudent for him to leave such matters to the judgment of his guru. An important point to be noted here is that a devotee should not assert that his mode of worship is the best and that other modes will not help to attain liberation. Without real appreciation of different points of view and rigorous restraint, love for the Lord may degenerate into dangerous bigotry and fanaticism. The devotee should not enter into unnecessary arguments with others to convince them that his way is superior to theirs. Of course, he should remain completely loyal to his own conviction and should not allow himself to be swayed by the opinions or views of others. A young sapling requires protection until it grows into a tree. Further, it should not be exposed to a constant change of atmospheric conditions in order to ensure that it does not wither away, but continues to grow. Likewise, the plant of spirituality should also be protected from influences of a variety of ideas and ideals alien to the Guru's teachings. Before leaving the subject, we may note some interesting practices that, on the surface, appear to be common to both external worship and Nada Yoga, but at a deeper level, they are found to be substantially different. Both forms of worship, external and internal, envisage the need for a guru to give guidance to devotees in their spiritual endeavors. For external worshippers, the guru is always in the physical form. For practitioners of Nada Yoga, the guru is in the physical form to begin with, and later, the guru is in the radiant, spiritual form within them. For these practitioners, contemplation or darshan, seeing, gazing, is not limited to the physical form of the guru. It graduates to focusing on his radiant form within. Their love for the form gradually culminates in the love for the formless. For external worshippers, the sound and light are external, such as that of a bell in a temple or the light from a deep waved around an idol during worship. For practitioners of Nada Yoga, the nada is a subtle sound emanating from the Lord, and it is heard within, with closed ears. This sound may take on different forms, like the ringing of a bell, the strumming of a harp, and the like. The light is a transcendent radiance seen within. It is the signpost of enlightenment and leads to the soul's realizing its oneness with the Supreme Soul, God. Vedic seers, mystics, and a galaxy of sages have attested to the validity of the unitive spiritual experience. The scriptures quoted in this chapter bear eloquent testimony to their hearing the unstruck sound and seeing the divine light, thus attaining God realization. However, mystics have not talked much about their inner journey and experiences. They are probably enjoined not to speak much of their spiritual experiences to others, except for a few hints. Further, spiritual experiences are ineffable and beyond description, our languages being imperfect vehicles to convey the profound mystery. These realized souls are sometimes compared to those who are mute, who, having tasted a sweet candy or dessert, are unable to utter a word about its sweetness. Their spiritual message is profound, and their teachings based on their experience are simple and appealing for sincere spiritual practitioners to emulate. Chapter 14. The Guru. Someone ignorant of the path asks of one who knows it. He travels onward as instructed by the skillful guide. He finds the path that leads directly forward. This, indeed, is the blessing of instruction. Rigved. References to the Guru have been made several times in previous chapters. Since a guru is of paramount importance to a spiritual aspirant's objective of God realization, we now delve into the subject holistically in order to ascertain who is a real guru. What are his qualities? How can one come in contact with him? And the like. Who is the guru? The guru is the one who dispels the darkness of the disciples' ignorance. In the Guru Gita we read, the letter Gu denotes darkness. The letter Ru denotes the remover of darkness. In the Adavyataraka Upanishad we read, the syllable Gu indicates darkness. The syllable Ru means its dispeller. Footnote: Adavyataraka Upanishad, literally the non-dual deliverer Upanishad. It deals with the secret of attaining immortality by overcoming death and bondage. End footnote. In India, anyone who teaches is called a guru. For example, school teachers are known as gurus. The term is also used to refer to anyone who is proficient in his own field, such as a marketing guru or a dance guru. In the spiritual context, the guru is a teacher who initiates a disciple into the mysteries of spirituality and teaches him how to reach his own potential. It is only an enlightened guru who, having realized God himself, can lead a spiritual aspirant from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, and from death to immortality. The institution of the guru is an important feature of the spiritual tradition and should not be confused with the institution of hereditary priesthood, whose function is almost solely devoted to performing specific religious rites and rituals. In this book, the term guru is used for a spiritual guru or sadguru, a true teacher or a teacher of the real, the one who is absorbed in Brahman, God, to use the language of the Mundak Upanishad. Footnote: Sadguru. In Sanskrit, the word sat, true, real, gets changed to sad when combined with the word guru. Thus, the word Satguru becomes Sadguru. End footnote. The Vedic tradition uses different terms when referring to a teacher. In the Rig Veda, a spiritual master is referred to as a rishi, a sage. A rishi is a seer of truth, a possessor of deep spiritual knowledge, and a revealer of the wisdom of the Vedas. Besides the word guru, other commonly used terms for a spiritual guide are adhyapak, acharya, upadhyaya, and Soami. Acharya is a preceptor who conveys to a student the appropriate rules of conduct. He invests the student with the sacred thread and teaches him the Vedas, the Vedangas, and other sacred literature. Acharya is an older term than guru, and the two are sometimes used as synonyms. Upadhyaya, which literally means a sub-teacher, is a tutor who teaches the sacred lore for a fee. He does not initiate the disciple into the mysteries of spirituality, which is the function of the guru. According to the Vishnu Smriti, adhyapak is an umbrella term for acharya and upadhyaya. Soami is a spiritual teacher. The Brahma Vidya Upanishad talks of three kinds of gurus: the prompter, the awakener, and the bestower of liberation. The Kularnava Tantra, which is a dialogue between Lord Shiva and his consort Parvati, says that it is difficult to find a true master, and then speaks of various types of gurus. Prerak, the impeller, who stimulates interest in the would-be devotee. Suchak, the indicator, who points out the form of spiritual discipline for which the aspirant is qualified. Vachak, the explainer, who expounds the spiritual process and its purpose. Darshak, the revealer, who shows the details of the spiritual process. Shikshak, the teacher, who instructs in the actual spiritual discipline. And Bodhak, the illuminator, who lights the lamp of mental and spiritual knowledge in the disciple. It also discusses various kinds of initiation, such as initiation through touch, initiation through mantra, initiation through gaze, initiation through mere thought. According to Vedic tradition, a spiritual guru should possess ideal qualities. The ideal qualities, as explained by Shankaracharya in his work Upadesha Sahasri, 1,000 teachings, are: the guru is one who is endowed with the power of furnishing arguments, pros and cons, and of understanding questions and remembering them in order to answer them. He is one who possesses tranquility, self-control, compassion, and a desire to help others, who is well-versed in scriptures and unattached to enjoyments, who has renounced all motivated actions. He is one who is a knower of Brahman, God, and is established in it. He is never a transgressor of the rules of conduct, and is without shortcomings such as ostentation, pride, deceit, cunning, trickery, jealousy, falsehood, egotism, and attachment. He has the sole aim of helping others and a desire to impart the knowledge of Brahman only. The Guru Gita says, "Gurus are those who are pure of heart, calm, collected, who speak measured words, who are free from lust, greed, and hatred, and who have conquered their senses." A guru does not demand blind acceptance of his doctrines. Instead, he asks the disciple to reflect on what he teaches. Such reflection is known as manan. He encourages the disciple to clear his doubts by posing questions, which the guru answers patiently, lovingly, and convincingly, removing the cobwebs of confusion in the disciple's mind. He looks upon his disciple as his own child and gives him the same love and affection he would give his cherished child. He does not ask for any monetary compensation for his services. Yajnavalkya, the most brilliant of the Upanishadic teachers, refused gifts offered by his disciple, King Janak, when the king was pleased with the instruction he had received. Yajnavalkya explained that he could not accept any gift from a student until he had taught him everything he knew. Need for a guru. In Vedic times, the need for a guru was dictated by many factors. A guru was necessary for initiating a boy into the first stage of life, brahmacharya, loosely translated as studenthood. Brahmacharya literally means the path that leads to Brahman. It is a stage of life that involved practicing Brahmic conduct, a life of discipleship, self-discipline, self-control, continence in thought, word, deed, and chastity. The sacred Gayatri Mantra and sacred scriptures, namely the Vedas and Upanishads, were orally transmitted and explained by the Guru. Footnote: Gayatri Mantra. This mantra invokes the glorious light of God to illumine the life of one who prays to the sun as the symbol of the Lord. End footnote. In the words of Soami Shivananda, in the scriptures, there are passages which are apparently contradictory. There are passages which have esoteric meanings. You are in need of a guru or preceptor who will explain to you the right meaning and place before you the essence of teachings. A guru is absolutely necessary for every aspirant in the spiritual path. The Guru Gita declares, God abides in the Guru, and God is attained by the grace of the Guru. Those who are averse to Guru Diksha, initiation, never know the supreme truth. They are like mere animals and mad without the knowledge of the self. for the attainment of liberation from the cycle of birth and death, one's guru should be propitiated. Without a guru, the ignorant ones of the world cannot know the supreme reality. The tradition of being initiated into the teaching by a living guru has continued through the ages. As mentioned in chapters 11 through 13, according to Hindu scriptures, there are many modes of worship and many paths to liberation. It is well known that worldly attractions and attachments are strong and deep, and it is difficult for anyone to tame and channel his mind in order to focus attention on spiritual practices, especially on meditation. The path to God realization is steep and hard, and the pitfalls, blind alleys, and snares of distraction and demons of deception are many. In the Kat Upanishad we read, "The path is like the sharp edge of a razor, difficult to tread and hard to cross. Arise, awake, seek the guidance of an enlightened teacher, and realize the self," so the sages declare. Without the grace of a living true guru, it is impossible to tread the spiritual path and get enlightenment. Footnote: It is a tortuous, crooked path. Do not let your mind be your guide. Deep and deadly are the currents in the ocean of life. Without a master, guru, how will you cross over to the other side? Swamiji, Sarbachan Chandaband, Sarbachan Poetry. End footnote. Only an enlightened teacher who has experienced the truth can guide a spiritual aspirant to the attainment of illumination which he has reached. He is the enabler, the motivator, and the supervisor. He removes pitfalls and obstacles and leads the disciple along the right path. The disciple is safe from being led astray by negative forces like lust, anger, ego. The scriptures, therefore, emphasize the need for an enlightened guru, a spiritual teacher, to guide and illuminate us in our endeavor to reach a state of bliss and attain liberation from the repeated cycle of birth and death by realizing the supreme reality. In the Katha Upanishad we read, "Words cannot reveal it, the supreme reality. The mind is unable to reach it. Eyes cannot see it. How then can it be realized, except when taught by that seer who says that it indeed exists?" In the Bhagavad Gita we read, "Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth." The Guru's Gift. At the time of initiation, the Guru instructs the disciple how to meditate, giving a mantra, a sacred syllable, word, or phrase to repeat, and enjoins him to utter the mantra with flawless intonation, follow the meditative techniques correctly, and read the sacred scriptures. When the Guru gives the disciple a mantra to repeat, he doesn't just give the disciple mere words. He transmits his power of spirituality into the innermost being of the disciple through thought, sight, and touch. Footnote: It is sometimes said that in reality it is the awakening of the disciple's own dormant spirituality through the Guru's grace, rather than the transmission of the Guru's spiritual power. End footnote. He teaches the disciple by his example, his behavior, his daily acts, his advice, and sometimes even by his silence. This kind of transmission does not take place by merely reciting mantras found in books. Hence, it is said that the truth the spiritual aspirant is seeking cannot be realized by the study of books, nor through intellect, nor by listening to learned discourses. To realize the supreme reality, the sole goal of the spiritual aspirant, the help of the Guru who has realized it is essential. Footnote: the Guru is the boat and the Guru is the boatman. Without the Guru, no one can cross over. By Guru's grace, God is obtained. Without the Guru, no one is liberated. Adi Granth. End footnote. The Khat Upanishad says, "Wonderful is the teacher who is able to teach. Wonderful is the student who comprehends the self when taught by an able teacher." It is only a burning lamp that can light other lamps. The Guru is the living flame who ignites the unlit wick of the disciple and transmits to him the divine light. Without that living link, a disciple cannot become conscious of true spiritual knowledge or attain spiritual power. Vedic tradition, therefore, emphasizes the fact that spiritual knowledge will be effective only if it is transmitted to a spiritual aspirant by a living Guru. Using an analogy from nature, trees bear flowers and fruits only when spring sets in. Likewise, spiritual efforts bear fruits only when the aspirant is blessed by a living Guru. In the Chandogya Upanishad we read, "Knowledge which is directly learnt from one's own teacher alone becomes most beneficial." In the Shiva Samhita we read, "Only knowledge imparted by a Guru, through his lips, is powerful and useful. Otherwise it is fruitless, weak, and the cause of misery." Initiation creates a unique spiritual link between the Guru and the disciple. It entails a special responsibility on the Guru's part and equally a special obligation on the disciple's part. In Vedic times, upon initiation, the aspirant became an integral part of his teacher's hermitage. The Guru-disciple relationship thus became lifelong and was perceived as the highest and noblest. The Upanishads thus teach that a bona fide Guru is central to the spiritual life of a seeker who aspires to God realization. When the guidance of competent teachers is considered necessary for learning mundane matters, the need for an enlightened living master to guide a spiritual aspirant on the difficult spiritual path cannot be overemphasized. As Swami Ranganathananda has pointed out, if one refuses, from a foolish sense of self-esteem or self-satisfaction, to seek help from competent sources, one's spiritual journey may end up in a state of learned ignorance or in much fuss and movement, with no advance to light and truth. According to some spiritual traditions like Nada Yoga, to see the divine light and sound and to realize God, one should be fortunate to find a genuine Guru who is a Jivan Mukta, that is, one who in his lifetime has obtained liberation, and who teaches the meditation techniques, which include concentration of one's attention at the midpoint between the two eyebrows, shutting out the awareness of all external sense objects, mind and intellect, and holding one's body motionless. Only such a Guru who has experienced the divine can transform the disciple, enable him to realize who he essentially is, and save him from the cycle of birth and death. In the Guru Gita we read, "Family traditions, wealth, strength, the knowledge of the Shastras, relatives, brothers, none of these is useful to you at the time of your death. Only your Guru is your savior. For the attainment of liberation from the cycle of birth and death, you should propitiate your Guru. Without a Guru, the ignorant ones of the world cannot know the supreme reality." It is because a Guru is so important that the sages, prophets, and divine incarnations had their own Gurus. For example, Shvetaketu learnt the nature of truth from Uddalak, Maitreyi learnt it from Yagyavalakya, Narad from Sanat Kumara, Bhrigu from Varun, Nachiket from Yama, and Indra from Prajapati. Lord Krishna had sage Sandipani as his guru, and Lord Ram had sage Vashisht. A story is told in the Chandogya Upanishad about Narad requesting true understanding from his guru Sanat Kumar. Footnote: Sanat Kumar was the most prominent of the 4 mind-born sons of Brahma. The other 3 are Sanand, Sanak, and Sanatan. End footnote. Narad approached Sanat Kumar and requested, "Venerable Sir, please teach me." Sanat Kumar said to him, "Please tell me what you already know. Then I shall teach you what is beyond that." Narad replied, "Venerable Sir, I know the Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Sama Ved, and Atharva Ved, the epics, itihasas, and ancient lores, Puranas, the rules for the worship of our ancestors, the grammar, mathematics, logic, ethics, and politics, and many sciences. All this I know, Venerable Sir, but with all this, I am only a knower of verbal texts. I do not know Atman, the Self. I have heard from sages like you that he who knows the Atman overcomes grief. I am one afflicted with grief. Please help me." Sanat Kumar responded, "Whatsoever you know is just words. It is the infinite that is the source of abiding happiness. There is no happiness in anything else. One must desire to understand the infinite." Narad said, "I desire to understand the infinite, revered sir." Then Sanat Kumar imparted to Narad Paravidya, higher knowledge, which is the way to know the infinite and attain spiritual freedom. Stature of the Guru. The Guru is not a person, but God personified. Footnote: Know that the Guru and the Supreme Being as one. Adi Granth. End footnote. He is the embodiment of the divine. The Guru alone is the manifestation of God, none else. So declares the Brahma Vidya Upanishad. The same is emphasized in other scriptures too. In the Guru Gita we read, "Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is God Maheshwara, Shiva. Guru alone is the perceptible supreme Brahman. Therefore, all reverence to him." Footnote: In some versions, the 3rd line reads as follows: "Guru alone is verily the supreme Brahman." See Soami Narayananda, Sri Guru Gita. End footnote. In the Adavya Taraka Upanishad we read, "The Guru alone is the supreme absolute. The Guru alone is the supreme way. The Guru alone is the supreme wisdom. The Guru alone is the supreme resort. Because he is a teacher of that supreme reality, the Guru alone is the highest wealth. The Guru is greater than all else." In the Yog Shikha Upanishad we read, "Guru is Brahma. Guru is Vishnu. Guru is God, the imperishable divine being. There is no one greater than the Guru in all the 3 worlds. It is he who grants divine knowledge. He is the spiritual guide, and he is the Supreme Lord himself. Even as is the Guru, so is Ishwar. Even as is Ishwar, so is the Guru. There is no difference between these two. He should therefore be worshipped with supreme devotion." Only a God-realized spiritual guide can grant his disciple the divine knowledge. That is, the knowledge that springs from enlightenment and attracts to enlightenment, and help the disciple to cross the ocean of phenomena and realize God. Since we are bound by the confines of the body, we think that the Guru too is a human being like us. The reality is that the Guru is not limited to the body. He is transcendent. As mentioned in the above verses, a Guru is none other than God Himself descended in human form for the purpose of enabling humans to communicate with Him and to transmit spiritual wisdom to earnest seekers who surrender to Him. Swami Shivananda declares, "To see the Guru is to see God. A word from him is a word of God." God has taken the form of a human body as man can learn only from man. Ramana Maharishi remarks, God takes the form of a Guru and appears to the devotee, teaches him the ultimate truth, and purifies his mind by his association with him. The devotee's mind thus gains strength and is then able to turn inward. The Guru is responsible for the disciple's spiritual birth. He shows him the way to God realization. Thus, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna says that a disciple should look upon his Guru as God and should never disrespect him in any way. The Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts the disciple to treat the Guru as God. The Guru Gita asks the disciple to meditate on the divine form of the Guru, since by constant meditation on the Guru alone, an embodied soul becomes the disembodied Brahman. The scriptures emphasize that intense devotion to the Lord and equal devotion to the Guru are the essential prerequisites for realization of the truth. In short, a true Guru is a divine gift. He can assume any demeanor, appear in any type of clothing, not necessarily in the conventional orange or ochre-colored robes. He should never be judged by his appearance or behavior. What matters is his spiritual experience and power. How to meet a true Guru? There are many charlatans, impostors, false gurus, and pseudo-gurus who offer their services to lead others on a spiritual path, often for money. Simple-minded persons are drawn to them not so much by their professed spiritual powers as by their gift of gab and their charisma. These gurus often encourage a personality cult and ruin the lives of their followers. One needs to be wary of them. They are fools living in ignorance, but vainly fancying themselves to be wise and learned. They lead credulous spiritual aspirants into dark caverns of ignorance, confusion, and bewilderment. Their disciples are like blind men led by someone who is himself blind. The scriptures declare that a spiritual aspirant meets his Guru by the grace of God, according to his preparation, readiness, aspiration, destiny, and faith. A spiritual aspirant with his ego and limited knowledge will not be able to recognize the Guru who has experienced God realization himself. In the Narad Bhakti Sutras we read, "It is hard to come into contact with a great soul because it is hard to recognize such a one. Through the grace of God alone, a spiritual aspirant attains it." In the Vivek Chudamani by Shankaracharya, we read, "In truth, these three are rare and obtained only through the grace of God: human birth, longing for liberation, and the discipleship to an illumined saint." There is an adage which says, "When the disciple is ready, the Guru appears." How does a seeker become ready? It involves many personal sacrifices on the part of a spiritual aspirant, both physically and mentally. He must cultivate a good moral character, observe ethical norms, read spiritual literature, attend spiritual discourses regularly, be in the company of saints and holy men, and yearn to meet a true Guru. The Sri Guru Gita says that the gift of initiation is ordained only for those seekers who have abandoned bad company and all sinful acts, are free from anger and pride, are interested in the welfare of all beings, and whose life is pure and untainted. Just as a seeker is eager to meet a true Guru, the Guru is also eager to meet a deserving seeker. Although a seeker may be sitting near the Guru, he may not recognize him. The Guru patiently waits for the flower of longing in the seeker's mind to blossom. When the flower blossoms and its fragrance spreads, that is, when he is ready, the Guru appears by the grace of God and takes him into his fold with love and compassion. When this happens, it is sometimes said that the seeker stumbled across the Guru. In fact, it was always planned that way, as will be seen from the following story summarized in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Jad Bharat and King Rahugana. Once Rahugana, king of Sindhu, was on his way to meet sage Kapil to seek spiritual knowledge. The king was being carried in a palanquin. One of the palanquin bearers fell ill and could not continue further. By sheer chance, the bearer's captain saw a strong and sturdy man resting under a tree by the side of the road. The man, Jad Bharat, was asked to shoulder the load of the palanquin in place of the sick bearer. Jad Bharat did not respond, so the bearers forcibly placed the palanquin's pole on his shoulder and compelled him to walk along with them. Jad Bharat did not utter a word in protest. The journey continued. Though strong, Jad Bharat did not keep up pace with others, and hence the palanquin kept lurching. As this was causing great discomfort to the king, he became angry and asked the captain the reason for it. The captain informed the king that the new bearer was not synchronizing his steps with those of the other bearers. The king then sarcastically told the new bearer, "You fool! Lay down the palanquin if your shoulders hurt. Rest a while if you are weary." Jad Bharat kept quiet. But as the journey continued, the palanquin kept lurching. The king unleashed his anger, making sure that Jad Bharat knew who he was, and shouted at him, "You living corpse! I will turn you into your proper state of a corpse. I think you need a good thrashing." Then Jad Bharat spoke for the first time. "Whom do you, O king, call a fool? Whom do you ask to lay down the palanquin? Whom do you say is weary? Whom do you address as you fool? If you meant, O king, by the word you, this mass of flesh, it is composed of the same matter as your body. If you are referring to my mind, it is the same as yours. It is universal. But if the word you is applied to something beyond that, then it is the self, the reality in me, which is the same as in you, and it is the one in the universe. Do you mean, O king, that the self can ever be weary? That it can ever be tired? That it can ever be hurt? I did not want, O king, this body did not want, to trample upon poor worms crawling on the road, and, therefore, as I tried to avoid them, the palanquin moved unevenly. But the self was never tired. It was never weak. It never felt any pain. It never bore the pole of the palanquin, for it is omnipotent and omnipresent. You call me a living corpse. That is true of this body, and indeed, of all things which have a beginning and an end. Our relative positions as king and servant are temporary. Except for convention, the generally accepted social practice, there is no difference between you and me. We are both the Atman. Then, O king, will your thrashing have any effect on me?" On hearing the above, the king was taken aback and intuitively realized that the palanquin bearer was not an ordinary illiterate man, but an enlightened soul. The king got down from the palanquin and sought forgiveness for insulting him. "I did not understand who you are. You must be a great sage. I have a strong desire for spiritual knowledge. In fact, I was on my way to meet Sage Kapil for spiritual enlightenment. Please instruct me in the knowledge of the Atman and how to attain spiritual enlightenment. Jad Bharat was moved with compassion for the king, who he concluded was a true seeker. He informed the king about his past. In a previous life, he was the great king Bharat, after whom India is named Bharat. In his old age, he had divided his kingdom among his 5 sons and retired into a forest to spend his last few years in prayer and meditation on God. But at the end, as he became attached to a fawn, a young deer whose life he had saved, he was born in his next life as a fawn. Now he had taken birth again as a human being and was keeping aloof from people to avoid further attachment. After speaking so, he proceeded to instruct the king in the knowledge of the Atman and how to attain spiritual enlightenment. In Vedic times, an aspiring student would approach the prospective guru with sacrificial fuel in his hands. The presentation of sacrificial fuel was an outward sign of his readiness to submit himself to the guru. The Mundaka Upanishad advises an aspirant to approach the guru with humility and a desire to serve him. If the aspirant satisfied the traditional norms of selection, the guru would accept him as his disciple. Sometimes an aspirant would be tested by the guru and admitted only after probation. The Kat Upanishad describes the case of Nachiket, whose sincerity and earnestness were first tested by Yam before he was given knowledge of Brahman, God. Similarly, in the Prashna Upanishad, sage Pipalada told spiritual aspirants, "Live with me for a year, practicing austerities, chastity, and faith. Then you may ask what you desire to know." Nachiket and Yama. Footnote. Yam, the ruler and judge of the dead. Also, a teacher of the highest wisdom. End footnote. Sage Vajravas performed the Vishwajit Yagna in order to attain heaven, a sacrifice that called for its performer to completely renounce all his wealth. The sage, however, was deeply attached to his property. So during the yagna, he decided to give away only old and decrepit cows. When the cows that were to be gifted to the priests and Brahmins at the sacrifice were brought out, his son Nachiket realized that they were old and unfit for use. The gifts were unworthy of both the giver and the occasion. Although Nachiket was a young boy, he had a spiritual bent of mind. He realized that such an unworthy gift would only bring misery to his father after death. Anxious to save his father from the impending misery, Nachiket told his father that he had not yet given away all that he had. He reminded him that a son was also his property and should be given away as a gift. "To whom will you offer me?" he asked his father. At first, Vajravas did not reply. But when the question was repeated 3 times, he lost his patience and answered angrily, "To Yam, the Lord of Death." Immediately after saying it, Vajravas regretted his hasty retort, but Nachiket consoled him. Putting death into perspective, the young boy said, as we read in the Kat Upanishad, "Like corn does a mortal ripen, and like corn does he spring to life again." Nachiket requested his father to follow truth, as his forefathers had done, and send him to the abode of Yam. Sage Vajravas grieved as a father, but in order to keep his word, he gave his son permission to proceed to the abode of Yam. Yam, the dispenser of justice and decider of punishment and rewards, was reputed to be a teacher of the highest wisdom, Brahma Gyan. However, he was away from his abode when Nachiket reached there. As a result, Nachiket didn't get the hospitality that was due to a guest. When Yam returned to his abode after 3 nights and saw that Nachiket had been waiting for him, he wanted to make amends for the discomfort Nachiket had gone through. He granted Nachiket 3 boons, 1 for each night of his absence. Nachiket requested the following boons. First, that he should be able to return alive to his father, and that his father, freed from anger, should forgive him and receive him as affectionately as before. Second, that he should be instructed regarding the technique of the fire sacrifice, by means of which one could go to the Brahmalok, the abode of Brahma, transcending the miseries of life. And third, that he be given knowledge of what happens after death and the way to conquer death. Yam was pleased to grant the first 2 boons, and said that the fire sacrifice would henceforth be named after him, Nachiketam. With regards to the 3rd boon, Yam told him that even the gods could not solve the riddle of life and death, and dissuaded him from proceeding with his enquiries. In place of the 3rd boon, he offered Nachiket various temptations, both earthly and celestial: children, wealth, kingdom, long life, beautiful women, and other pleasures. Knowing that all these offerings were transitory, Nachiket remained firm in his original resolve and refused to accept any of them. When no temptations attracted the boy, Yam was extremely pleased with him. Judging Nachiket to be a sincere seeker of truth, he agreed to teach him what he wanted to learn. Nachiket's request to Yam was, as we read in the Kat Upanishad, "There is this doubt as to what happens to a person after death. Some say that he exists, others that he does not. This I would like to know, taught by you." Their dialogue about life and death, God and soul, form the basis of the teachings of the Kat Upanishad. The stories of Rahugana and Nachiket are just a couple of examples. The scriptures are full of stories of spiritual seekers meeting their destined guru, sometimes at the darkest moment in their lives, sometimes almost against their will, and sometimes when they least expect it. However, in all cases, meeting a guru is a stroke of extraordinary fortune, the culmination of lives of good deeds and deep devotion. The Guru Gita says, "One obtains a great guru as a result of the merits acquired in many births." Footnote: the true guru comes and meets those who are so preordained. Adi Granth. By good fortune, I have met the saintly guru. I have found the immortal Lord in my own house, body. Adi Granth. End footnote. The disciple's obligations. So far, the discussion has centered on the guru and his attributes. Now, we turn our attention on the obligations and responsibilities of discipleship. In Vedic times, the disciple was required to stay with the guru at his ashram, as we read in the Aitareya Aranyaka. Let no one teach these samhitas, hymns of the Vedas, to one who has not been staying with the teacher for at least 1 year. According to the Chandogya Upanishad, Indra himself was obliged to live with Prajapati as a student for 101 years in order to obtain the perfect instruction. Living together in the ashram was advantageous for both the guru and disciple. It gave the guru the opportunity to supervise the activities of his disciple and correct him, and the disciple got the opportunity to observe and learn from the guru's good example. He was also continuously exposed to the guru's spiritual vibrations, which hastened his own transformation. One of the foremost obligations of a disciple in the ashram was to live the life of a brahmacharin, one who vows to live as a celibate. The disciple was expected to have control over negative passions like lust, hatred, anger, greed, envy, pride, and intolerance. Chastity and control over the passions were considered as important components of leading a moral life. These were believed to have a direct influence on the disciple's well-being, industry, intelligence, concentration, and memory. As an aid to meditation, the disciple was obliged to observe the principle of purity and moderation, especially with regards to his diet. The disciple was to have an open mind and true yearning for knowledge. He had to become like a clean, empty vessel, ready to be filled with the Guru's wisdom and spiritual power. All these duties and obligations called for a radical change in the disciple's lifestyle, whether mental, physical, or spiritual. Over the ages, even when disciples no longer live in ashrams, serving their Guru, many of these principles still apply. Above all, the disciple should have implicit faith in the Guru, his grace, and his teachings and competence. In the Bhagavad Gita we read, "One who is full of faith obtains knowledge." In Bhaja Govindam, Shankaracharya says, "Devote yourself wholly to the lotus feet of the Guru. You will see God residing in your heart." In the Shvetashvatara Upanishad we read, "Only to those who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the truths of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed." To receive the blessings of his Guru, a disciple must follow his instructions to the letter, pay attention to his studies, and endeavor sincerely to achieve the goal of his spiritual life. Most importantly, he must keep the Guru mantra, the mantra given to him by his Guru, a secret. The disciple is expected to maintain a dignified relationship with his Guru, serve him, and surrender to him unconditionally. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna says, "One should look upon his Guru as me and should never disrespect him in any way. One should not envy him, thinking him an ordinary mortal, for he represents all the gods in himself." Service or seva to the Guru is considered as being an integral part of the system. The Chandogya Upanishad points out that formal study of the scriptures was to take place only during the time that is left after the performance of duties towards the Guru. The Shiva Samhita says, "There is no doubt. The Guru is one's father, the Guru is one's mother, the Guru is God. As such, he should be served by all in thought, word, and deed." Such service disciplines and chastens the mind of the disciple, engenders humility, and removes any weaknesses in his personality. The disciple is expected to channel his entire energy towards obeying the instructions of his Guru, studying the scriptures, and practicing meditation. His sincere endeavor helps him earn his Guru's blessings and achieve the goal of spiritual life. In Manusmriti we read, "Just as a man who digs into the ground with a spade obtains water, even so, an obedient pupil obtains the knowledge which lies hidden within his Guru." The role of the Guru is that of a guide and mentor to help the disciple attain God realization. He endeavors to make the disciple completely independent so that the disciple may not need to lean on him forever. While the Guru's role is to whet the disciple's appetite to search for the truth, the ultimate search and discovery depend on the disciple's own actions. The Guru gives his disciple the key to the spiritual treasure, and it is for the disciple to use it and attain beatitude. A hungry man will have to eat food himself to satisfy his hunger. When the disciple was ready to step out of the protected environment of the ashram and start the life of a householder, the Guru sent him off with his blessings and advice on how he should conduct his life, and at the same time, work toward achieving his spiritual goal. The Guru's valedictory address, as we read in the Taittiriya Upanishad: Speak the truth. Do your duty. Do not neglect the study and teachings of the scriptures. Do not cut off your family line. Protect your spiritual progress. Revere greatness. Let your mother be like a god unto you. Let your father be like a god unto you. Let your guru be like a god unto you. Let your guest be like a god unto you. Do only such actions that are commendable and faultless. Honor those who are worthy of honor. Whatever you give to others, give generously with faith, joy, humility, and compassion. If there arises in your mind any doubt about right conduct or deeds, follow the practice of great souls who are competent to judge and who are devoted to good deeds, gentleness, and truth. Shvetashvatara Upanishad. May the Divine Being, the one and undifferentiated, who, in the beginning, by the manifold application of his powers, creates myriad forms in the universe for his mysterious purpose, and who, in the end, withdraws the universe into himself, endow us with clear intellect to realize the truth. End of Practice and Power of Devotion. Bhakti in Early Hindu Scriptures by K. Shankara Narayanan. Print copyright 2022 and audio recording copyright 2025. Radha Soami Satsang Beas. All rights reserved.